to go to Greenvale Community College and meet all our wacky friends. Chevy Chase will be there.
戦え機械を信じる者は Hello! Welcome! It's been another 2 weeks when I didn't mean for it to be another 2 weeks, but, you know, at the end of the last stream, our save did get corrupted, and my brain did not let— hold on, get him out of here. Get him out of here. My brain did not love using someone else's save that had done different things. It would maybe have some different cutscenes because of it, so I spent about— I mean, it wasn't a full week straight. It was not a full week straight, but it did take me a few days of, you know, hacking away at it to rebuild our Deadly Premonition save and have it extensively backed up. Extensively. Like, I have an entire folder where pretty much every individual save I have saved as its own thing just in case. And I have gotten us back to exactly where we left off. And I even have, like, multiple backups based around that. We are not— no matter what happens, our saves are going to be fine going forward. But, boy, did it suck. Like, I thought I could just use that save and use the chapter replay thing to, you know— what am I saying? To just, like, go back and meet characters, do side quests and stuff. I forgot just how bad the chapter replay function in Deadly Premonition is. I remember already having issues for it before when I was going to stream this game after, like, you know, having played it before. But I kind of forgot what. You can't save the game when you choose to go back and play another chapter. It does not let you save during that chapter. You have to clear the entire chapter. And that doesn't necessarily take that long, but when you have the risk of crashing, it's kind of a nightmare. And even if you didn't, that's stupid. Why can't I just save the game and continue? It's like they didn't figure out, like, I don't know if saving in the middle of the chapter would have suddenly made the game think that you hadn't beaten other chapters, and they, instead of fixing that, they just did that. I don't know. I don't know the reasons. It's very stupid, and it just ended up being easier to restart the whole game, blast through it, do all the stuff we did. And I did. I have met every character we met. I've done every side quest we did. I think I even collected every card we got, which I didn't need to do, but I did anyway. I even tried to, like, avoid even seeing dialogue, like, extra dialogue, just in case. But I think available dialogue might change per chapter or something, so. Anyway, the point is, it was extremely annoying and a lot of work, but I got us back to where we were, and we're ready to continue. But, yeah, hello, everybody, welcome. Right off the bat, Audiovore, thank you so much for the sub. 37 months, that is just 1 month over 3 years. Thank you so much. Right off the bat, I just want to check, how's everything sounding? Audio seem good? Everything seeming good? I've got some other stuff plugged in, and I want to make sure it's not interfering and, you know, something else is picking up my voice instead. I've had that issue before. Audio's fine? Great. Terrific. For now, at least, yeah, when we get into the game, we'll see, but, you know, that's Deadly Premonition's fault. That's not my fault, whatever happens there. But good. If I'm sounding fine, that's good. Trying to think if there's anything else I need to say up top. Oh yeah, there is one thing to mention. I'm gonna plug the YouTube channel real quick. Link for that in chat now. I finished and got the edit up of the little presentation from the first stream. I decided to give that its own little standalone video, just, you know, felt like doing it. And it's the first time I actually edited part of a VOD into its own video in a while. It's not the fanciest thing in the world, but, you know, something I felt like doing. Without further ado, let's go ahead and we'll start getting set up here. Give me 1 second. Now, I in the tweets I sent out, I did say, the technical issues are done. There's one thing I may have fixed. I'm not really sure. I'll have to look into it more. But the aiming thing might still be an issue. And I know there may be fixes for that. I'm hoping to gradually get that fixed as we go. And just hope for the best. I did one thing that might have done it, but I wasn't able to test it because in the next sequence we left off on, we are stuck in the car, we can't get out at all. And I didn't want to, like, play through it and, you know, do all that. But if we get that aiming thing fixed, pretty much the only thing we'll have to worry about is just the random crashes, and if we just save often, that'll be fine. Even the other part of the game, like, I think when our save got corrupted, it was at, like, a part of the game that's known to fuck up. There's one other part of the game like that, and I was looking that up, and there is a workaround for that too. If we end up having trouble there, we have a workaround. We can do something, and the answer is just smoke. It was so fun. It's like, oh, the game crashes. What do I do? Oh, just smoke cigarettes until 11:30, and you'll be fine. This game is, like, fucked up. This port is fucked up in the wildest, funniest ways. Is the milk barn bug? No, I think it has to do with a bar. I think it has something to do with a story scene in a bar. I don't know of a milk barn bug. Oh, how fitting. Some Deadly Premonition music playing. Anyway, let's get right into it. By the way, thanks right off the bat to whoever's shown up. Like I said, these streams have been an enormous amount of work, so seeing anybody here is great, you know? And if you want to spread the word and maybe retweet or whatever the announcements, that's always helpful, but Milk Barn Bug was a game-ruining bug on the 360. We probably got rid of it. Yeah, if that's on the 360 version, we probably aren't going to need to worry about it. That's probably not a concern. Alright, let me move all my windows away. What the fuck? Sorry, OBS did something weird. Let me get this up. Let's see if Deadly Premonition just boots up fine. Alright, so when I left off, it was exactly where we left off. But everything was working fine, so we're going to see if that continues. We're going to hope that continues. Now, am I going to need to... What the fuck? There's like a weird sound in my headphones. I don't know what it was. Oh, yeah. You might have noticed. You might have noticed the game booted up quickly. That's another thing I've fixed. I got the fix that removes the splash startup. Like, it just skips straight to the title screen. So if we have a bunch of dumb crashes, we just boot right back into the game. No time wasted. I mean, the danger of crashes means we're not good, but we're good. You know what I mean. So let's get right into it. Again, let me know now the game's up, everything's sounding fine, and we're gonna, By the way, I've even fixed this. I did the fix to get the suit normal again. Apparently there's like a weird issue with the DLC where if you switch the things, like you activate a DLC, it just overwrites the file, but there's like separate... The point, it's stupid. It's a stupid thing, is the point. Let's get right into it. So, I think I had to spend a little bit more time than before, because when we played through this, everything kind of lined up perfectly for me to do those side quests. I had to, like, waste time and spend a couple extra days.
Previously during the investigation,
let's enjoy the recap.
These puppies are making me go to another town in the boondocks again.
I didn't think you'd keep me waiting in the rain for so long.
Welcome to Greenvale. I'm the sheriff, George Woodman. Call me George.
There's definitely something in this town. Do you feel it, Zach? My coffee warned me about it.
I'm excited about tonight. Tonight, we are going to hit the point. I talked about how when me and my friends played through... Well, I think there's going to be a cutscene. I'll wait till after. I think we're booting right into a cutscene. Right into a Sugar Donuts.
The lumber mill is pretty far from here. If that's where she was killed, why would the killer go to all the trouble of carrying her all the way here?
I don't know yet. My profiling instincts tell me one thing is for sure, though. The unsub's personality is totally different before and after the crime. The unsub killed her in a brutal, horrifying way, and then displays powerful adoration after she's dead. Something close to love. That could well be the key to all this. I will say this, though, George. Profiling is a risky business. Of course, if the unsub planted those stiletto footprints himself, well then, everything I've just said falls apart. But there's no evidence that he left those stiletto footprints. I'm sure we have Miss Stiletto Heels to thank for those tracks. All I can do is deduce the unsub's feelings in light of the evidence, and carefully figure the unsub's MO, modus operandi, his way of thinking. It usually unveils something that a normal forensic analysis may overlook. That's my way of profiling. It's not for everyone, but it works for me.
Didn't he just describe how profiling works regularly? Alright. Oh, I wanted to say I had more camera control. Anyway, what I was saying was, tonight we're going to hit the point, which is where I really got into the game. I mentioned playing it with my friends, and, you know, we didn't really stick with it. But then one day I just randomly pulled it off the shelf and got super into it, and just blasted through the whole thing. We're about to hit that. I think either right before or right after the lumber mill is where that happened.
When I first joined the force, this lumber mill was still in full swing.
It
Cameras
closed
still
up
don't work.
right when I first moved here.
And now it's totally abandoned.
I presume so. I've never really been inside, so I'm not sure.
Oh!
It sure is run down.
Deserted
Don't look at
buildings
that.
are perfect for criminal hideouts and activities. I keep telling Harry to have the place torn down.
Probably a little late for that. After all, it's already been used as the site of Anna's murder.
We don't know that for sure yet, Agent Morgan.
That's right, from your point of view. But the perpetrator selected the lumber mill.
Agent York, you seem very confident about this.
Confident? No. Confidence is a sweet spot between being rude
No.
and hopeless. I'm just drawing natural conclusions from the facts.
Rude and
that we've seen.
hopeless?
That sounds exactly like being full of confidence, at least to me. And to normal people with common sense.
Common sense can be the opposite of fact sometimes. Bear that in mind.
Oh, I will, Agent York. Thank you for another pearl of wisdom.
They fucking
Either way,
hate each
we'll
other.
know for sure by simply going to the lumber mill. So keep your pearls of wisdom to yourself, and let's hurry.
Well said, George. Can you step on it, Agent York?
They're so fucking catty. Okay, we need to check the map here. It's funny if their icons are in the car. Lake Cranberry. Alright, best way here is gonna be... Where the fuck am I? I've already lost myself. I guess just go left. How are we sounding though that we're in the game? Is it a little too loud? Oh! Both the gas and the car damage thing are just like infinite. We cannot lose here. Hold on guys, I gotta get this. That's FBI business. Audio still fine? Perfect. Alright, I think we're good then. Let's get moving. I really kind of like how this looks in the rain and everything. Let's juice it up. The little splash effect on the wheels. It honestly looks pretty good. We got any more dialogue here before we get there? Probably just the one. Almost sounds like clock tower music. Now, people we got in chat tonight remind me, how familiar is everyone? We got anybody going through this game for the first time with these streams? I always like to know. Oh wow, this spot in particular really sticks out in my memory. We could go racing. We could go racing.
Let's go, and find out if your facts can be trusted.
You're full of confidence, right? Let's get to the lumber mill.
This area weirdly sticks out in my memory from one of the times I streamed it. I think I did a stupid bit where I did that race and then like played a song over it. Maybe I can do it again tonight. Oh, the lumber mill has its own logo. That's kind of strange. It's not really like a... I mean, I guess that's just for the sake of the story, like navigation, but It's not really like a location, like a business that you can go to, like a lot of the other places to buy cons. It's kind of odd. Anyway, let's get in here.
I'm going in alone. You two stay here. I can't concentrate on profiling with other people around me.
Now hold on a minute. We're investigating this case together.
Listen, I can't risk the crime scene being compromised by you two.
What are you saying? You're not the only professional law enforcement officer here, Agent Morgan. We know how to secure a crime scene.
I'm sorry. That was rude of me. But this is how I operate. Furthermore...
Yes? Furthermore what?
To me, the outsider FBI agent, every citizen of this town is a suspect. You two could be in on this whole thing for all I know. I have to keep suspects out of the crime scene.
How can you say such a thing?
How can you say that? Don't you know what you're doing?
Is he making fun of us? We should have left him behind and come here by ourselves.
You're right. I've never been so insulted.
I'm sorry, but I'm just doing my job.
Going to step into this little grass closet. The Joker.
Did you hear that, Zach? If they're pros, then we should let every first-person shooter gamer out there join the SWAT team.
Jesus fucking Christ, York. He's such a little dick.
Here.
Alright, moment of truth. Did the thing I did fix it? It did not. If anything, I feel like my aiming is worse. Okay. I think there's gonna be some stuff in the game where this aiming might really fuck us over, so we're gonna need to hopefully try and fix that, figure that out. Oh god, is this one of the really long ones? What the fuck? Was that supposed to see the light bulbs exploding, but the models are still there? Okay. You know what? Oh my god. Oh my god. You know, the combat is never the highlight in this game. You know, maybe when I was redoing the whole save, I should have looked into how to make the fucking camera behave, but... Not sure if anyone's actually fixed that. Let's do some cool shit here. Pretty cool, except for the camera just turns around on me like that. Nothing. You know, funny thing, when I was replaying through this to get back to where we were, I was like really running out of food. I don't think I picked up... I mean, I tried to pick up a lot of stuff, but... I don't know, I guess because I had to use a few more days to finish the side quests with all the schedule stuff, I just kind of ended up running out of food. But I think about now we're fine. It also helps that there's certain parts of the game that will just get... God, the flashlight coming out of his pocket with nothing in it. Or like above his pocket. Just a little pectoral light. Should have grabbed some... Well, that's what I'm saying. I did grab some infinite pickles. I have that now, but I think when they give you infinite food, it's always like a really small item. But it is very funny that you will go into like you're trapped in the horror world. What's that? What could that be? Is that guy? Is that guy? Who's mean to us? I think this is also the first full, true,
Just as I thought, Zach. This is where Anna was killed.
This is like the first full combat sequence. Like, it's not just a little intro thing or a quick little excursion through the hospital. This is like a full... This is a full area you gotta go through. With profiling! Oh my god, him blinking during that is weird. Let's figure it out. Kind of looks weirdly
Too much
good in the
noise.
lighting here.
We're still missing a vital piece of the puzzle.
Some small items actually you can carry like 20 of, but they, you know, they do so little that I didn't actually sit there picking up 20 lollipops or you know. I think what do we have? We should look at our inventory. So obviously I got the wrench, the gun, I got a pipe, I got some bullets on me. We got our first aid kits. I don't have the large this time. I don't know, I guess I missed it. Got some black coffee. Got stabilizers. I bought flares because I had to use a flare at one point, and I had to like run like a mile to get to somewhere with a car. It sucked. I actively did not use this, the infinite one. I avoided it. Even though if I'm rebuilding my save, I probably should have, but you know, we got our cigarettes, crackers. Okay, you can only hold 3 pickles. We got worms, and that's it. But then we've still got the flower with no name. We've got I think these are the 2 bones we found before. I'm not sure. I just made a point to find 2 bones. The bronze card and the weapon bag. Every item. Also a lot of cards that we won't be looking at because of spoilers. But you know, looking at the cards, it's kind of... The ones that don't have spoilers, some of them have cute info. Like the cards specifically mention that George has an interest in profiling, but hasn't quite mastered it. Oh, fuck yes, sir, finally. Oh, baby. Yes, 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 don't mind if I do. A better gun, thank you very much.
Zach, it's almost like an altar. Was the murder some kind of ritual?
Oh god, yeah, I forgot. I forgot that when you use the machine gun, it's really silly. Oh! No! Hang on. Locker for employees. It's a little rusty, but unlocked. We could take a peek inside. Smoked salmon! That's a good get. Yeah, I'll take some smoked salmon out of a rusted, abandoned locker in a demon world. Check the phone first. Do you want to pick it up? It's up to you, Zach.
Where are you hiding?
Ah! 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 Reverse peace sign. We're gonna watch one of these, and then the rest I'll skip until the end.
Come here.
I feel like the clear images are still a little incomprehensible. Alright, let's loot this room. Hey, we could shave here! Hey, York, you got something on your face. Look at that. Infinite lollipop. Are they? Yeah, they are. They are there. You can see that there's lollipops there. Oh my god. So weirdly, I can look around fully when I'm not aiming a gun. It's very odd, and definitely further evidence that the gun thing is something I need to fix. Because the game... I distinctly remember there's at least one point in the story where you gotta, like, look up at the ceiling or something. Bunk for the employees. Doesn't look too comfortable, but we could take a nap here. Looks like a key box. Unlocked. Should we open it? Reads engineering section. This is the one we need, apparently. Let's go get that door open. Zach, key the engineering section. Honestly, while I'm playing this, if anyone knows fixes for the aiming stuff, the aiming camera, or would like to look for them to help me out a little. One thing I saw involved compatibility mode, like switching it to 95 or something. But I think when we did that last time, it just completely broke the game. So I just tried setting both EXEs to the same compatibility mode, but it doesn't seem to have done it. Blackboard with details on the schedule. Heavily out of date, I bet. We do have the range, but like, I'm not worried about the regular combat. It's just specifically some late-game stuff, and possibly some side quests. Apparently, I did see people talking about one side quest that they were not able to complete because of the aiming, but I don't know if maybe swinging a long weapon will fix it. And we will have a dedicated long weapon at some point. Anyway, let's save our game. First save of the night. And now, that is my cue to tab on over to my Deadly Premonition save data file, copy the save, go to my other drive where I have all my folders, and start up a new folder. Let's see, this one's just going to be Lumberyard Start. Alright, our save is now backed up. We're going to be doing that a lot tonight. Looks like an upside down peace mark, written in blood. Alright, here we go. Oh no, can I not get the headshots on these guys because of the...
Amazing.
Yeah, there it is. He loves it. Wait, that was letting me aim higher.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. No way to speed down these. We just get this really awkward view of the back of York's head as he doesn't... Hold on. He's not even grabbing the... They didn't separate them properly? Look at this. They didn't space this... He has a set climbing animation, and they did not space the ladder properly, so he starts in sync and gradually out of sync. That's so fucking funny.
Bullseye. Great. Bullseye.
God, this weapon's so funny. The only downside of easy mode is that you don't get the bullet sponge enemies to make York go headshot crazy. Oh, yeah, I definitely am gonna miss that. But, you know, being able to blast through these parts faster is way more important. I'm getting infinite steel pipes here. You know, I didn't realize your pistol starts with infinite ammo. At first I thought that when I was messing with the save that we downloaded as a fix, I thought that they had, like, somehow gotten some sort of special bonus weapon, but no, the starting pistol, you just get infinite ammo. I wonder if that's an easy mode or director's cut thing. Like, could you run out of ammo in the original? I don't remember. Looks like I'll find the engineering section through the store. Won't budge. Better look for the key. It has to, since everything else has durability. But yeah, but if they wanted it to be, like, kind of a survival horror thing, then, you know, the possibility... Oh, it was infinite in the original? Well, then, never mind. Flashlight's so shitty. Look at that slop. It smells terrible. Looks like someone forgot to flush. They left their P&G of litter all over the place. Yeah, that's true. There's stuff you have to shoot. You just get completely locked. Just rest it all over. Won't budge without a good whacking. Ah, any tools handy, Zach? That's why they give the infinite pipes, yep. We don't need that, though. We can be more refined. Oh, wow, you gotta, like, really wail on it. It goes down so fast. It's so video games. God, this thing holds a lot of bullets. I don't think these kind of submachine guns hold 180 bullets normally. Whoa! Hey! What, York? What are you doing? What are you doing, you silly boy? All right, let's get the wrench out. No, you know what? I want to have more fun with my submachine gun. Great. Oh my god, I forgot about these parts, so they're like, climb up. Ah! That's scary! Huge percent on piece marks been drawn on the steam engine tank. Any ideas what it means, Zach? Those are so awkward. I mean, that one they wanted you to... First crash of the night! First crash of the night. You know what's funny? When I was playing this off stream, I don't think I got a single crash. I honestly think with the fixes I have, this game is actually pretty stable, except when I'm streaming it. Something about streaming it, you know, OBS and everything, makes it a lot more fragile.
Previously during the investigation, these puppies...
Alright. Let's quit screwing around. Let's get through this. That's why we loot the room first. If I want to have fun with my funny machine gun, we're gonna do it after we get back to where we were. No, you can't skip the ladder thing. It's on the cutscene. This is such a weird camera angle. Why do they do it like that? What's the point? Was there a point? Probably not. It was probably just... They just did something wrong or didn't think about it. Give me that. 2-1 items. Of course, at a certain point, we're not going to need to worry about, like, items at all. But we're not quite there. I think it is a good idea to stock up on, you know, pipes and things. Hey! Fuck off. Why do you have to hit this so much? Out of my way, out of my way. Fucking camera. Even when it's not a port thing, the game is doing stupid camera shit to me. Look at that. Oh, I got them both? Okay. Oh my god, I hate how long they take to die sometimes. Alright. Funny submachine gun time again. Ew. These British... Is there a baby noise?
Amazing.
Y'all got a baby in here? We must save baby. Golf club. Nice. You know, all the different power of the weapons doesn't really mean much on easy mode, where most things die in 1 to 2 hits from even light weapons. Zach, we've got to find this baby. Zach, we found the toilet. It's full of murky water, a sickly blackish red color. God, the sparks. That just explosion of sparks. Oh my god, I didn't even notice the golf club was too big. Nothing here of any interest to me. We flushed the toilet to trigger a cutscene. Fuck off. I can't even put these in my fucking, like, storage anymore, so... smoke them if we got them. $15. The FBI gives me $15 for hitting a ghoul with a club. And that's why we joined. Oh my god, that camera shit. Oh! Knocked my blood out. Man, I rarely get hit, so when it happens, it's just kind of like, oh, that's what it looks like? Hey, that's not fair. You know what, fucker? Time to play. York don't need medicine yet, his health is fine. Can't get through this rubble, we'll have to find another way, Zach. Zach, we gotta save this baby. We've gotta push these crates. We've gotta break these. No, yeah, fuck it. Just, what am I doing? Smash everything. Who gives a shit? All this ghost bullshit? There's some light coming through between the lockers. Feel like peeking, Zach? Like, literally, what does this do for me? Oh, there's gonna be a big fight, a lot of enemies. Okay. And I get paid? Oh, it's so funny how they just give you money for anything in this game. Well, I think I gotta go this way. Baby's crying inside. Looks like we could open it. Looks like normal gearbox. Whatever this is for, without it probably won't work. The gearbox. Alright, come on. Start the Devil May Cry room. Oh my god, I didn't realize Steam shit was coming up, like, because of the window capture. Hold on. Can I make that not happen? I don't think it matters, like, I'm covering it, so it's fine, but... No, because it's not game capture. Man, I hate not being able to use game capture for this, but it is what it is. I forgot until just now that on the pause screen there's a plate of cookies. I don't think any option focuses on it, but like... It's just a plate of cookies. Why? Let's go.
Amazing.
Get fucked. Get fucked. You can't do anything. Go. Yep. Riveting stuff. Like I said, the combat is not why people play these games. All these sequences are basically filler. They don't really get interesting till near the end of the game. Yo, another flushable toilet! With a stable... Great camera angle! Shit, couldn't pull that fast enough.
Great. Nice shot.
I will take a Band-Aid there. Are you not dead?
Yes.
Yes. York don't care about toilet. You know, I was looking at the list of episodes and chapters in this game the other day when I was rebuilding the save. I kind of forgot how there's not that many episodes, and the first few episodes have way more chapters than the later ones. Like, I kind of don't remember how this game is... Like, this is not a long game either way, but... Like, if I wasn't focused on doing a bunch of side shit, I could just kind of do 2 or 3 sessions, beat it, no problem. So, like, I'm really wondering, like, what is the pacing going to be like after the early portion, once the game really opens up? Because going forward, I think every episode has, like, 1 or 2 chapters in it. It's gonna run by them, who cares? What are they gonna do? Yeah, because that's an early thing, and, you know... That's also a really interesting one. That's the kind of thing I'm glad I did. Although I think I had either done that one myself, or seen it done before in playthroughs. Nice clipping. Oh boy.
Nice shot.
Yeah. Like, again, I'm not going to be doing every single side quest, but I'm going to be making an effort to do a bunch. And I don't know just how much that's going to stretch out this playthrough. Like, I'm not going to look up a list of, here's the most interesting side quest. I'm just going to do what I do. Unless someone is like, hey, you might really want to look at this one that's only available right now, or something, you know?
Yes.
Yeah, that one was really good. I'm curious to see, like, how many others, if any, will be that interesting. Okay, I don't know if there's more we need to look around for here. Order for the elevator doesn't seem to be working. There's a recess for fitting something. Plop. The gearbox in. The music cutting out was so weird. The gear fits the recess like a glove. We should be able to move the elevator now. Okay, so we got that. These sections are also pretty linear, which is nice. Makes blasting through them easier. Though I do like to look around just in case there's some, you know, special stuff here or there. Nope, nothing here, just... Oh! I guess I just won't get that one, because I don't care enough to risk shooting those. I love his dainty little... his determined button presses that he does. Is there an elevator combat sequence? Why is this... Okay, because this is going to happen. Okay, there is. Sounds like something is tangled up somewhere.
Huh?
Yeah, just clip your hand into that wall there. That squishy wires? pull out the hair. Terrific. Damaged red hair. What a game. We're gonna do these, we're gonna skip them, because that gives us money. Hi, white table. Oh no. By the way, as much as I've no back seating, when I'm doing the combat sequences, if I know it's hard to miss the profiling things, but if I'm ever about to, like, move forward out of an area that has one, you can say, oh, there's a profiling thing in there just to save us time. Because, who cares? Is that it? Just two guys? Oh. What a nightmare. But if we can't go back, then we probably can't miss anything. It's like the power cell. We'll need to restore power to move this elevator, Zach. Let's save again. Saving is crucial. Time for another save. Hang on. Copy this. This is lumberyard. After elevator. Like I said, we are doing these for every save. Oh, wow. There's more people showing up for the less interesting combat sequence. Welcome. Hope y'all enjoy. We'll be getting back to the good part of the game soon. I mean, these aren't terrible. These are serviceable, but it really is just like, this ain't what we're here for. That's why the, director's cut is easy mode only. So that does kind of add the, make the reward of some of the special weapons less special. But I mean, it's still funny to get them, because some of them are cool things. Unlocked door here, and a hallway there. I see an Agent Honor, I go for an Agent Honor. Is this another free lollipop? Yeah, this broken crate of lollipops just for me. Oh boy. Oh boy, it's all mine. All these Chupa Chups. What a good boy am I. 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 What a good boy am I! I'm already tired of doing this. You can hold 20 of those things. I don't want to do this 20 times. I will break these, though. How much longer would it take to break these with a submachine gun? Let's see. Oh, actually not that long. First aid kit. It's always good. Let's go. York's on the damn case. Oh, this thing's kind of cool. I remember this. This door. This is one of those things where it's like, oh, actually, legitimately, kind of a cool image. Does it apply to objects? I generally don't know. I don't, like, that's the thing I definitely don't remember how long objects took to go down in the original game. Like, I've mostly played the director's cut. My first time was original. Every other playthrough's been director's, so a lot of the differences I don't remember. Like, I know the HUD's different, easy mode only, some new stuff, There are no handprints around the part where a doorknob should be. A somewhat weird design, it seems. I mean, these hallways, fuck it, let's... A little bit of a maze, scary. What we got? Another steel pipe. Nothing. With the fucking backswing. Now, one issue with these parts is, as much as they do this to some of the doors, to be like, look at this fucked up, overgrown door, you can't use it, some of the doors that you can use still don't stand out very much. Like that one, obviously, they put the little red main story glow on it, but some of the other ones, like, if I was just running by this in a hallway, I wouldn't know. Well, it does have a big, stupid Resident Evil 4 lock on it, so... Oh yeah, like this thing's pretty cool. At least the map marks them. Yeah, that's true. You can't always use the map if you need to. 1. I forgot about this. The, like, time limit thing. Handprints in the door. Looks meaningful. What do you think, Zach? Oh. Hey, if I couldn't get enough distance, this would be fucked. That looks like dog shit. 1. Like, I forgot about the, like, oh, the time is running out music. Like, that's a cool visual, the hand tree. Like, even now when it's kind of shrunken up, it doesn't have all the red ones. That looks really cool, kind of. But then you get, like, you shoot it just once, it's like the easiest puzzle in the world. Okay, there we go. Hand on the floor, shaped just like those on the door. You got doorknob. Yeah. Alright, let's go. It breaks quick. I don't give a fuck. I can do anything. So there was this path. I don't know if there's any point going down here. Oh, it just kind of loops around. Hang on. Yeah, it is a shame you can't get the amazing, great, fantastic, amazing, great. That was one of the funniest things in the original game. You gonna bend over?
Great. Amazing.
Seems like what counts as a headshot is maybe very generous. That's a so. I'm supposed to use this as a doorknob? The doorknob is shaped like a hand. Classy for a lumber mill. We'll need a little handshake to open the door.
Huh?
No! Oh my god! How would that kill me? Oh my god, I want to know how that would kill me. But I don't want to, like, lose a bunch of time. One thing I like about the profiling things, you know how much you have left. We're almost done. Skip again just so we get the money for having done it. I'll watch the full thing at the end. You know, we're making kind of good progress this time. An hour in and we're actually, like, pretty much just blazing through a, you know, big combat sequence. Doing pretty good. What do we got here? Oh, no.
Huh?
Series of large mirrors. Looks foreboding in a place like this. Why would this be? I mean, I know even with the demon Silent Hill world thing, why would that be here? Anything? Nope. Get him! Oh, that's great. I didn't know. I'm not sure if I've ever actually tried to shoot at him. That's really good. The little stinger and him just running away. He's so scared. Hey, it's fucking me here. I can't, like, aim down. Again, if someone wants to do me a favor while I'm playing this tonight and, like, look up any possible fixes for the weird... I didn't know those could get destroyed! Wow. Put that in the box. We don't need milk coffee. It does not... Milk coffee does not do enough. Turkey sandwich, though. Oh, God, I hate looking at it. That's a good item to have, but I hate looking at it. The weird, like, blob red lettuce and shit. It's terrible. Am I going backwards? I can't tell. No, I remember this area. I remember this. The killer! Okay. I don't think I needed the stinger for that. It's so weird to me. Can I just, like, shoot these? Wow, I can. I never knew you could break these, ever. I did not know. That's kind of crazy. I should just use my map here. Okay, we just go forward. I think. God, I hate these little, like, step up on the platform and step down. Oh. Yeah, the aiming thing's already... Big problems, big problems. Hey, bro. Bye, bro. There's a game I didn't do any streams this past week other than the ones, like, my friend's streams that I was on. You know, I was hoping to stream, but it turns out it might not be very good. Is Endless Ocean Luminous. I was kind of excited for that for a while. You know, I even played through the first game, like, that I just had on my shelf for forever and barely touched in preparation. It was pretty good, you know. Had some issues that I figured the sequels will probably improve on. At least the second one, because, it really seems like the new one's probably not that good. Which I'm bummed by. It looks like it might be like a weird, cheap, boring thing. But I was so excited for it. I want to catalog fish and find weird, rare things, but... Yeah, York? Ooh. White noise in the TV. Who turned it on, I wonder? That is a bizarre effect. Is this like a port thing, or does it always look this weird? That's very strange looking. Phone! Thank God. Alright, let's update our backup again. Gotta do this every time, it's crucial. This is Lumberyard. The killer! Alright. Got our save backed up. Found a few throws in the aim issue but can't make heads or tails of it. Yeah, like, are people just saying, like, a bunch of different shit that doesn't work? Like, I tried this and it worked. It didn't work for me. It didn't work for me. It worked for me. You know, because I saw a lot of that. Like, I saw, you know, switch it to, you know, Probably can hide here. We better stay still, Zach. They mentioned DP fix, compatibility modes, GOG version, Steam version. Got a lot of versions. Circuit breaker. Use to control the flow of electricity. The elevator should be back up and running. No. Phone is ringing. Let's try to trace the call this time, Zach. I don't think he does. He just picks it up.
I see you.
What? He sees... I just, like, hear something in my ear? What the... Oh, I think I'm, like, somehow buzzing the speaker in my headphones sometimes. It's locked from the outside. We can take a peek through the window here. What is this? No! No! This part's kind of cool, though it doesn't make the frame rate go to shit on other versions. Alright. We gotta hide. We gotta hide somewhere. Probably can't... What? Oh. Oh! Investigation failure. Hey, I want to show something real quick. I feel like I never saw the game over in this ever until I saw it when I was replaying the save. How many people here have actually even seen what it looks like when you do a game over? Look at this. Game over. And weird, like, red veins going through, I guess, York's arm. I feel like I've never seen that. I had never seen that until a week ago. It's kind of cool, but when would you ever see it?
These puppies are...
Okay, well, I had way less time to pick a hiding spot than I thought. Let's try that again. No, it's funny. We didn't have the aiming issue at first. I think it happened after we started doing compatibility mode stuff, so worst case scenario, we can turn it, like, fuck with compatibility mode when we have to. Oh no, he sees me. He's here again. Let's hide quickly if we don't want a problem, Zach. Probably can hide here. We better stay still, Zach. Let's hide. Oh yeah, the fact that actually, like, you see him cutting through the door gradually is legitimately kind of impressive for this game. I can't leave now. God, this stupid explosion of sparks when he takes, like, a left footstep is so funny. It's so unnatural. Now we wait. Hold our breath. I'm gonna try holding my breath when these happen. See if it makes it more suspenseful. No, it's only like a couple seconds, that's nothing. Trying to paste links to Twitch Prime doesn't let me paste anything? That's weird, it should let you. I don't think I have a, like, only subs can post links thing. You should be able to post links, unless Twitch changed something. This is thrilling. This is nail-biting stuff. Like, the fact they give you such a set QTE, and it's like, well, I know I'm not going to get caught, I'm doing the thing right. It's not like Clock Tower where, oh, there's a chance they could just find me, because I, you know. That's what this is. This is like a bad Clock Tower sequence. It's just kind of, you slowly watch them lumber around, dragging their axe. You know? The game very obviously prompts you to hold your breath. In Clock Tower, which has similar stuff to this, you'd be chased all the time. You can't paste any text. That's really weird. If you wanted to like join the Discord for 1 second just to post it, you could do that. Exclamation point Discord for the link to that. That's so weird. They must have changed something recently. I don't know why they would do that. Like, people like to post Twitch clips in chat. Yeah, like, in Clock Tower to compare, which is a similar thing, like, you'd be running around, the killer would be chasing you, and you would, like, run into a room. Here's a bunch of places. Oh no, where do I hide? If I pick the wrong one, the killer will find me. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's just a game over.
Zach, this is a waste of time. Let's go.
Here it's like, well, I know I'm fine. I know I'm not going to get a game over, because I'm holding my breath and stuff. I do think that there are some spots where if you choose to hide there, he just finds you no matter what. Like, there's wrong choices. Let's save again after doing that. I'm not going to back this one up, just because it's not that far after, but, you know, just in case. Hi, JD. Yeah, he's just like, oh. And the axe he threw was just gone. Just Google Deadly Premonition aim fix and look at Steam community red threads. Yeah, I'll look at that more later. Maybe during a break. Shit, I don't have any water. Come on, man! Come on! Look at this! That ain't right. That's not correct. That's not how you do it. Now this part. Uh-oh. Oh my god, I forgot about this! I forgot we have to waggle the stick to run. It's not even you control the game and run away. And then... Oh my god, I forgot! I forgot all this. I completely forgot about these sequences. Oh, it's all coming back to me. These are so goofy. Push that box, York. Push that box till it explodes. No, the killer! The killer! He's gonna do something. Do a big dumb dodge. And he just breaks stuff for you, and it's like... Yeah, it's not the most urgent thing, and hopefully wherever we end off on this stream will be somewhere I'm actually able to test it. I would have worked on that more, but, you know, the place we left off, like you saw, you're stuck in the car, you can't even get out. So I was just like, I'll work on it for next time. Oh my god, these are so dumb. Ah, no! He's gonna get me! Why is it like this? Why do you not just have the option to run normally? Because it seems like he's able to move around to different spots. Like, he doesn't have a set path, I don't think? Oh no. Oh no, he's gonna kill me! Am I fucked? Oh! I gotta Mario Party this. Except, I actually think there's a limit to the top speed, so maybe I don't. York, what are you fucking doing?! York, the killer is coming! Dodge something! Oh, right, the steam. What? No, 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 no. These are so goofy! It's not like draining my health when I get caught or anything. I love it hitting nothing. It hits nothing. The axe gets stopped by air. It doesn't hit the top of the door at all. He should have brought backup. I legitimately wonder... When he tells them this... I mean, he does say he wants them to stay outside because everyone in town is a suspect, which is fair. But I do wonder, like, York's reasoning, was he like, I don't want them getting caught up in this, because I'm sure this is gonna happen, the monsters. Or is it really, was he literally like, no, it's my, I need to work alone to do my profiling, and also you are technically a suspect. Although I don't think Cooper was ever like, ah, yes, the police department are all suspects. Because York is being a real fucking piece tonight. He's being a real shithead. Like, even... I remembered York being a fucking dick in this game. I didn't remember him being this much of a dick. It's kind of a lot. He's being very rude. But they're also being mean to him, but it's because he was mean first. He is, yep. You're right, he's got the wonder, like, this is so interesting. Like Cooper, but then he's like, these fucking stupid hicks, I'm an elite FBI agent, suck my hog. Lumberyard. After running, make another backup here. I don't want to do that waggle again. Until we have to do it again. He's a mix. And now that I think about it, George might also be a mix, because obviously you've got the sheriff, you know, Sheriff Truman from Twin Peaks. I said it, I would do that. I'm going to do that constantly. But he's kind of a grouch, at least to York, like they have a bit of a thing going. But that could also be just Truman and, you know, Albert, but I'm wondering if there's like another character he could be mixed with, like personality-wise. I'm struggling to think of another person who was like, you know, kind of a grump. Like that in Twin Peaks. Yep, power's flowing. We should hurry on, Zach. God, we really have been spending like an hour on this sequence. Alright, but we're almost done. We only got one thing left to find. You know, I want to ask again. People who are coming into Deadly Premonition for the first time, what do y'all think so far? This is the first, like, full combat sequence in the game. So it's kind of a little bit of a milestone moment in the playthrough. Just of like, hey, this is what it's like. What do y'all think? What do y'all think of this? It's not the star of the show, but it is a part of it. That's kind of cool how hard he slams. No. Oh! I was just going through his neck. Or their neck, I should say. We don't know. I hit RT instead. I hit the wrong button. Very RE4 inspired with the big dumb QTEs. And also not even like a funny loss, it's just like, oh. And he gets me. Oh, I can't skip right to the QTE on this one. I guess because there's so many, they made it so this whole cutscene's unskippable. Now I will say, unironically cool, besides the slamming onto the ground, the trail on the eyes, I always love that effect. A light trail on like eyes or anything, always cool, no matter what. Yeah, bump that like face buttons, you ain't gonna get me. Strafe right. The little hop! The little hop! That was nothing. That's kind of a cool way to resolve that, though. The stinger ruins it. It's like, wait, is this the only, like, big QTE moment? Alright, we've got all our pieces. Let's get the full picture of what happened here. Here we go, everybody. Time to profile. In full. What happened? This is the only right bumper QTE? That's very funny. Although you, like, still can't tell what's happening here. It's just so strange.
That's all the information we need, Zach.
Is it?
Let's go back and show them what we found.
Yeah, like, those aren't the other QTs at all, and there's been others before it, but... Oh. What a fucking day, guys. I had a very normal investigation that you two don't need to worry
Have you seen any
about.
of these things before?
No, not that I know of. But that raincoat is a little odd.
Odd. In a town where it rains so much?
Well, the people here rarely go out in the rain. I moved here during high school, and I never really understood why. Can you shed some light on this, George?
Oh, well, there's an old story. Folklore. It's a fairy tale.
Have you ever seen Ultra 7X?
Something about a killer in a raincoat who appears on rainy nights. A vicious killer in a bright red raincoat. Yeah, that was it. Just a foolish piece of superstition. A rubbish story someone made up. Not many people still believe it, but I guess it's a traditional place. Most of the shops still close up when it rains. School's out too. And since there's no reason to go out, not many people ever wear raincoats.
And now the raincoat killer has leapt out from his picture book.
This cutscene's so quiet. God, George has beautiful eyes.
Kindly show me your backs.
Our backs? Is this related to the case?
The person with the upside-down peace mark in that photo we found. He's our killer.
And what makes you so sure about that?
Zach and I saw him kill Anna in the lumber mill. He killed her. Right in
You
there.
can't just say we saw
one
him
thing.
kill.
Please don't ask me about Zach. That's a private matter.
Anyway, by showing me your backs, we can clear up most of my concerns about you. Isn't that for the best? You do want to remove yourselves from the suspect list. It will make things a lot easier.
Sorry, I never noticed how pretty George's eyes are till tonight. What's going on?
Insulting and out of the question. And Emily is a female officer. Forcing her to show you her back is harassment. I don't care if you are FBI or not. You are out of line.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's the lighting, because York's eyes look fucked up.
George, it's okay. Let's just show him and get it over with.
Emily, are you crazy?
Look, we flash our backs and he'll start trusting us a little more. Right? Agent York?
School closing when it rains, yeah, that'd be fucking crazy. He's like lighting up too, like he's asking this weird shit of his. Like, look at him, am I wrong? Come on, don't play the like angel music when it's like the girl's back.
Are you satisfied now?
Yes. My apologies.
Now you, George.
Yeah, okay. I can't refuse it now, can I? But don't expect to get your way all the time, Agent Morgan.
George.
What are these scars?
Just like your Mr. Zach. Something private. I don't have to tell you about it.
Of course. Just like Zack. We can understand that, right, Zack?
Anyway, this will make things a lot easier from now on. I'm glad to say you're both pretty much off the hook. Thank you for your cooperation.
If anyone is suspicious around here, it's him. He's the most suspicious.
No, I don't think so. But he certainly is the most irritating.
We've studied the crime scene. You know what we have to do next, Zack.
George, can we arrange to have the townfolk gather in one
Here we
place?
go, everybody.
There's some things I want to address with the townfolk.
Very well. I'll arrange to have as many as possible gather in the community center tomorrow.
Thank you, George.
Bro, he's right there. I'm being real. I'm having a great time. Oh no, this is right when it happens. This is these streams have taken a while because the technical issues and me fucking around a bit more, but this is when it happens. Also, as you can see, yeah, 4 days compared to like 2 or 3 that we were on in the previous playthrough. I needed some extra time to get all the side quests done when I had to replay it. I like that right there. They have the game starts and just right off the bat, it's like, Zack. He's like talking to someone named Zack, and it's just weird and nonsense. And then right there they go, by the way, don't ask me about that, please. It's private. I kind of think that's a good moment because it's to me that's one of the moments where the game like starts to really show you like, hey, it's not just kind of a stupid meme shit. The game knows some of this shit is weird. The game knows some of this stuff is odd, and maybe it's doing something for a reason, but who knows what the reason is. Like I honestly, I had to stop myself, like, earlier to be like, hey, has York said don't ask me about Zack yet? Because I misremembered and thought that's, like, the first thing that happens. I thought he shows up and says, call me York, don't ask me about Zack. And then, no, that happens here when it's kind of like, he's like, hey, don't ask me about Zack, that's a personal matter. This weird thing I'm doing. And then I kind of like how you kind of get the reflection of that with George having these, like, weird scars all over his body, and it's like, how about you don't ask me about this, you know? How about, and York, like, completely unironically not being a little sassy bitch, being like, I can understand that. I understand having things you don't want to talk about. I think that is a strong moment to me. Not to get too ahead of ourselves with the story, but I think that's a good foundational moment for the narrative. New backup. Post. After Lumber. This is going to be after Lumber. So, this is one of those moments where I also want to just, you know, check with chat again. And just see, like, people coming into this new. What do y'all think? I'm also interested, for people who don't know what happens in this game, I'm kind of curious about, like, theories y'all might have about things. Like, that's something I'm very excited about. Just seeing, like, what do people think is going to happen? What do people think is happening? Unless you're, like, so sure you feel like it would be a spoiler to say
everyone.
it. Thomas!
Thomas.
My dude.
Agent Morgan, it's past 2100. Let's meet up again at the community center tomorrow. I haven't been sleeping much since this all started, to be honest. I'm exhausted.
I was just about to suggest the same thing.
I'll make arrangements for people to gather between 1500 and 1700. I'll try and get as many people as I can to come, so don't be late, okay? Don't be late.
I'll be there.
The community center's on the south side. I've marked it on your map.
From all
Thanks,
the way over
Thomas.
here. Can you believe it?
Well then, see you tomorrow.
Also, just generally curious what people think about the crew here, though we haven't really gotten to know them yet. Oh my god, that's right, you can go back into these combat areas. That's why it's marked. You can go back in there if you're a fucking maniac and want to, like, do more bad combat. Like, fuck off, no, I'm not doing that. No way, no way. What do we have over here? We have we have multiple fishing spots. Is that what you get? You repeat it and you get a weed cutter as like a weapon? Or is it replay all of them and you get a weapon? Because I'm not doing that. I'll tell you right now, that's not something we're doing. There are some combat-based side quests that I think I will do, just because I kind of like doing them. But... Oh, but does every one of them give you something if you replay it? How do we get this card? Ah, okay, I must have to go around. Now listen, as much as I don't want to spend too much time fucking around forever.
Zach, we can take a rest if you're tired.
Why is there no gas in the car? What is happening? Wait, there's another car here. We're okay. We're okay. There's 2 cars here, even. Oh, I got scared. Oh, yeah, it's 100% not worth it. I think even in the regular, original game, it wouldn't be worth it, you know? What the fuck? Oh, is this another, like, race? Well, no. I think I can go through here. What a bizarre little maze to make. And for what? Just, like, a trading card. Wait, can I... This is one of those things where you have to clear a race, and then it opens up, isn't it? I kind of want to do one of those races, but I'm afraid, because... Last time it, like... The game crashed during it. You know what? I'm going to get in that fresh car, and I'm going to attempt the race. I'm going to do it. You know, it's nighttime. We gotta go home and go to bed anyway.
Zach, is there something here that you want to check out? We need to be at the community center by 1500 today. Just think of talking in front of all those people. What do you think, Zach? It's going to get fun.
The mic was, like, popping there. What the fuck? What kind of equipment did they have this guy on? Alright. So if I'm looking at the map here, we've got fishing there and racing on the way out. So let's do fishing. Let's see if there's a card here. And if there's not a card, we'll just maybe catch a few fish, catch a few items. I think that's another reason I was fucking up a bit in the replay. Is I didn't fish as much. I did some fishing, like I got the, you know, some of our items back. Well, the cards and stuff, but I didn't gather as many items. You know, it's kind of nice they make an effort to decorate this a bit, you know? I see a frog. Like, they kind of try to make these look like like they're different, you know, unique fishing spots. Anyway, let's see what we got. I also know there's a fishing side quest, and that might be fun, too. Here we go. We just, you know, we fought a bunch of monsters, we battled a killer, we have an idea what we need to look for the killer, and we kind of wrote off 2 of our co-workers as potential suspects. Might as well relax this sufficient. Oh no, I don't think we have a card here, but... Let's get some fish, though! God, this music. Look at that! Smallmouth bass. I'll take it. What else can we get over here? Truly, this is the life of beauty that I crave. Look at that present, though. Maybe if I hit the last fish, I'll get it. I got a worm. I caught a worm with my worm. Does that mean my worm just, like, reproduced? Look at that beautiful night sky. Honestly, those hills... I mean, the texture on the ground looks shitty up close, but I kind of like this skyline we have. You know? There's something pleasant about it. Ow! Okay, we need to hit the last one. One more try, one more try. One more try, and then we'll attempt the race, and then we will go to the hotel, get some sleep, and get right on to work. I think this is also about the end of the first chapter of the game, because this is where the game really opens up and, like, the real shit starts. Both story-wise and, you know, having access to stuff in the town-wise. Oh! Man, I'm getting a weapon. But I really want that present. I want to see what the present is. I caught a shovel. One more. I lied. One more. I want to see the present. I know it has to be like a present with a special icon to be a card, but, you know. You think the FBI will pay me for this? Dun, 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 dun. Oh, come on! Alright, we'll probably give it up there. The presents are just, like, miscellaneous items, right? But then wait, but then that's the... I'm sorry, I did it again. I didn't even say anything, and I did it again. Everyone in chat, yell at me to stop fishing when I finish this round of it. Everyone yell at me at the exact moment I pull something up. It's the only way we'll escape this. No! I can do it! I can do it! I could get it! I got a sickle! Fishing Master's Wisdom, I can't stop now. Hang on, where is he? Master, what do you got? Do you know how I can do this? Surely you'll help me here. And no one's yelling at me to stop, so.
The fishing spots get more and more challenging. The first spot is a beauty. Well, you will take care of me. Fishing is as deep as life itself. Good luck.
Fuck! Your advice is useless! Tell me one thing that'll help me get this thing.
Don't use a dry fly when the fish are nervous.
Okay, I won't. Thank you. Get out of here. Get out of here. This is mine. I have to do this. I have to do this. I have to see what the present is. I need presents. York needs presents. Badly. That rod and worm icon look so PS1 to me, which is kind of fitting. You are tricking me! You are hurting me! You're casting spells at me! Oh my god, we've already been going for almost 2 hours, and all I've done is drive to the lumber mill, go through the lumber mill, and then this. Yes! Present for Daddy! What's it gonna be? A large first aid kit. That's actually good. Okay, actual last one, I'm just gonna catch a fish. I'm just gonna catch a fish. Actual last one, I'm just gonna catch a fish, I swear to God. Swear to God. So I guess the present one is just like, those are guaranteed to be like nice items, like high quality, rarer ones. And the other things are more miscellaneous. I will with the actual last one. Even if I don't catch a fish, I will move away. Because there's no way I won't catch a fish. Look at this. This spot's great for getting fish. Look at them all lined up like that. Yeah, it would be nice if the music just kept going. It's a nice shot of York. Oh, I can't keep it. Okay. The FBI gave me $16 for releasing that fish. But I got a sickle out of it. So who's really laughing now? Yeah, you can't get to the kazoo part when it restarts like that. God, just flop around like Sonic 06. What's this? Oh! It's actually good to find. Just kicking around. Who gives a shit? Who gives a fuck, York? Is there a safe one over here I can use? I wanna save before I do the, attempt the racing thing in case it crashes again. Yeah, okay, we're gonna go over here, we're gonna save, we're gonna try this race. Possibly one of the only times we'll ever do that. And then we will back onto the story. I'm curious, though. Do you have any, like, side quests? No. George has a side quest for us. Maybe we should see what's up with George. Probably tomorrow, though, but... that is interesting. There's bones to collect. Now, we never did meet, It's on the way? Well, maybe he will talk to us now. We're a little more familiar. Maybe if we stop by his house, he will be like, hey, York, can you do this for me? I guess we'll see. If I can't get him now, I'll try him in the morning or something. Now, where am I actually going? Okay, up here. I think after we do this race, I'm going to take a quick break to stretch and get some water. Because I do not have water on hand.
Where shall we go next?
Oh, my throat is getting dry from all this talking. I cleaned my desk, like, real quick before stream today. And, like, it took me, like, an hour. My desk sucks. Alright, let's save. We are very loaded now. $22 for Daily Reporter. Wonderful. Let's back this save up as well. Might as, you know, we just did a little bit of stuff. After lumber fished. Save backed up. Let's try a race. Let's try a race. If it crashes during a race again, we might just not do any of the races. For the most part, I want to do them later when we have access to different cars, but for now, you know. Here we go. Here we go. Let's fuck shit up. Okay, very nice that it gives your car just infinite health and gas during the races. Very appreciated. And we get to hear the wonderful, wonderful United States dumbass. What is this song actually called? I think this song has an actual name, and I feel like it vaguely references American Idiot. Oh my god. Come on, I can do this. Oh. I'm so scared of flipping the car in this game. Oh shit. Uh oh. Twin Peaks episode title situation where the names were fan-made. Is that true? I guess I'm always looking at YouTube for it, for the soundtrack. You can just call anything on there. But is it really not called Life is Beautiful? I feel like that can't be right. I feel like that has to be. Sorry, did they want me to hit that and then turn around and... This is impossible with this car. Oh. Okay, never mind. We're not doing this. German TV guy. I guess I haven't really looked at the Twin Peaks episodes because they don't show you the titles in the show. So I don't know what any episode's supposedly called. Cracked my fucking neck without
nothing.
muting again. God
Just
damn
my
it.
imagination.
I gotta stop doing that. You know, I think if we were speeding through the game and not getting sidetracked, all of this would have taken one day. You probably heard me breathing in for the sneeze. Having to like tab away to mute sucks. Hey, you know what? We got a long drive ahead of us. I think it's time to bust it out again. I think it's time to bust out the music. And you know what music I'm talking about. You know what music I'm talking about. You already know what the fuck going on. Let's go. Taking it back to 2010 or 11, when I played this, we're listening to the shit I listened to when I was driving around. It's like I'm there, sitting on my bedroom floor. What the fuck? Oh, it's just, I thought it was stopped. Okay. Should probably look at the map, because there's no marker. So... that's the park. We could go see him. But it's so late, I don't know if we could go in. Go straight and I'll pass by George's? I cannot believe you can fucking remember all that. Oh, we can get a bone? If we go straight, we'll get a bone. This is too loud, hang on.
All you have to do is take a hook and I couldn't. You just simply die.
That's a little loud. Love this music, but a little loud. Oh yeah, we will go by George's house. Yep. York loves this. Oh my god! Oh my god, York! The road! Oh! Take the left. Who's York's favorite pony? Who was Zach's? I don't know. Zach, do you remember the show My Little Pony Friendship is Magic? You're on the Hub. Oh, that was a terrific network. Remember all those great shows like Dan Versus and Alphabet Super Show? You were always really into Pound Pony stuff. I don't know anyone else who watched that show, but we did both enjoy Little's Pet Show. I still remember the free money game from the first episode. Well, that was a good joke. He worked for the 80s series. He would talk about that. The door isn't locked. We're not driving, so the music has to stop. It's only for driving. Damn graveyard. Haven't been here before. In a graveyard that's full of ancient honors. This grave has been dug up. How would anyone do such a thing? Can I actually... Can't seem to do anything here. Maybe this is one of those things where if it rains, I can interact with it? Since apparently that's kind of a thing. Green tomato. Oh my god, infinite green tomatoes? We're doing it now. Look at this. Perfect. God, there's so many, like, paths around here. Look at those red trees. So much here. Oh, yeah, that reminds me. I found, like, an area I hadn't like, at least not in this playthrough, I hadn't been in. Back in the hotel. We looked in on it, and I didn't know how to get to it, and I just kind of went through a door and was there. We're gonna take a look at that before we, you know, after we go to bed tonight. Because it was kind of neat. Yeah, the greenhouse, and I think Polly's whole area. I hadn't really, like, gone in there, at least, you know, none in this room. This is such a bizarre zone. This monolith looks quite old. Might be able to move it if I pushed hard enough. We just have these fucking gargoyles back here, this weird gargoyle. Hey, there's a dog! I guess the dogs mark the bones. Look at these fucking guys. Kind of an eerie spot. Alright, dog, you gotta move away. This is gonna get bad. Silent. Still got tons of ammo. Left foot bone.
A human bone? This doesn't look related to the case, but shouldn't I let someone know?
Now, can we get out through here? Caution. The fact this is all cautioned up is also kind of creepy. Do not play or climb on. Do not play or climb in, on or around, or occupy this place for any purpose. Yeah, it's a tough dog. Alright, nice little detour. It's approaching midnight. We gotta get back. We gotta get some sleep. Maybe get some food in New York. Yeah, I am. They must have just copied a real sign. They must have just copied a real sign. Because all the other ones have been like, Fafa, my girl, enter the world of laughter. Brains room. Look at this cute little red phone. Also, a lot of really old-timey phones in this town, I'm realizing. A lot of rotary phones. Probably shouldn't try to get in here. Hello Kitty X-ray scan. Yeah, there was a Hello Kitty thing. Doesn't look like we can really look at any of these. Alright. Well, let's see if we can see what George wants, and if not, we'll just, You know, it's a shame. I'm now wondering, like, are there going to be a lot of side quests that are really, really obtuse to find? Like, the weather has to be right, and you have to be there at a specific time. And it's actually, like, super interesting. And, like, opens up a whole new side of thing. Oh, fuck. That... Man, I'm going to be constantly worried I'm missing them, but... you know, I can see them in someone else's playthrough. I can see stuff like that when someone else does it.
If you notice anything, just stop.
You know, I still haven't gotten around to the super great friend playthrough where I think he does everything in the game. We'll see what we find, you know? And if there's ever something that's like, hey, if you go right now, you can see this, and it's really cool, you know, you can let me know. Otherwise, it'll just be like, is this a time when I want to poke around and see what's up with people? You know? Alright, pulling up to George's shitty house. Yep. Hey, it's open! We can
Jack,
actually...
is there something here that you want to check
We can actually visit
out? We need to be
George.
at the community center by 1500
Oh my God.
today.
Quit eating the mic. I'm pretty sure I did Emily's stuff. Wonder if anyone's home. So we can actually talk to George, though.
George, which do you prefer, mustard or hot sauce?
What?
You didn't come all the way to my house just to ask me that. You don't have other things you should be doing?
Of course I do. But I'm interested in you right now.
Interested? Agent Morgan, look, my mother is sick. If it's not urgent, I'd rather we did this later.
Is she very ill?
Well, I have to say, it doesn't look good.
I'm sorry to hear that. Anything I can do?
No. This is a private matter. I can't ask for your help.
You know, back in D.C., people always came to me for personal advice. I'm here to help you if you let me.
There's no need for that, Agent Morgan.
Speaking of mic
Please.
too.
You need to...
Abide by the rules, right? Okay, I get it. I didn't mean to invade into your private matters.
Oh.
George, I just thought you could use a friend who wasn't a dumbbell.
I don't think I've ever seen this.
Back when I was a kid. My mother really liked this flower.
Is this what the flower's
Yes.
for?
Small flower.
Yes! We have it!
No name. It grows somewhere here in Greenvale, although I must admit I've never seen it actually growing anywhere. I think it would make my mother happy if you could get her that flower.
George, that's good. Great idea. Every woman likes to receive flowers. You know all about that, right, Zach?
In any case, this is a personal matter. Make sure it doesn't interfere with the investigation.
Of course not, George. But I'm going to find that flower for you.
So I think the flower might only be obtainable when it rains, because I didn't notice it on the map until it was raining. Yeah, oh yeah, it says right here, only blooms in the rain. Can I just give it to him now? I closed that so slowly, like... Alright, man. I've never seen this. This is so funny. Like, he's bothering him so much. Agent Morgan? You want a bone, bro?
George, here it is. The nameless flower.
Agent Morgan.
No need to thank me. I did this on my own, during my private hours. Tell your mother I
Not
hope she
totally
gets well
true.
soon.
Yeah, I'll do that. This'll make her feel at least a little better.
I sure hope so. I really do.
Whoa! Don't think I've ever had that. Oh my
Take this.
god!
It's an emergency police
He's
radio.
holding it.
If you're ever in trouble, use it, and I'll be right there.
Thank you, George.
That's the fast travel item? Really? You can get it this, or I thought it was something you can only get
Now,
later.
Agent Morgan, don't take this the wrong way. It's not an emotional thank you gift for helping me with my mother. I'm giving you this so we can do our jobs more smoothly, that's all.
I love how he closes the door. Got an achievement, nameless flower. Apparently a very rare one. Not many people have done that. That's such a weirdly easy thing to do. Like, that lines up perfectly if you already have the flower. Well, George, hey George, I don't mean to be a bother. I don't mean to be a bother. Hey George, buddy. Well, I mean, I would obviously do dumbbell, you know. Now, how do I? Do I have to, like, hit a special button? Hey, George, what's up? I just want to talk again.
Huh?
You work my mother? Oh my god, he's pissed! This has gone far enough. I've been trying to be polite, but you've crossed the line. We can talk at the town meeting tomorrow. Now leave! Said I got it, but... Oh, wait, are my items full? Did it get sent to the box? It might be in the box. Because we don't have as much item space as we do, like, weapon space right now. We'll hope it's not a glitch. We're gonna go see if it's in storage, and if it's not in storage... It doesn't seem to be... Like, is it in the map? Mission? Zoom, side mission... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, don't look at these! Don't look at these! I forgot it'll name characters. We've already... I guess we haven't done half the side missions if there's like 30, but... Can I like only use it from... I mean, I think it would have been very funny to use it right outside his house, but... You know. I will be driving around a lot. But, I mean, if we're just running around, like, hopping to do side quests, I'm definitely going to be using it. Okay, so the best way to get there is going to be... Oh my god, this fucking town. Okay, I know the hotel's this way. Who's on the road there? Who's on the road there? Usha. Usha's driving home. Well, let's not worry about messing with people. Let's do the town meeting here. Fucking worst map in video games. Like, it's not designed poorly, it's just the map itself is literally a pain to use. Who's there? Olivia? Suspect. We still have not met Diner Man. We haven't been able to catch him. He just throws us out. Go straight, take it home to right leg. Thank you. I do not mind being given directions like that. It's crazy that they put so much detail into this map. Like, all the roads have... Well, this is something I noticed when I was going back through it. Every road has a name, but they have multiple names. Like, what is this? Aldrich Avenue? This is Aldrich Avenue. And it turns... But then it's Austin Street. Or August Street. But then it's Pansy Street. Is that a Japanese thing? Do Japanese roads, like, do they break it up by section like this? Wow, okay. That... I don't know if that'd be more confusing or not. I don't know if that would be more confusing or not. But that is very funny to know. That is very funny to know. That is because it is Japanese.
Zach, we can take a rest if you're tired.
America is made by Japan. Also, I noticed you can just, like, loot people's mailboxes for, like, tomatoes and bullets and things. I don't know personally, but that's what someone in the Something Awful thread of Super Great Friends LP said. I mean, I'd believe it. Wow, it's already been 2 hours. It's crazy how much time flies by in this game. I'm having a great time. I hope y'all are still having a great time watching this. Especially, again, because not only has this been an important playthrough for me, I did have to replay the game up to the point we left off on. Changes in the walking distance. That's interesting. It's always weird. What the fuck? Usha, are you okay? You're, like, stopped in the road. Bro, are you fine? Oh, did we stop him? Okay, I guess... Did he stop because we were driving by with our signal on, maybe? Cool car. I want that car. And the good thing is, I think we can get anybody's car in this game. Oh, wait a minute! It's driving time! You don't have to listen to the regular driving music the whole time. You can have the real driving music. Am I supposed to turn yet? Or am I going the right way? Oh, I want to try to stream some other stuff this week. Work's had me exhausted, but I want to stream some other stuff. You know, this stream isn't supposed to be a bi-weekly thing. I want it to at least be weekly, but shit keeps happening. But even with this being hopefully weekly at the longest, I want to get some other stuff in there. I I got some ideas. Maybe some group stuff we might be doing. All right.
Zach, if you notice anything.
No, it's oh my god, why can't I? It is what we like, but now we're here. All right. Here we are, back at the hotel. I want to go to a hotel. I haven't stayed in a hotel in forever. That'd be nice. Coming back to a big old hotel like this. Polly.
Oh, hi.
Do for you, Morgan. You know what? I just realized Polly with the hearing, like, bad hearing joke. That's just the FBI guy that played by David Lynch. I can't remember his name, but the Gordon. That's just Gordon Cole. With his, like, Cooper! You know, just always yelling and mishearing things. You're working late tonight. Mind if I give you some advice? You need to take breaks in order to do a good job, you know. A little nap in the afternoon also makes a big difference. Zach, did you hear that? Polly must be enjoying the slow life if she's taking naps during the day. Exactly, and it makes me feel sad thinking about that. What, is there something on my face? No, it's nothing, Polly.
Oh, hi.
Polly, got anything we could use right now? 10mm bullets? I will take some. Thank you for selling bullets at your hotel, Polly. She's got flares. I will take more flares. Although it'd probably be cheaper to get these at the, you know, milk barn. Hey, Mr. Morgan, try to take it easy, okay? It's neat they gave this place, like, an actual nap. Wait, isn't the... Yeah, the Shining photo's there, I forgot. It's so good. Those are celebrities who stay at the host's hotel, from the president to rock superstars. Check this out. Isn't this your favorite cartoon director right here? Must be an honor for you to be staying in the same hotel. Did we see that before? Is he talking about, like, Matt Groening or something? I wonder if there's actually, like, a president or a celebrity in these photos other than, like, Jack Nicholson because of The Shining. It's kind of creepy here at night. Please make up room. But aren't we, like, the only ones staying here? Alright. A very important moment here. The radio did get stored. Because our inventory is full. So, let's do some organizing. We're full on medium, so let's put them away until we have room for more. We're full on tomatoes, put them away till we have more. Full on pickles. Salmon I'm gonna hold on to. Put the smallmouth bass away. My fucking toolbox is full? Are you kidding me? I can't put the golden flare away. I think that's like a special DLC item. Which sucks. Okay, the tiny things I'm gonna put away. We really don't need those. Weapons. God, you can't... I hope I get an upgrade for the toolbox later, because this is kind of crazy. Oh, no. Okay, I think it maybe just has enough to hold one of every, like, a full stack of every item. Uses walkie-talkie to bring you back to the facility you visited. That's a horrible description of, I guess, fast travel. Alright, we got the radio now. We can now fast travel. As our leisure. Let's do a save. Okay, before we go to bed, let's head out the back. Because I wanna find that little area. I wanna find Polly's zone, I guess. Actually, I think we can get there from the hall. But so this was something I just kind of stumbled into, and I'm sure I must have seen this before in a previous playthrough, but I hadn't noticed it, you know, this time, and I'd forgotten about it. I think this is it right here. I like the feeling of night here. So look at this. It's a cute little... We looked on it, but I think this is like Polly's living space. Like, look at this. There's a little greenhouse in here. There's an indoor garden here, likely one of Polly's hobbies. She must have had the room renovated for this. I haven't seen this plant anywhere in town. Is it me, or is this one supposed to be extinct? I don't know what he's talking about. Could be anything. Haven't seen this... Yeah, he says this about a bunch of things. There's also, like, just a little red sapling right there. Tucked in among the zinnias. Let's see what else we can find in here. Because that's kind of... I just walked in here and was like, oh, different area. The shut-in from... I think Harold, yes. Could be a nod to Harold, because he was obsessed with gardening. I feel like once we get into stuff like that, it does feel a little like, are we just splitting hairs? Like, are we just assuming Swery had to have stolen it from Twin Peaks because technically a similar element occurred? But considering a lot of stuff about this game, yeah, that's probably fair. Look at this. This is so fancy. Open it. Can of pickles. I mean, probably, yeah. This place is crazy. Very, very grandma core. Very grandma core living space. That's not a real door. That is. Something with the lighting here is strange and off-putting. When does she sleep? Evening sun. Working mirrors. Even some games that come out today don't do that. Gotta give credit. I think the thing that makes me not immediately assume it's a connection is that Polly isn't like a shut-in, but it's you know, you're almost certainly right that yeah, there's probably a greenhouse built into like a you know, a building because there's a guy with a little greenhouse thing in Twin Peaks. But that was just like in his house. You know, I was hoping the Secret Diary of Laura Palmer would go into more detail about that guy. It didn't really... there was some big stuff with him and Laura, but not quite as much as I would have liked. I would have liked a little more. Yeah, we are doing good. I'm back in it. We have only had one crash tonight, and it wasn't a big deal. It was just a little... Oh, combat area crashed. Okay, yeah, I could have gotten here from the hotel. This shit feels like the back rooms. Where the fuck is this hallway? Why is this hallway like this? Alright, well, let's get some sleep. Let's get some sleep and let's take a break. I need to get water, maybe a snack, stretch, all that stuff. If you've just been sitting here watching, you probably need to do that too. Let's admire one more time. Barry. Can we look at the... No. Alright, what is it? It's like midnight? Give me a deep sleep. We've earned it. Oh. Better get something to eat soon, Zach. It's starting to look like it's dirty. Okay. Hey, this was fixed. This was fixed. I don't know what's happening here. Give me 1 second. I fixed that. The suit thing? That was normal. Hold on. The French and Director's Cut. Add-ons. Shit, I can't do it now because the game is open. Okay, I will try and fix that later. We might just wear the suit a bit tonight. I don't want to wear that suit. I don't want to wear the big DLC suit, but we might have to. Fuck it. Not gonna worry about any of this. Let's save. Can we get, like, mission... Okay, it's gonna be in the afternoon. Let's do a quick save. This save is gonna be back home. Wait. No, this is... I copied the wrong save. This is the save I need to copy. This is gonna be... Back home, radio. There we go. Alright, I'm actually gonna close the game here just so I can try to fix the suit thing. Let's go back to the title screen. Add-ons, yep. Add-ons should be set correctly. I forgot I had just Applejack on screen because of YouTube. Alright, we're gonna take a break here. Oh! I'm glad to see, again, I'm glad to see people show up. I'm enjoying going through this. I am a little bit worried about how much longer this playthrough is going to take, depending on how much side stuff I do, but so far the side quests all seem like they're really fast, which is even more of a, makes it even wilder that I never really did as many of them. But we're about to get a lot more side quests in a minute. When we come back from the break, the game, we're going to be at the point where I jumped back into the game and fell in love with it. This is where the game really kicks off. There's going to be a lot for us to look around and do, a lot for us to see. It's going to be a great time. So don't go anywhere, but for now, go get some water or something. I'll be right back.
全てを捨てたくなるときすぐに僕を呼んでおくれ孤独な夜の中で君がなくした自信自分の輝きや価値を思い出させてあげるからくじけそうな心にいつもいつもどんなに遠くにいても心と心にかかる小さな虹のように今君は一人じゃないさ Believe me Believe you さあ濡れた瞳あげて Believe me Believe you 君を信じてるいつもいつも励まし合って歩いた心と心にかかる小さな橋のようにほら僕はここにいるのさ Believe me Believe you さあ濡れた瞳あげて Believe me Believe you 君を信じてる Believe me Believe you さあ濡れた瞳あげて Believe me Believe you 君を信じてる
勝負だ今燃えろガチャボール目覚めろいつでも一緒に戦う力だチャイム鳴れば行くぜ放課後のバトルだ負けても悔しさ闘志にすぐ変わるぜ小さな勇者ガチャボール秘めた力は無限だ集めろ君のガチャボス無敵のチームを組むぞビルをぶっ放せ外でぶった切れ決めてやるぜ必殺技をガチャボスだ希望を今目指せ絶望に負けるな最高の一撃 撃逆転勝利だ仲間が大ピンチ助けるぞ今すぐ連携攻撃勝利を呼ぶ鍵だぜ走るぞ飛ぶぞガチャパワー燃えるフィールド駆け抜けお前と組むぜガチャフォース不滅の友情を熱くガガンと撃てガンを突撃無事当たれ今日も明日も全力だぜガチャボスだどでかい敵迫る恐れるな戦士よ心の迷いが本当の敵だぜでっかい夢つかめライバルに打ち勝て拳を交わせば生まれる友情正義のおもちゃガチャバグ放て秘密のエナジー未来を開けガチャフォース恐怖の侵略砕けミサイルボンファイヤーパンチがブー飛ばせ愛と勇気胸に抱いてガチャボスだ
Sorry about the extra long wait. We're almost back. I just decided to make like a cup noodle thing, so it's almost done. It's got like less than a minute left. We're about to be back. Thank you for your patience. All right, I am back. I got my curry cup noodle. I got the good shit. I'm all about the good shit. Where am I? There I am. How y'all doing? How's everybody's weekend been going? It's only Saturday night, but how y'all doing? Going good so far? Let me move these files around. You like bag shit? Oh shit! That's big. That's not the weekend though. That's not the weekend though, so unfortunately.
Tyrant punish.
Yeah, I always get, this is not a sponsored stream, but I always get the curry one, the seafood one, and the regular one. You know, there's a grocery store right by my house where you can get, like, they do have cup noodle, like, branded things, but it's, like, chicken and shrimp flavor, and I swear to God, it's, like, some bullshit versions they make for Americans, because there's so much less flavor in them, and there's almost nothing in there but the noodles and the powder. The real shit, the curry, the seafood, all that stuff, there's, like, meat in here. It's awesome. It's definitely not a full meal, really, but I'm kind of just juicing myself up, tiding myself over until I maybe make something bigger later after stream. You know, we'll see. Give me 1 second. So let's see. I gotta take these files out of the DLC thing. Add on, take all the suit files. Cut those. I'm just gonna paste them in the Deadly Premonition save section. Okay. I'm not gonna be using any, so I'm gonna leave them all uninstalled for tonight. Let me turn off this music. And let's get the game going again. I'm having, like, I normally keep OBS on my right monitor and everything else on the left monitor, but because of what this game does when I start it up, I'm moving everything to my, my right monitor behind OBS. Because I don't want the weird, like, that weird window capture transparency thing to just display something. Not that I haven't made an effort to make sure there's, like, nothing on screen I wouldn't want shown, but, you know, still. Although, is it doing that by, Hold on. I actually need to see. Does it do that to my desktop? Time for a test. Does my desktop show up when I do this? Or my desktop shortcuts? I don't think any of that should happen, but... Let's see. No, okay, it doesn't show anything. It's just whatever window is behind it, which is so strange, but... Yeah, I hope that wasn't a bad bite. Alright. Y'all ready? Here it comes.
Previously during the investigation, these puppies
always goes down smooth. So now, if we look at our suits should be normal. Yep. Now here's the question. We're about to address the town. What should we wear? This makes me look like a sleazy car dealer. This is starting to get dirty, but... I don't know. It's a good look. It's a good look. What do y'all think? Agent, Workaholic, or Crimson? What do y'all think? What should we wear when we address the town? Our regular suit's starting to get dirty, but we could still, you know... We can still go for it. What do y'all think? I want opinions. I want to dress to impress. While I try to seek my cup noodles, sir. You're a Workaholic fan? I did just do some shit to make Workaholic exist again. Now, I know what my favorite suit is, but we're not quite at that yet. You know what? Let's do it. Let them know I work hard. And we'll send our regular suit off for cleaning. Hey, you know what's funny? You can send your suits off for cleaning even when you're in the other world, which is incredibly funny. Okay. Now, I do want to let them grow it out at some point, but if we are no, you know what? Don't shave it. Let them know we're working so hard we ain't even shaving. Now. Gotta start our day right. Gotta start our day right. We gotta bust in here. And we gotta get ourselves... We gotta have some fantastic coffee and find out what our fortune is for today. You will have a lot of fun today. Lucky Place Theme Park. Are these in order and not randomized?
There's no theme park in this town, though. All that good luck is just slipping away. But I think I'll have a thrilling enough time right here anyway.
Because we got that one before. Same again. Is it random? We just happen to get one we've gotten. Okay, well, let's see. Don't act out thinking first. Lucky number 3.
So, my lucky number is 3 today. The first case I worked after joining the FBI had 3 victims.
I think that one's new. I think I saw that one when I was doing the save rebuild, but I think there's new. God, this is great. Sorry, just really enjoying my cup noodle. That seemed new to you? Then I'm going to assume it's fine. If y'all have not seen it on this playthrough, then it's good to me. Polly?
Oh,
good morning,
hi.
Mr. Morgan. Did you sleep well last night? Sleep is the key to good health. Make sure you get plenty. $16 for talking to an old woman. Now, I think we've got a while till we have to go to the thing. Yeah, I maybe slept a bit late. Or early. Oh, I thought like someone was in the back. Any side quest or anything going on? I don't think there's anything happening. I think we actually might as well just sleep. Oh, I would love a cup noodle fortune. Yeah, it's so early. You know, maybe I'll just scarf down some smoked salmon and get back into bed. That sounds like a good morning. I ate a lot. Man, fuck it, have some pickles. What a morning. I wake up, I have my coffee, I eat a thing of smoked salmon and a can of pickles. I get right back into bed. Oh, hey. Nice little map of town. I think we looked at that before. I forgot about it. Climb right back in the bed. What's the time I'm shooting for here? 1500. And it is currently 7:30. We got like 7 more hours. So. There you go, York. Sleep for 15 hours. Better get something to eat soon, Zach. Alright, now let's get out there. By the time we get to the place, should be ready. Oh, Polly's actually taking some... Is Polly, where is she? Oh, is this when she sleeps? It says it's, like, locked, so I assume we can't go see her. I guess she's sleeping? I think that's where her bedroom was. No special meals or anything. Oh! We could go to the milk barn and maybe do something for Lily. That'd be nice. You know, that's an awful long way to drive. That's a long way to drive. Chauffeur! Chauffeur! My sweet home! Take me to the milk barn, baby. George? Damn. Wait, when he said he gave us the radio, does that mean did he say he would drive us or he would send someone to drive us? We're still gonna drive around a bit, but you know. Lily! I saw you needed some work done.
Hi there.
Hi, hun, what's up?
Hi, Agent York. Do you have a moment or two?
Well, maybe just one if you need something. What's up?
Actually, I've got another favor to ask you.
What kind of favor?
We don't have room in our storage for
Sorry,
the
my
new
slurping's
shipments that
coming through the
came in
mic.
today. I know you just tidied it up, but I was wondering if you could help again. Of course I'll reward you again. This time with our silver card.
Fuck yeah.
How is this different from the last one?
You get a bigger discount than the
You
bronze
choose to leave
card.
this in personally? That would be
means
good.
even more savings.
I choose to leave this as well.
That sounds like a fair deal. What do you think, Zach?
Oh shit, I was eating. Let's do it.
Thank you, hun. The storage room is this way.
So people who have not played this game or seen it or like don't know what the deal with anything is, I legit am curious, like, what do y'all think is the fucking deal with Zach? Alright, we gotta tidy this up. I should have looked at that more. Oh wow, this does fuck it up. The director's cut really fucks this one up, huh? I only saw two... Okay, so we've got two there. Okay, I think I see. I think I see what we're doing here. So that one is going to have to go in the bottom of these two. This one I can push up top and sideways into the other thing. This one's actually a little more of a puzzle than the other one. I felt like Zach is just us, the player, because we answer York's question. This is Zach's quest. Let's see. Which one first? I guess it doesn't matter. If I could push this one down and in, I could still run around and get it. So, yeah, let's just go ahead and do this one. Did I lock myself in? Did I lock myself in? I think I locked myself in. I think I locked myself in. I think I should have done that one first, and then... Oh, not being able to see the... Can I just retry? What? Okay, you can just reset it. Okay, so this one I need to put in first. Bomberman? It does look like Bomberman. Okay, so this one... Oh my god, I'm already forgetting what we're doing here. Okay, no, this goes here. Sokobot, that's what it actually is. I always forget the name of that. Like, there's so many block-pushing puzzle games, but I always forget there's actually, like, a main, like, this is the original thing. You play a lot of them on itch? No, wait, I think I'm fucking this up. Okay, we need to move the other thing first. Okay. So I think step one is move this. I see now. This is surprisingly challenging for the second one, when the first one was basically nothing. But I think I got it figured out. Scoot this up here. Now, while there is still a straight path, move this in here. It'd be fucked up if these were breakable. Like, if you pushed them too much, they just started to crack and explode. So if I push this up here... no, not yet. Wait. Ah! No, this is still doable. Move this here. God, yeah, now I really am, like, now that someone mentioned the director's cut changes this, I'm really feeling the troubles. Okay, we just gotta move these two in. So I could push this down and across, but first I should push this one up. While York's body just implodes. We got it.
Good work, Agent York. I knew I could count on you.
Oh, it wasn't that difficult.
We were taught in school that the police are there to help the people. It turns out they were right.
No.
Here's your reward, then. I'll exchange your bronze card for a silver card.
No, Lily. No, Lily. York's just a cool FBI guy.
There aren't that many people in this town that have one of those. It's a pretty rare item to have.
So it's a real treasure. I'll be sure to keep it safe then.
You should use it to buy a gift for that special someone. We'll give you a big discount.
Unfortunately, I don't have anyone to give such a gift to.
Really? Come on. Well, anyway, be sure to come by again.
Hell yeah. That's another one that apparently a lot of people haven't done. I feel like this is a side quest I always do. Why would you not do this? It's such a, like, helpful thing. And it's so fast. Alright, is it time? Okay, she's got new items. I'll buy some bullets from her, a little cheaper. Significantly cheaper. Come on, tell me you have it, tell me you have it. Hollandaise sauce. A can of Hollandaise sauce. Country ham! Gimme. Gimme a ham. Gimme Hollandaise. I'm going shopping, baby. You gave me a discount. I'm gonna eat a can of sauce. And some worms. Come again. Keith, my man. Well, let's just talk to Lily.
Hi there.
The twins still don't really understand what they saw. That might be okay for now, I guess. They'll understand in time, right? I think so. I'm glad you think so too. Please talk to them again, will you? Sure, I will. Let's make a note to talk to the twins later at some point. Yeah, Keith, my guy, my man.
Hey, bro.
You rockin'? Hey, FBI. My boys keep talking about you. York this, York that, how great you are. Me and the missus working here, we can't give them the attention they need. At first I thought he meant, like, his friends. Like, his fellas, not his two kids. Be great if you could talk with them whenever you have a chance. I'll do that. You're alright! Yeah! You won the third place in my heart, man. Behind Lily and the twins. Keith, what is it, bro? You forgot Jim. Oh yeah, okay, so behind him too. Don't tell Lily and Jim I forgot him, okay? Don't worry. Thanks.
Hey, bro.
I bet you love your father-in-law. Spiritual map A. A special spiritual map of Greenvale. I'll take it.
Hey, man. The spot on the map is called Cope's Tunnel. It's one of a couple of places in town where, like, spooky stuff happens. I'll tell you a story, okay, man? But, don't go spreading it around. Spirits, they don't like publicity.
I love this. I love that York looks around. That's such a good
Back when
gag.
this place was a lumber kingdom, you know, the rockin' 80s, that tunnel was the main connection from the lumber yard to this town. Every day, huge trailers would, like, come in and out. Lots of traffic, dude. Of course, some people were, like, all up in arms. Save our nature, stop pollution, you know. Big business was pushing in here from all over the US of A. Everyone was bickering over the forest.
I'm trying to lean
So
away from the
some
mic
of the
while I
town
eat,
people got
'cause
even
it's
more
hard to mute
worked
with this
up, you
game.
know? They started a protest inside the tunnel itself. I guess maybe that was the start of all the bad times.
Bad times.
Oh yeah, man. Rough stuff and heavy times, man. The
Rough
conservationists
stuff
and the
and
lumber
heavy
workers
times.
faced off with each other. Neither side was backing down, and that made things worse. Amid all this chaos, there was a man and a woman who got engaged. Problem was that the man was a lumberjack, and the woman, she was a tree hugger. They rarely ever fought, but then, one morning, they had
I mean,
a
you
lover's
could be a
quarrel.
lumberjack and not be like...
People think that her love of nature clashed with his profession. But we'll never know what they really were fighting about that morning. The man shouted. He called her an idiot. And then he stormed out and went to work. If only he had known, that would be the last word he would ever say to her. When he finished his work for the day, he got in his car and drove home. When he got to the tunnel, he saw lantern lights glowing faintly. Those fools, not again. He just thought they were protesting in the tunnel again. And to scare them a little, he decided to speed up. He probably
never
thought
mind,
they'd
this
all
guy wasn't
scatter so
Jack.
he wouldn't hit them. But the lights didn't move. In fact, one came toward him. A second later, there was a thud, and the lantern flew up into the air. Slammed on his brakes, too late, of course. Then, totally freaked, climbed out to see what had happened. I don't need to tell you who he hit, do I? What's more, in her mangled hand, there was a letter to the head of the lumber mill. A peaceful settlement offer. The woman had no other relatives other than the man. And the lumber mill took no responsibility for the accident. It was going out of business anyways.
What happened to the man then?
No one saw him again. Some say he killed himself, or simply just vanished. You know, he might still be in the tunnel, weeping over his lost love. So now, some folks say there's a ghost of a young man that haunts the
But
tunnel.
not the woman who died?
I told you it was called Cope's Tunnel, right? Well, check this out. Some people call it Corpse Tunnel now. You better be careful, Mr. FBI. If you go down there by yourself.
So these are side quests I always did. Because, like, you go into the... Like, the Milk Barn's a store you're always going to go to. Like, it's the store. And then suddenly you see, what's this? You know, what's this, like, $1,000 psychic map? And then you get, like, a fun little ghost story! And then there's a quest attached to it, too. There's more to this. Alright, well, we've got a little side quest we could do before we, you know, head to the thing. We got like an hour to kill, and this will probably perfectly time out. Let's save. God, I hate it when it doesn't, when it's like finicky. Alright. Let us back that up, because we just did the puzzle thing. Oh, we need to get some food. Before we go to, to Cope's Tunnel, maybe we'll hit up the diner. So let me see. This is going to be Silver Card Psychic Map. That's what I'm naming this folder. Alright, got the save in there. Yeah, let's go to the diner and then the tunnel. Pull up my map here. So Cope's Tunnel is pretty close, right? It's not that. Is it the other one, like, over in this part of town? Because if so, that does work out perfectly for us. Where is this? Oh, look at this. Jim Green, Richard Dunn. Everyone's gathering up there. Oh, wait, we have a map. It shows on the map. You get like a special marker. Yeah, there it is. Cope's Tunnel. Okay, so that's all the way over there, and we're here. I have not, but it'll be easy to get items when we need them. I don't remember you mentioned something about needing ingredients either, but you know, we'll get to that. I'll deal with it when I come to it. I've been getting items left and right. Let's head over to the diner. Grab a quick bite to eat, and then we're gonna head off to this tunnel. Oh god, I should have muted there. Sorry. Apologies. Oh, something here. Thanks. Let's get it washed. Great, man. Let's refuel. And let's get the Benjamin thing. $200, get info from him. Let's do it.
Benjamin, my good buddy. Listen up. I got something new to tell ya.
You in the journal scrap heap yet? They could.
You
Oh my god!
When I see you again.
Pretty sure that was saying go to the scrapyard and they'll do something for your car, but I don't think we can do that yet. I think we have to do the town meeting. Is this mandatory? Is the scrapyard like active now? I thought that was like I was pretty sure the scrapyard thing was unlocked after you go to the town meeting and like everyone becomes active. Hold on. Scrapyard's back here. There's no one there. Yeah. We're definitely gonna be going there though. There's some stuff to do there. I feel like I did a lot of side quests with that guy too. I feel like I remember liking that character, but I've forgotten pretty much everything about him now. Alright. Let's hit up the A and G! I'm going the wrong way. Let me check my map. Nope, it's straight this way. Oh my god! Why did those chairs disappear as we got closer? Yeah, I've heard that in Deadly Premonition 2, York has barely any voice lines. Like it's like right now we're at the point where we've depleted all the unique voice lines for the episode, so York's just gonna be like, did you notice something? Or whistling. But apparently in Deadly Premonition 2, that's just what it's like. Like it's just always that, unless you're like specifically doing a story thing. Which is insane. Like what a downgrade.
Zach, is there something here that you
I want to check out some
we
damn
need to be
food.
At the community center. But
shut up. We gotta eat. Olivia, please. I'm gonna get yelled at.
They're about to close. Let's come back tomorrow.
What? No! What? You can't do this to me! Come on! No! Please! I should have had George teleport me there. Fuck it. I'll eat my damn ham. Look at that. And I'll have a can of sauce with my ham. York's standing outside of a diner, eating an entire ham and opening a can of sauce to pour onto it. Okay, so if we want to go to... Where... Can I not go to the... Where's the... Oh, no, there it is. Oh, I watched that episode just recently. I for a second was like, what are you talking about? And then I remembered. Can I get George to drive me to the graveyard? I don't want to drive all the way there myself. George? George, it's your boy. Does the graveyard not count as a place? Hang on, George. I have to check my map. I'm hanging up. What's going to be closest to this place? I think the junkyard counts because we haven't really been there yet. Cope's Tunnel. What's over here? What's over here? There's got to be something. Yeah, that makes sense. But I've been to the graveyard. I guess the graveyard just doesn't count as like a place? Or maybe I have to be inside the building, but that also doesn't feel like a building I could go in. Oh, there's a bone back there. Ah, fuck it. Maybe we should just drive there. How far is it? Is it... No, okay. We don't get a big marker, but... Let's just drive there. And you know what that means if we're driving a lot? That's an excuse for... the music. Let's go. Let's fuck some shit up. I got the horse music blaring. Let's go, York. Our car is gassed up and repaired. Let's go! Let's investigate a ghost story and then meet the town. We'll tell them all about it. Tales change style. He's whistling. He's whistling to this. I think I'm going a bad direction here. This is not the way I want to go. No, this is the way out of town. I've returned. Oh no! Oh no! It's okay. The car didn't take any damage from that. Oh no, do I not have the... Or wait, no, she just doesn't have that anymore. I was like, oh no, do I not have my like, the emote enhancement thing? But... This song also fucks. It's a good emote. Melody should bring it back. Do a petition. This is a Twitch... This is now officially a call-out stream for Melody Burst. Bring back the rope emote. Ah, hey, we can grab a bone and do the side quest. And I already forget. This path? Okay, take the left path, past the tracks. Again, I'm being legit. This is the shit I was listening to while driving around in my first playthrough. Like, this really takes you back and adds... Is the music too loud? Or is it fine? That's how you make the map bigger. Music's good, great.
Nothing.
just my imagination.
Alright, we're gonna take a quick detour, because we're gonna get that bomb! You can kind of hear the game music bleeding in a little bit. What the fuck? Did you see that, like, deer? That freaked me out a little bit, rearing up like that. Break it all.
Just fine.
I'm gonna leave it on for a bit because we're still. Look at. Look at it! Oh my god! Hang on. Hey, dog. It's a human skull. I have indeed found the skull. You got skull.
A human bone? This doesn't look related to the case, but shouldn't I let someone know?
Yep. I mean, I could just hit it. I do want to try to fix the aiming thing, but so far it does seem like with the melee we're able to kind of get a lot of that tree stuff. How much have you missed? I mean, we're on our way. We did the lumberyard, and now we're on the way to the. We did a few little side quests, and now we're on the way to the meet. Well, we're about to be on the way to the meeting. First, we're doing what is it? The Cope's Tunnel. Oh my god, really? There's a skull diaper Pokemon? That's great. Here we go. Solve the mystery. That's the famous paranormal place they talked about. Maybe I should give it a shot. I love, like, what could this mean? I'll pass on this. I'll give this a shot. Yeah. So, it's just a combat arena, but there's a cool reward for doing it. Now, I should mention now. Oh, it's playing the time music.
Great. Nice shot.
When I would do these on my own, or on stream, when I streamed this before, I would listen to Carry On My Wayward Son during these parts, I think. And I would also listen to that song a lot and think about Deadly Premonition. Think of it as like a Deadly Premonition song. And that feels even more embarrassing to say than the pony stuff, which I can play on stream. Obviously, that is not a song I can play on stream. But there's lyrics in the song that I feel are a little relevant to some things. And also, I'll just be honest, not that I'm a fan of the show, but I think around that time I was shown the anime version of Supernatural, and so it did become a ghoul smashing anthem in my mind of this is a song you fight monsters and freaks to. Oh god, that's right, you have to like kill them all and then go through the doors, and it's... I forget how many times we have to do this.
Great.
But the reward is worth doing these for, I believe.
Amazing. Bullseye.
No, yeah, like, I don't think I've ever watched the actual show. Maybe, like, an episode or two back during this, like, movie night thing that, you know, me and some friends were doing. Which is, I think, probably about where I saw the anime version. And yeah, like, I don't think I ever actually saw the regular show for the most part. But it was just like, oh yeah, hey, the anime uses Carry On My Wayward Son for the ED. And it's like sung by a Japanese singer singing in English, and it's awesome, and it makes me so fucking mad there's not a full version of that, because I love that version.
Amazing. Great.
Okay. I'm not going to say anything interesting now. I'm going to take a gamble here. This might get muted. This might get caught. This might get caught. I'm going to take a risk, because it's not the regular version. Hang on. It's only gonna be like 1 minute. This might also be the first time I heard the song and it was this version. Let me check. Okay, it's not showing up on the YouTube thing. I'm gonna risk it. We're gonna listen to just the one, less than a minute long, Carry On My Wayward Son cover from the Supernatural anime. Which I have somewhat fond memories of watching around the time I was playing through this. And yeah, 2011, that's when that happened, huh? Here we go. This will hopefully be safe enough. It's only a minute. And you get ready to get mad, there's not a full version of this version.
Amazing.
Too quiet. If I did hear it on Classic Rock, I don't remember. Yeah, so that might be the first time I heard that song, or at least that I could remember. I wish they had a full version. I would listen to, like, the regular version a lot while doing these. Something of, I don't know, it was just like, yeah, I'm fighting monsters! Whoa, hey, new item. Ice Axe. Do you know that Supernatural used this song until like a month ago and didn't understand why Tumblr users were reacting strongly to a classic rock song? Yeah, I don't think I've ever actually watched enough of the show to notice the regular version of the song the show probably uses. Most of my knowledge of Supernatural comes from the anime that I watched a few episodes of. When I was like a teenager with some friends. Including a moment I remember where they're like, the brothers have like this girl they're escorting. It is just a good song, period. There's like an episode that the brothers have like this girl they're helping out and they're like staying in this hotel room. It's like, well, we have to stay up all night. Oh man. But it's such a bummer. How are we gonna pass the time? And then they just start singing when the Saints go marching in, and that's how they pass an entire night, doing this like stupid dance. Oh fuck, gun guys. It's like one of the goofiest things I've ever seen. They're like snapping their fingers, like doing flips, just going like doo 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 doo, and like singing it. It's crazy. I don't know if stuff like that happens in the regular show. I kind of want to watch that crossover episode. I remember the trailer looking funny. Okay, hey, these guys are bullet sponge enough that we're getting the thing.
Yes, great. Next shot.
Oh, fuck.
Bullseye. Amazing.
Dropping a shit ton of items. I guess these are shotgun guys and they always drop shotgun shells, huh? You know what? I would like a first aid. Alright, let's use like a... Fuck it. Damage me up all the way. Mission knife. A little cute guy. Was that one, like, embossed or engraved? What was with that? The lighting just go crazy? Let's see. Guess we can go through here, probably. Like, it's so weird how you just go back and forth, back and forth. And there it is. Look at how stupidly laid out this is. The exit's right there, and behind it is the reward. Nothing cool on the ceiling here. The floor kind of looks odd, like it's like a weird... I guess it's just tile, it's not like sigils or anything. What do we get? The 10mm submachine gun. The official FBI submachine gun. Can hold 360 rounds, attack very low. But it's red. Why is it red? Because. This one has infinite ammo, baby. We now have an infinite ammo submachine gun. Attack very low, attack very low. I thought I remember the infinite weapons having slightly lower attack, but maybe for the submachine gun it's the same. It was so much fun, why wouldn't you want to play DP Mercenaries mode again? Oh my god. A Deadly Premonition Mercenaries mode would fucking suck. Now, machine gun is great for the shooting range minigame? Oh yeah, I bet it would be, huh? Map Psych Spot A completed! Alright, hey, George, can you... I guess not. Yeah, we no longer need ammo. Well, I think you can win... I think you can get help from that. I tried to do it again, like, off-stream, but it didn't seem to be working. Okay, we just go back and we take the first right. And we can smoke a cigarette or something. I mean, all around, a machine gun with infinite ammo is good to have in any game. Now let's get back on the job. And hopefully get a save before a crash happens.
Zach, we can take a rest if you're tired.
First turn? I can't believe how slow time goes by in this game. It's not even like a second is a minute, like a lot of games will do. Every like, how long is 1 second? It's like, it's not even 10, it's longer than 10 seconds. That was like almost 25 seconds. I think it's even longer than 20 seconds. Alright, we are here. Is there a phone or cards or anything I want to get out for? Oh, there's a phone in the back. Let's do a quick save, and then smoke and wait. I am curious what all those people were doing here, though. If we see, like, a crowd gathered out here again, although it could be just the story thing, they were, like, coming in. But I would like to investigate that again. Oh, Dumpy! Yippee! Fun for me! Alright, time to back up the save again. This one is gonna be... folder. Make this infinite submachine gun. You know, I hope nothing else happens where I actually need all these insane duplicate saves I've been making, but if something does happen, I'm going to be very, very happy. You know, that I've prepared so thoroughly. Alright. Let's pull up front. Pull around the front. Yeah, 25 seconds is a really weird number to make it. Can I smoke in the car? Is Dumpster a brand name? Really? Oh. Michael Tillotson and Harry Stewart. Oh yeah, those guys. What kind of car are they driving? Let's spy on them. Yeah, I guess the characters actually are pulling in here, and they have to do it every day. Come on. I saw y'all pulling in. Show me your fucking car!
Hmm? No, nothing.
I'm intercepting, I'm intercepting. You driving a fucking limo? What an asshole. Driving really slow. I just realized the reason York always parks his... No, I've never watched Super Great Friends LP. I've never watched through it. I just realized the reason York parks his car in, like, specific spots is because they don't want you blocking the characters. Penance. Fucking insane license plate. $22 for looking at a car. I didn't expect to see a car like this in town. How fun it would be to go in the office with that. Wait, it's like a limo SUV? He seems to have various gimmicks built into his wheelchair. A mansion and its master, both full of mysteries. Just keep an eye on him, Zach. Everyone's waiting. Let's go to the community center, Zach. Can I talk to them? Okay, I cannot talk to them. Y'all just chilling here, huh? Hang on. If I get in the car... Can I smoke? I think I've noticed that the cigarettes actually speed time up longer than it looks. I noticed the clock would go around for like 1 hour, and then, oh my god. And then it would be like, oh yeah, 2 hours passed. Everyone's just standing out here. Oh my god, look at the cars. This looks like I'm about to play a racing game.
Zach, Emily arranged for people to come between 1500 and 1700.
We can't do anything here right now. Let's come back at the right time.
Like, yeah, 1 minute early. Better come back later. Oh! Hey! Hey, it's time! Get in here! I can't shoot the air, so dodge. Fuck yeah, let's go. Greenvale Community Center, the Mercury Theater.
Greenvale Community Center. Now that's an impressive building.
The real Deadly Premonition is about to start, y'all.
Zach, I haven't been on stage like this since elementary school. I'm not some tree in the wind this time, either.
that was a tough role. That was a piece of scenery. Bright red tree.
Thank you all for coming today. Getting right down to business. Agent Morgan from the Federal Bureau of Investigations wishes to speak with you.
He sounds quieter with the microphone.
Good afternoon. I'm Special
Yeah, they
Agent
can see
Francis
that.
York Morgan. Some of you are already aware by now of the tragic murder of Anna Graham. Truly a heinous, terrible crime. I've come to this town to solve the murder of this young, beautiful girl.
That's a weird way to say it.
And to bring the one responsible to justice. Unfortunately, incidents like these have a tendency to happen again. I asked to have you gathered here so I can share some advice in order to minimize the risk of further fatal incidents. Firstly, please, stay away from any dark, dangerous, isolated places.
There's nothing on the board for that. There's nothing. There's a picture of a corpse on the board.
Especially of Anna's age. Please, guide your children away from such places at
Guide your children away from dark, dangerous places.
Secondly, avoid going out when it is raining. Now, I've heard the folklore story of the raincoat killer. There is a chance that the murderer is mimicking the story. Women should also be especially careful. I would hate to see more victims.
Look at that cowboy. Carol McLean, bar owner and singer. Yeah, like no one could see it because it's so small, but why are you showing them that?
Who's the fashionably late one?
That's Carol, Thomas's sister. She owns a bar.
Thomas's sister.
Excuse me. So, as I have said, avoid going outside when it is raining. Young women should be especially careful. Report anything or anyone suspicious immediately. The murderer will be caught and brought to justice. But you must all remain on guard until we do so. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Be scared. Spot the white elf. Zach, this town is doing some Cocomelon shit to me. Look at him like, what the fuck is this guy doing?
When paying for our sins, we must not frown. The loss of Anna was for that debt.
No one looks like they care about any of this.
When purple fog covers our town, we'll all wander in hell, I fret.
Great line.
So
Fuck, I
says
missed the
Mr. Stewart.
screenshot. I'll bet. When the purple fog covers our town. Does that say cranberry?
Sure knows how to steal thunder. Well then, Zach, let's ask some questions before all these guys leave.
Alright, now, if we hadn't met a lot of these people before, this would be our time to meet them for the first time. Still no hint of a smile. There's no reason we should focus our efforts on George.
Agent Morgan, here's your chance to get to know some of the townsfolk. Don't let it go to waste.
So had you not explored before, this would be where you'd actually get to meet most people, and it's where we're going to meet a lot of people we couldn't meet before. Looks somewhat nervous, though. I sense in her strength. Yeah, we've seen that.
Agent York, your words really made me think about Anna's death again. How could one do such a terrible thing? I'm still in shock.
Thomas, I forgot to ask. You don't have a tattoo on your back, do you?
Tattoo? I do, actually. But why?
Could you show it to me, please?
What? Now? Here?
Yes, please.
Yeah, in front of
This
all
is
these
vital for
people,
our
show me your
investigation.
back.
Okay. If it's gonna help you any.
I forget if they actually show this or not. I guess because it's optional, they didn't bother modeling it.
Well, I'm wondering who G is now, but aside from that...
Did it tell you anything?
It told me that you didn't kill Anna.
Of course not. What are you saying?
You ought to see that tattoo, Zach. A big heart with an arrow through it and Love G in the center.
I don't know when he got that done, but we've all been through the 80s.
We've all been through the 80s. The fuck is that supposed to mean?
I can't believe you thought I was a suspect, Agent York. I'm still in shock.
Not sure I've seen these little extra ones. Can I talk to George again? Or will he just yell at me? Oh, now hold on. This is very... I mean, well, it's a stage. Stages always have red curtains. No, I can't call that a Twin Peaks thing. This shouldn't be a problem. Did y'all think that was cool? Clap.
Quite a performance. Mysterious and very poetic. But I don't think many of your audience appreciated it.
Kelsey Grammer moment.
Mr. Francis York Morgan, the purple fog appears with rain, soiling and ruining our town. The evil does not drain. Find out why the town is soiled. Remove the source from which it boiled.
Boiled.
Then and only then your case is solved. But for this to happen, to solve the crime, the proper must do the proper at the proper time. It is not yet mine, that is, Mr. Stewart's time, not mine.
Hey,
but if
Groot?
you,
Hold
Mr.
on.
York, find the right timing to chat with me, that is, with Mr. Stewart, may that be
Holy fucking shit, these
informative
bars.
and fruitful, you will see. So says Mr. Stewart.
So, Harry, you know something. But there's some reason why you can't tell me yet. Is that what you're trying to say?
Cut the poetic rubbish, Harry, and tell us what you know. We can force you to talk, you know.
Mr. Francis York Morgan, pay close attention to the signs, the omens, and the premonitions. Small they may be, they still are finds. And
God, the
helpful to your
fucking the
investigations.
people in the back.
So
We're
says
so
Mr.
still.
Stewart.
Thanks for the warning, Harry. But don't worry. Me and Zach, we know what we're doing.
Okay, Groot, until you said that, I never noticed you can see his eyes. My brain just auto-completed it that, like, yep, his mask has black eyes. No, you can see his eyes, and I've never noticed it till just now. I've always just thought he had, like, just solid, like, black eye covers or something. Holy shit. We shouldn't stare at her for too long. We shouldn't be fucking creep.
Agent York, are you finished asking questions yet? When you're done, let me know. We'll all get dinner.
Fuck yeah, dinner? I love dinner. Okay, so we'll come back to Emily when we're done. No relation to the case, I'd figure. Okay, I think everyone's, like, scattered around here. I think this is technically optional, but, like, why wouldn't you do it? Let's hear what this person has to say.
So you're the FBI agent, are you?
The general, owner of the scrapyard.
I'm FBI Special Agent Francis York Morgan.
I'm the general. I fought for my country in the Vietnam War.
A real-life war hero. So why are you living here?
Soldier, this is my hometown. After a man returns from war, there's no place to go other than his hometown. Your little speech, you mentioned the raincoat killer.
Was that a problem?
You imbecile. The raincoat killer's no myth, not mere folklore, not a fairy tale. It's based on actual events that happened in this town.
It is. I'm interested. Can you tell me more about this?
You kids today don't even know how to ask for something right. Soldier, if you want to hear more, you come to my office.
Calling him a kid, isn't York in like his late to mid-30s or like
He literally
early
exudes
40s?
raw power, Zach. Despite the credibility issues, we should give him a visit.
One thing, though. Calls himself a general, but isn't that a sergeant's uniform?
So that's definitely because God, I'm still doing it. Twin Peaks has a military guy. There's like the big, highly decorated guy who's like one of the best characters in the show. Hey, we can actually talk to Usher and Fiona. How are y'all doing?
Are you getting closer to catching the murderer?
Hello again, Fiona. Good to see you here.
Well, Dr. Johnson told me to be here. He said it would be important.
Well, that was good advice. He may be young, but he seems like a wise man.
Oh, and he's a very hard-working person, too. Everyone thinks he's some kind of weirdo, but I don't think so at all. People don't understand why he's in the autopsy room all day, but I do. He's doing research to make the world a better place in the future. You know, he already made a fortune in LA with his career.
I did not know that.
You didn't? Oh, the doctor is a very rich man. He has a really big house over by the lake.
Wait, is there like a weird sound coming through?
Amazing, Zach. You must be loaded. Rich and young. A perfect combination.
But you don't get that feeling from him at all, do you? He doesn't show it. That's one of the things I like best about him.
Well, I could have been fooled if it weren't for you. Thanks for the valuable information, Fiona.
Like, I didn't actually hear anything. That's weird. Must have just been a weird glitch. His age isn't immediately apparent, though he can't be that old. Looks like a trustworthy doctor.
Agent York, you make any progress?
Of course, plenty. Tell me, Usha, when is Anna's funeral?
I like his little sweater.
That's still undecided.
I think he's wearing a sweater
Sally
over
isn't
there.
really in any condition to do it right now.
Her mother? I don't see her here.
Anna was her sole reason for living after her husband was deceased. Well, she's probably huddled up at home.
And I should probably take some time to pay her a visit.
Well, yes, you should. And I'd appreciate it if you could, too. But don't go too hard on her, okay?
I just realized, hold on, I've seen this in a few places. I saw it somewhere else when I was replaying the game. I just noticed it here. Did you... Hold on. Can I get a good view of this? Of his badge. What if we talk to him again? We can't talk to them again? Their badges say Rainy Woods General Hospital. They have, like, they didn't change it after they changed the name of the game and the town. I love that. I love that there's like a few... You can still find Rainy Woods stuff in here. Like, I noticed some random just stores you can't go into. They had signs that said, like, Rainy Woods, whatever on them. Anyway, if the weird noise is happening again, let me know whenever that happens. I don't like knowing that's, like, happening and no one says anything, because, you know, I want the shit to sound good. Typical modern-day youngster. They say he was a punk back then, but he's grown up and settled down. Okay, I just realized these two are very much, the fucking... Oh yeah, I've seen the Rainy Woods trailer. I talked about that. Fuck, what are their names? The drug dealing kid and the drug boss, Leo. This is very much Leo and the little biker boy who works for him. Except if they weren't like, no, not Jacques. Jacques is another guy. Jacques is like a French Canadian other criminal associate. Point is, these are very much those two if they weren't like fucked up and weird. Like, I don't think he's even involved in crime, but Quint seems to have been involved in something. Although, who knows? Maybe it was because of him. They are dressing the same. I think wait, aren't they father and son as well? Whatever. Let's talk to them.
So, finding your way around okay?
Yes, pretty much. But some people are hard to get along with.
People problems, huh? I thought city folks were used to things like that. There's lots more people in the city than there are here.
Well, that's true. But I started simplifying things a bit. Here's my new way of thinking. It's simple, really. There's only 3 types of people. Criminals, victims, and investigators. Everyone else are just vegetables. Vegetables called...
York, what the fuck are you talking about?
Strange.
Hey, York, are you the killer? What the fuck was that? Hey, Pillow-Stains is like my favorite Deadly Premonition song, and good news, it is absolutely still in the game somewhere. It's somewhere.
Quint, you're here too. I didn't think you were the town meeting kind of guy.
A friend of mine was killed, you know, man? I'm not letting this one go quietly. I'll do anything to help you catch the scumbag who did this.
Thank you. But vigilance is not justice. Nothing good will come from desiring simple revenge.
Oh, come on, I'm not that stupid. But I'm frustrated a bit just thinking that there's nothing I can do about it.
We each have a role, purpose in life, raison d'etre. Don't forget that.
I know. Just don't preach to me. You're sounding like my old man.
I got a Johnny Bravo voice.
Zach, wow. I'm in shock like a weasel in an electric chair.
What?
You just made me realize that I must be getting old.
I forgot about that line. What a line. Okay, I think that might be a line that as a group, me and my friends experienced, because I feel like I remember bursting out laughing at that and talking about it. Hello.
Good evening, Agent.
Good evening, Mr.
Brian, the gravekeeper.
Brian. I missed his
Mr.
last
Brian.
name.
I like the retro look. Auditioning for Little Grave on the Prairie?
Anna. Oh, she was so beautiful. Too soon. Too soon to go to the grave. So sad. So sad.
I totally agree. That's why I'm here, looking for the one who did it. Were you close to her?
Anna, her smile, so warm. Anna, blonde hair, so bright.
Normal guy.
There's a graveyard somewhere in town, Zach. I'm not excited about the idea, but maybe we should at least check it out.
So yeah, some of these scenes are definitely different because we've met the people already. Which is very fun. And part of the reason I wanted to, redo the save file rather than just continue where that person left off. That and that, we'd have more items that way. Is this infinite cigarettes? No. A diva and her own boss at her age? Quite impressive. Character-wise, a stark contrast to her brother Thomas. Just took her cigarettes off the table.
Anna was an airhead.
What do you mean? Are you saying she was killed because she was an airhead? Or are you saying that she was an airhead for being killed?
I'm sure she's still an airhead, even in heaven. She changed her hair every day. If she lost a pound, she'd be ecstatic. Gain one, and she'd almost be in tears. She broke many, many plates every day at the diner, and she'd always have a smile on her face. Always having fun. Everyone looked at her and knew she was a cute, adorable, loving airhead.
but they would be smiling right along with her. I wouldn't be surprised if the angels smiled with her too.
Also, if she broke mini plates every day, they would run out of plates. They don't just have infinite plates.
Isaac and Isaiah said that Anna was a fairy of the forest, a goddess.
God, they're just sudden, like, switching gears. It's so jarring. I got money for profiling because of that little cutscene of Anna, I think. Let's see what else we got. You'll probably get some more people. Oh yeah, here we go. More people we haven't met. Oh! Hey, we haven't met you yet.
Can you tell me if you noticed anything strange about Anna before the incident?
Well, I'm not sure if this will be of any help, but...
Anything, no matter how small, could be of help.
Well, you see, the diner closes when it rains. Many shops do that around here, as you might have heard. Anyway, Anna always seemed unfocused the day after it rained, and came in late, too. It was almost as if she used up all her energy the day before. Come to think of it, that was really strange. Did that legendary monster really kill her?
It wasn't a monster, just a criminal. Criminal I'm going to catch and bring to justice.
Little weird mouth expression he was doing there. Alright, hey, we finally get to meet the man of the diner.
I'm U.S. Special Agent Francis York Morgan. I presume you are the owner of the diner that Anna worked at?
To say
That's
US. Nick Cormack, diner owner.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about Anna Graham. Did you notice anything strange about her prior to the incident? Nick, are you hiding something?
No, nothing.
You're sure?
I'm sorry, but I don't like repeating myself.
Alrighty. Really curious to know what this scene would be like if we'd met him before. Here's something new. Let's hear what this person has to say. Fucking
I'm
sick
FBI
pants.
Special Agent Francis York Morgan. Please, call me York.
Wesley, owner of the gun store called Panda Bear. People around here call me the gunsmith.
Wesley the gunsmith, gun store owner.
Was there something you want to ask me?
How do you make a living running a gun store in a place like this? I'd be worried because there can't be that many customers.
Worry gives a small thing a big shadow. I do gunsmith work in my shop, too. If you got the skills, the customers find you. All you need is a network.
He's moving is so strange.
I hope so.
Huh? Toolbox, here's what I've got. Oh, I can just buy a submachine gun and lollipops and flares from him. Okay, so I guess if you somehow didn't pick up the submachine gun, you could buy one from him. Guns are just tools for killing people. I don't like it any more than you do.
You've got quite a selection here. No wonder people
You
come
got
from all around.
lollipops.
Even today, a customer paid me to go to Seattle for some help. I just got back.
I see. Well, I'll be sure to visit your store sometime. I'd like for you to take a look at my gun.
Understood. Look forward to it. The shop will be open again tomorrow. It's usually open from 2000 to 0600. See you then.
I like Wesley. He's got a good vibe. And the fact that whenever you finish shopping with them, he says, like, guns kind of suck. Ah, here they are!
Hey, York, you were rocking it large up there.
Was I? I haven't been on stage like that since
Oh, I
elementary
love how
school.
friendly
You
they're
made me
being.
think, man, like, things can't go on like this. We need, like, some action or something. I was pretty psyched up, you know, before you got on stage. I was like, dude, a real psycho in town. Pretty sweet gig. But now, I mean, dude, that lunatic could be any one of us, man. I don't want to think of that whack job coming after my family. Makes me shudder all over, man. It was way too heavy. You'll catch him, right, FBI?
Of course. But you need to be able to take care of those you love, too.
You're right, man. Right on the level. I need to do what's right for my family, man. You lit my soul, man. Thanks, FBI.
Fuck yeah. Oh. So I don't know if we've talked about it. I think the director's cut adds this to the back of his jacket. I don't think he has this in the original game. And it's kind of a dual reference, both to spy fiction, where the characters will say this, but even there, it is a reference to, like, an old, obscure, like, American spy show, apparently. Just making ends meet without relying on her husband, the epitome of the mother, I'd say. Oh, it is in the OG? I guess I just forgot.
Agent York, your speech frightened some of us a little. You should work on being more sensitive with words when talking to groups.
Really? I tried my best to be gentle. So, have you noticed anything strange or out of place recently?
Just Becky, really. She works part-time at the store. She's been acting strange recently.
Strange. How?
I took the boys along to visit her house today. I was just worried, you know, because she hasn't come into work at all after that incident. But she took in the boys and told me to wait outside. Something about a special secret between just the three of them. I just couldn't understand it.
Now that's interesting. Thank you, Lily. Perhaps we should give Becky a visit tomorrow, Zach.
Didn't mean to equip a weapon. Oh my god, I forgot about some of these characters. There's Polly. Let's talk to Polly.
Mr. Morgan, you're quite an impressive public speaker.
Really? Thank you, Polly.
You reminded me a little of a play I saw when I was younger.
What kind of play?
I'm talking about back when this place was still called the Mercury Theater. When I was young, I used to come here often with my husband. God rest his soul. We'd come on the weekend to see the latest play. He'd always pretend to be uninterested, but I could tell he was excited inside.
York, how dare you? How dare you not be
He was just
interested?
one of those kind of guys, really, thinking about it now.
Really?
Oh, I should have left it, you're right.
So what's your favorite play?
Oh, well, I like so many. There was one in particular, but I can't recall the name anymore. Oh, it was a very famous one, too.
Something by Shakespeare?
Oh, no, nothing. One more bell that doesn't ring anymore. I've always been forgetful about the plays we used to see anyway. Oh, and my husband would get angry at me for forgetting what we saw. He'd go on for hours retelling what the play was about. His eyes were so sparkling, like a happy young boy.
I see. So, what's your favorite
York, you
play?
forgot.
I almost forgot, Mr. Morgan. We're going to have another guest soon. I have to get back and get things ready.
Sorry for having to hurry away. I'll see you back at the hotel.
Zach, I think she could embarrass the toughest of the FBI's interrogators. She successfully avoided answering my question, Zach. Amazing.
Bro, she can't hear you. Oh my god. Alright. Alright. This is a real on-the-nose one. I don't even need to fucking tell y'all probably what this is taking from Twin Peaks. But I will. It's the log lady.
Oh my pot is getting cold.
Roaming Sigourney, nicknamed the Pot Lady. Just a really blatant one.
Hey, mister, my pot is getting cold.
You are... who?
What are you saying? I'm Sigourney. Sigourney.
Sigourney. Okay. Now, what is the matter? Can you explain?
No time for chatting. I need to hurry. My pot is getting colder. Oh, you're useless.
Zach, we've met all sorts today, but really, she takes the cake. Amazing.
As someone who doesn't know Twin Peaks, this is like the one reference I immediately got. It's just so on the nose, like compared to everything else. It's like, yeah, a weird old eccentric lady who's like obsessed with the thing that she's always carrying, and everyone thinks is a complete weirdo. Like it's just right there. Jim, there's a calm, kind expression on his face. Wonder how long he's been watching over the forest.
Jim, thanks for your help in the forest. How are Isaac and Isaiah?
They're fine.
They really seem to love their
How he
grandpa.
sounds like.
Well, I guess
Hey,
they
Ed.
do, son. I want to keep them away from the filth of the material world as much as I can. Their mother agrees, which is why she lets me take care of them so often.
And that's why I want you to solve this case quickly and go home. Those rumors about that scar of yours do more damage than good around here.
I guess I reek of the material world, don't I? I have to, in order to do my job. But I understand what you mean.
It's like the
I'd think the
tiniest
same
scar.
if I was born in a place like this, Zach.
Yeah, does he mean capitalism? Who knows? Alright, let's talk to them. She's probably too hot for this town. To think that she's Jack's wife. Beauty and the Beast in live action. He's not on the wanted list, but he looks seedy nevertheless.
Hello again, Agent York. How are you?
Good, thanks. And you?
Oh, I'm feeling pretty good today.
Well, that's good to hear. Do you have any information that could help me out?
Information? Sounds difficult and not my kind of conversation. Anyways, you should come by the gas stand again. I'll give you the best service in town.
Zach, perhaps you can tell me. Why did she bother coming here?
That would be like the most you ever get to talk to her. I don't know if she has any like in-depth side quests, and having like already known her from the gas station, that might be like the most you get out of her in the game. Possibly same with Jack right now.
I've nothing to say to you.
I haven't asked you anything yet, Jack.
Shut it! I might open up if you introduce me to, I don't know, a Ben Franklin or two.
Oh, what a creature. Guess there's always someone like him in every town.
Oh, what a creature. What? Oh, if I talk to everybody?
Agent Morgan?
I guess
I'd like
so.
to let everyone go home now. Let's go outside.
Do we really need to see everybody getting up one at a time? Jim's just sitting there. He doesn't give a fuck. Okay, now he's getting up. Oh, I thought that was like David Young Hinning, the fucking beta York. Like they put the wrong model and left it in. Because of the lighting. I thought he had like blonde hair. That's another chapter down. Yeah, probably just kind of being like, hey, this is everybody.
Well then, Agent York, do you have any plans for this evening?
I was going to head back to the hotel and go over my notes. I need to contact HQ and give a progress report, too.
Okay, then let's call it a day here.
Sounds good.
Contact my office when you finish your report. We'll pick you up tomorrow morning. Diane, the owner of the art gallery, should be back
Oh
soon.
yeah, there's still more
All
people
right,
we haven't
let's
met.
do that.
Peek?
Hold on, Agent York. We're going out to eat at Nick's Diner. Would you like to come with us?
The diner. That might be nice.
Fuck yeah.
Thomas is a great cook,
Oh!
but Nick is the real deal.
Why is that so
No
it's so
visit to
loud?
Greenvale is complete without eating at the A&G.
A very appealing proposition. Zach, what do
Why
you
are they
think?
blowing out their mics?
We can always go back to the hotel after eating dinner. Or
What?
go directly back to the hotel. You
Why
decide,
would I
Zach.
not go to dinner? I don't feel like eating. Let's eat with them! Of course we're eating with them! Y'all, it's dinner time! It's time, y'all! It's time for a meal! We're actually eating with the coworkers, and maybe Maybe we won't be dicks to each other as much?
I've been sheriff here for a long time now, and this is the worst murder I've ever seen.
Our town is a little odd in some ways, but it's usually a peaceful place.
We had our fair share of cases, but just the regular stuff. A high school kid shoplifting from the milk barn, maybe? Or some hot-headed kids fighting, fueled on liquor? Nothing more than that.
Agent York, what kind of cases have you dealt with in the past?
Not much different from those you've just
I love
mentioned.
the music cutting out, because, like, time for
The
something.
case I was on until last month, well, the guy killed 7 girls in a 3-month period. He sawed their heads off from the neck and took them back to his house. He cleaned the skulls up and used them as utensils in his daily life, to eat from or as a urine cup. He hated women. That was his way of dealing with it. He'd fill skulls with ice, cola, and rum, then he'd down it in one gulp. For him, that was a holy ritual. The question of his mental state was the pivotal point in the court case.
Oh, man.
For me, he was insane. 100%. Drinking from the skulls, well, that is one thing, but those he had used to relieve himself, he would then just use them to drink from, too. Yeah, that was too much for me. It's just not sanitary.
Not sanitary.
God.
That's probably not the problem for most of us.
What else? Ah, yes. An ingenious law school student raped over 800 victims.
Jesus, York!
That was a nasty one.
Thank you, Agent York. Now, let's talk about something else.
You don't want to hear any more? That's a shame, isn't it, Zach? I was just about to get to the good part, too.
Sounds like you live in a totally different world. I mean, you're like an elite agent who just jumped out.
I wouldn't
from a
even call
movie
that.
or
I just say he
something.
deals with
Your
insane
eyes
bullshit.
Must look like we're just playing cops and robbers. Ugh, I give up. I can't compete with you.
Don't say that, Emily. The cases you have solved are all full-fledged crimes. A crime is a crime. Size doesn't matter. There is no big and small. Crimes always have a criminal and a victim.
Please don't say the vegetable thing
No
again.
victim will ever welcome a crime, no matter what its size. So, fundamentally, there is no difference in size.
I mean, there is, to an extent. Like, the shoplifting thing is
Well
nothing.
said, Agent Morgan. We work day and night to preserve peace and order in this town.
I think size absolutely does matter.
You understand that, right?
George sounds like he's trying not to throw up right now.
Of course. But still, I don't view shoplifting and Anna's murder as the same level of crime.
Me neither. I never even dreamt that such a thing could ever even happen in this town. I keep on
that's
expecting to
quaint.
see Anna here in this diner, waiting on tables.
Excuse us, Agent Morgan. We should have made dinner a more uplifting experience. Let's call it a night.
Okay. Good night, then.
Fucking thanks for ruining dinner, York. My god. I feel like that's one of the most famous York moments, is like they sit down to have a dinner, and then he starts talking about hyper serial rapists and people drinking and eating out of skulls, and it's like, bro, come on. Okay, back to the investigation. We need to solve this one quickly. Are they still inside? Another one for the York autism count? I feel like that goes above and beyond. Like, that's just freak shit. Nobody inside. Mozzie, I don't know what that is, and I don't think I want to know what that is. Alright, well, let's get a save point. Can we see, like... Hang on. Polly's got a quest. There's probably more quests. Although, actually, I'm kind of surprised I'm not seeing that many quests. Oh yeah, we could redo the hospital. Is this only showing me places I've already been? No, because some of these I haven't... Oh, Isaac and Isaiah have a quest. We could... The Ingrams have something. Where is... Well, there's roaming Sigourney. God, there's so much. Okay, well now I kind of do want to know, but I don't know if I want to talk about it on stream if it was so bad that... Although, too bad for Mythbusters the Air. That doesn't necessarily... That could mean anything. Hang on, I'm gonna park here because I just want to save real quick. I'm not set on if we're gonna go straight home and go to sleep or if we're gonna maybe cruise a bit to check on some people. Oh, we're in Washington apparently. I don't forget if they've said that, but. Alright, I'm gonna pause here, because it's been another 2 hours, so we should take another break. I don't know how much later we'll go tonight, but I want to go for at least another hour, maybe hour and a half. But right now, let me get... Oh, where's that damn volume mixer? Give me that sound mixer. Oh, that is fucked up. Yeah, I can see why they wouldn't want to air that. Oh my god, we got 11 people here. Yeah, I feel like Mythbusters didn't have any business dipping into animal experimentation, I think. That feels like outside of their... Just stick with like, whoa, this car blow up funny, you know? Wait, that's not the normal music. There we go. Alright, it's been another 2 hours. So I'm gonna go use the bathroom, stretch, get more water, all that kind of stuff. Let me grab another snack. In the meantime, leave y'all with the music for a moment. Yeah, no, I know they wouldn't have done that. Didn't they do that, but they, like, tested it with something else, or they mentioned it or something? Anyway, I'm just gonna plug real quick in the chat. That's wrong. I typed that wrong. We got the Discord. We got the YouTube channel. Links for those are in chat if you're interested in either of those. Oh, shit! Ursula! Ursula, thanks so much for the $20! Thank you so much! Now we're only $5 from our goal, and I can get that second monitor and start, like, making my desk a little nicer. Thank you so much! Shit, thank you! Oh, what was I saying? The Discord, link to that's in chat. It's good for stream alerts and stuff, you know, regular Discord. The YouTube channel, if you want to watch the other Deadly Premonition VODs that, like, aren't on YouTube anymore, which I think is probably just the first one, those are on there, and also the just kind of standalone presentation that I edited together out of the first VOD. And a bunch of other good stuff, you know. Anyway, I will be right back, and we will play Deadly Premonition for a little bit longer. I still can't tell if these streams are going super slow or not, honestly. Like, it's weird. Like, the pacing of this game, like, I know it's not a long game, but I keep feeling like I should be making more progress. Anyway, I'll be right back. Good paced. I'm glad to hear that. We're finally getting into the real meat of it, too. Story and gameplay-wise. Anyway, be right back.
nights. We are lost. Where we go, we don't know. We keep on flying into the night. Inca people looking for a place to go. We are the Incas, kings and knights. We are lost. Where we go, we don't know. We keep on flying into the night. Inca people looking for a
Alright, I'm back. Got my water, got a little bit of cereal. Get Ghost out of here. The music turned down. Just about ready to get right into it. I'm just gonna retweet saying that we're still going. We're gonna go for another hour, maybe an hour and a half. And I actually don't remember what exactly happens next. At least from like what the main like area we go. Well, I guess it's. I think I remember now. I'm just retweeting this stuff. Me. Oh shit. Forgot this song was in here. Well, you know, I gotta say, I'm really happy with how much smoother this one has gone compared to the last couple streams. We've really been working through the issues. Oh, good. Bring it back. Enough of that. Enough of that. The music has to stop. Goshi has to go away. We have to return to the world of York. Wait a minute, hold on. Wait a minute. Did that? No, okay. I've had some weird issues with the sound mixer before, and for a second I thought I was muted. Because the game was muted, even though that wouldn't make any sense, but it was doing something like that before. Hey, you know what? I want to plug one more thing while we're here. Something more important. A friend of mine is dealing with some money troubles that are keeping him from being able to work, which is only going to make those worse. My friend Mayu. I'm putting a link in chat to his Ko-fi. He's got a goal set up there. Go chip some money into him and help out if that'd be cool. It'd be cool to do that. Help out a friend of mine. Anyway, let's get back into the game. So let's see. Oh, I was going to back up this save. Hang on. Let me get this backed up. This save is going to be dinner. Alright, save is backed up. Let's see, so we've got some people we could maybe... Galaxy of Terror. Carol's hanging out there with George. Kind of curious about that. Where's the... There's my car. That's not my car! I don't think it's a real car at all. Where the fuck is my car? I'm about to call George and tell him to drive me to where he is now. George, come pick me up. I want to hang out with you. Fuck, we can't get out this way. Hello, Disco Bree. Nice York emote. Welcome. Very important. Very important, Agent Honors. Can't miss those. Can't miss those. Oh, where'd the talk go?
No, nothing. Just my imagination.
guess we're still... I guess we're still in episode 1. Those probably change based on the episode you're in. Again, the fact that it's divided into episodes and chapters is so strange, but it's a weird game. It's an emergency. I have to bother my co-worker. We actually haven't been in here yet. What are they doing in there? She's singing. This is very Twin Peaks. Having a singer singing a weird song soulfully in front of red curtains and stuff. This happens like 5 times in Twin Peaks. At a bar. Hang on a second. Cotton? I heard Cotton make some noises. After he specifically told me not to pry. Well, I'm not gonna go over and talk about his mom. I'm just gonna be like, hey, what's up? Hey, buddy. Of all the things you could have told the town people, you had to choose. The raincoat killer? Told you, that was nothing but folklore. Don't start with it, George. Just have some good food and hopefully that'll get you in a better mood. We'll be in a better mood after we arrest the murderer. You're the one slowing down the investigation. Okay, I'll be more careful. This is my town. Don't forget this. Sadly, looks like the monarch has marked us as the enemy. I love this song. Very, very nonsense. It looks like he's taking a bad selfie. You are conscious of my innocence. I have to know what happens if I fuck around. What happens? Will they react? Only the piano man is vulnerable. Carol is too strong. The power of the McLean bloodline. I don't give a shit. The folks here sure drink a lot. She must be the main reason they come here. You mean her? You're saying that while I look at this woman who isn't drinking. This woman is why everyone comes here. This random woman just enjoying an invisible cigarette? Or nothing? Just one of the regular patrons. Not involved in the case, I figure. Okay. Is the song gonna loop or are you done? Oh! Did I, like, come here at the perfect time to hear her sing? A diva and her own boss at her age? What'd you put away? That was a fantastic song. I don't need your calculated compliments. I'm not calculating anything, Carol. I'm just saying that you have a wonderful voice. Well, thank you. Happy now? No, not quite. I'm trying to give you some praise, but you were only appreciating a tenth of it. York! Why don't you like my compliment? This could be a problem, Zach. What do I have to do to make you believe that I'm being honest? Easy. If you really liked my song, then get the hell out of here. And take the $17 from the government. Oh, okay. It goes for a while? That makes sense. Wait, you can go back here. I think I remember some, like, fun posters in here. Looks like a famous rock musician. A genre we have little interest in. Cartoon theme songs. That's our thing, right, Zach? Oh my god, I forgot about that. He likes cartoon theme songs. That's his favorite type of music. And it probably doesn't even mean anime. He probably means, like, weird, goofy American themes that aren't even, like, real songs. That is some Carol, you'd be pretty if you smelled more energy. A movie poster. Anna Life is opening in theaters. Must be a movie about some girl named Anna. Looks very interesting, Zach. We should go check it out sometime. I feel like this is a real movie, right? This is probably a real movie. I probably shouldn't show some of this on Twitch. I bet that's a real movie, and it's like why Swery named the character Anna. A poster of Carol. You heard her sing, didn't you, Zach? I love the part where she shifts from minor seventh to major. And the pentatonic scale melody is really pleasant to listen to. Though it's not like I can actually play an instrument myself. What are you talking about? Stabilizer. Suits. Very nicely detailed here. All the like makeup kits and stuff. Yeah, I think that cartoon theme songs poster is something that's always stuck in my memory. Probably shouldn't try to get in here. Don't need to, but why not save? I won't bother backing this one up. This is just a random one. York jamming out the Simple Plan's What's New Scooby-Doo theme. He would! But who wouldn't? Right. Where do we want to go now? Anything interesting nearby? Oh, the Ingram's house. Let's go visit the Ingrams. There's something going on there. The boys have a mission. Is this where I turn? Oh my god, that Jabberjaw. Oh my god. Okay, see, I was thinking, like, when he said cartoon theme songs, I was assuming just shit like the Transformers theme, you know. The merry-go-round broke down. I didn't consider, like, the Cartoon Network, the cool band shit they did in the late 90s, early aughts. That's some real shit.
So, where shall we go next?
The Ingram's house. Very specifically the Ingram... Oh! Running low on gas. I feel like hey, people who are watching... This is a question for anybody, not just like people who are new to the game. Who's everyone's favorite characters so far? Who's everyone liking? Whether they're like a main character or just a member of the town. Who are your Blorbos? Fuck, they're closed. I guess it's really late. I kind of want to go to Lysander. You know what? We probably shouldn't bother anyone. It's so late. Like, but we could go see the gun store though. It's so late. Thomas is. I love Thomas. You know what we're doing here? God, the camera, the close-up. George, I just spoke to you. I need you to drive me back home. Can you drive me home, George? No, I'm not at the bar anymore. I left. I drove like up the street to the Ingram's house. Yes, you still have to come get me. Come on. What the fuck is this, George? Oh, is this the DLC house? Wait, what the fuck? There's not like a cutscene or a side quest for it or anything? I've never been inside this, I don't think. I've never been in here. What the fuck is that stove? What is this, like, stereo system stove? I can't even examine anything. There's no flavor text here. Does this even have a bathroom? I knew there was, like, the DLC says lets you buy a house in town. I assumed that meant I would be able to spend money to get a house as part of a, like, additional side quest. I didn't know it would literally just plop a house down that I can use. I mean, granted, this house is probably always here, but, you know. George! George? George. George. George? I did not... When I said my sweet home, I meant the hotel. You take me to the... What is it called? Not the community center. Not the Tree of Anna. George, you take me to the Great Deer Yard Hotel. Yeah, the DLC for this game all seems like total bullshit. Like, having your own little house could have been cute, except it feels like it has less personality than the hotel room, so who gives a shit? Fuck that. Thank you, George, for driving me home. Like, I have to go back to the hotel to continue the story anyway, so what's the point? Oh, I forgot about these parts. My typewriter brand typewriter. York's little, kind of special pseudo pajama. Or I guess he's just not wearing the tie and the suit. Like, this would probably change depending on the outfit, right? The tie and the jacket, rather.
Okay then, Zach. Let's go back over our progress.
First, the victim, Anna's death. She was found hanging from a tree in the forest. She was cut open with a knife from her chest down to her stomach. That was the direct cause of death.
Trying not to make
the
spoon
strangulation
noises.
Marks and skull fracture were caused after death. Her tongue was also bit off, and I found something inside her mouth.
Do you remember what that was, Zach?
Yep. Oh, a red candy, a red seed, a red chip. Red seed.
That's right. We found the same red seed in her mouth. According to Emily, it was raining when Anna was killed, but traces of tears were still evident.
I thought he was about to ask what movie was playing when she died.
Which means the perpetrator killed Anna under a roof in the lumber mill, and then carried her body into the woods after it stopped raining.
But it rained after we got to town.
Important pieces of evidence at the site of the crime. A total of 4 things.
Knee prints in the grass. A wood chip with metal dust. A photo of a man with a tattoo on his back, and...
The fact there's a photo of someone with a tattoo is so funny. Like, it's
what
nothing.
That was, Zach?
JD, you're 100% right. Stiletto heel, right? Bright red raincoat, bondage fetish restraints, broken stiletto heel. Hey, by the way, the lumberyard, that's definitely another Twin Peaks thing. I keep forgetting to mention.
That's right.
Having an old lumber mill that's having trouble, huge part of Twin Peaks.
Aligning this with the other evidence suggests that 2 people came into contact with Anna's body prior to it being discovered by us. Those being the perpetrator who killed Anna and Miss Stiletto Heel. There is also the possibility that a third party carried Anna to the woods. That means we could be dealing with 3 people. 2 or 3 people. In any case, Miss Stiletto Heel may have vital information. We need to find her next.
Wasn't it Miss Stiletto Heels?
We didn't use forensic methods, but we're still closing in on the criminal.
It's fucking ASMR.
Have I forgotten anything?
Ah, of course. The marks on her hand tell us that
Oh
Anna
yeah, I
was
forgot about
gripping
that. That was a
something when
really
she
early
died.
thing in the hospital.
Do you remember that, Zach?
What do you think she was holding on to?
It's like a pendant, right? A round object, a red wig, a sharp knife. She was holding a red wig.
That's right. A round object. The marks on her hand suggest a peace mark. The man in the photo found in the woods had a tattoo of an upside-down peace mark on his back. These 2 could well be related. But we don't know for sure. Next, the townfolk. A few are worthy of special attention. Carol McLean, the singer and bar owner. She's Thomas's sister. Then there's Nick Cormack, the owner of the diner. Both of them seem to be hiding something. There's Diane, the owner of the art gallery, who is out of town. Then we have problematic, old, rich, and eccentric Harry.
Problematic.
Both will be tough to crack.
Oh
We
yeah,
just
we're not
have
gonna
to
get these
go one
puppies
by one.
anymore, everybody.
I've been thinking. One of the biggest rewards here is the fantastic food.
Look at this.
Enjoying food is cultural, and yet it's also a bit uncivilized. It's interesting how good food motivates me to work harder during investigations. Oh, and on Emily's back, it was strange to me. Hey, don't take that the wrong way, Zach. I wasn't getting all excited or anything.
I'm just getting
But
some
it
fuzz.
did make me feel strange. Nostalgic and sad almost. It's starting to rain. I think this case may take...
He said, like, on her back, but it didn't describe anything. And also, there was nothing on her back.
Ellie! Lunchtime, Ellie!
I'll eat later.
You'll eat right now, young lady. You need to listen to your mother.
Get to go back to this.
I want to hear the rest of the story.
Eat your lunch, then take a nap. Then I'll tell you the rest.
But I want to hear it now.
There's no need to rush things. You must live your life at the pace that is right for you.
Oh my god, the mixing is so bad on these.
Honey! Are you coming?
God, it's so loud. Those pre-rendered cutscenes, the only ones in the game, because they made them later. Oh. Willie. Woman. Exactly. The one that's on the greenhouse. And a big boy. That is episode 1 of Daily Premonition completed. Probably the single longest episode in the game. And the game only has like 4 episodes, and the others are all like half its length or shorter, I think. But we'll see how the side quests increase those. Didn't get a lot of money. Episode 1 cleared! Had like a little quote from York, like the thing where he was like, perpetrators, passionate. Yeah, I'm gonna back it up right now. Believe me, I've been backing up. I can show y'all my backup thing. I am, every time I make a backup, I make a new folder because it's easier than like, you know, having to rename it. Because I'd have to like copy and paste it like multiple times. This is episode 1. Clear. Paste it in. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 saves made tonight. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 saves from when I had to replay the game to get our save fixed back up. I am so thorough with this now. I'm not going to be caught off guard again. Oh. Back at it again.
Are you thirsty?
You must be very thirsty.
Are those actual kids voicing
You
them?
only take milk with your coffee?
Coffee with milk. That's all.
Oh. Luana. Once again, just blatantly doing the Twin Peaks dream sequence premonition thing. With the victim appearing. And her friend?
Becky?
My name is Becky.
What are you doing here?
My name is Becky.
Do you know where the exit is?
My name is Becky.
Nice sky chandelier.
After your throat is quenched, you must do what you must do.
Okay.
Take a sip of coffee and go.
And go.
Huh?
So I was gonna be saying, do you know where the exit is? Like, there's doors on either side. For me, this is the part where I need to go download a save file and stream, since mine was corrupted in the way I just screamed upon seeing Emily. As a cat girl noticing I didn't have my fast travel walkie-talkie. Oh, God. Oh, I can't even imagine. Bad enough to use someone else's save. Bad enough to use a save where they haven't done the side quests and gotten the good items. Even worse, that they're using this stupid DLC. Oh my God, those boys left me cookies. And lollipops. Oh, thank you, my angel boys. Anything else here? This is kind of a cool effect still, I think. Let's go. Oh. What? Hey, I don't think that's correct. And I hope that's not a sign of this thing about to fall apart and corrupt. This is not supposed to happen here. I can tell you this for sure. Let's power through and hope for the best. Thank goodness there's a little boy.
Me. That's me when it happened.
When it happened? Poking out from under the covers. The only game where they sleep under the covers.
Zach, this case looks like it's
literally
directly
just
related
woke
to
up.
us.
He literally just
I
woke
don't know how yet, but I do know I need some coffee. George said he'd have someone pick us up in the parking lot. Let's get some breakfast with Polly first.
All dressed up. Let's see. It's gonna be a long day. Let's it's starting to get dirty. Let's try Crimson. And let's get this cleaned. Yeah, he slept with, like, his regular clothes. That's just the Great Northern and the waterfall, isn't it? That's just the actual, like, thing from Twin Peaks. You know, let's do another save here. Since I was told this is where things corrupted and it just got a little weird in there, let's do another save. $26. Okay, hang on. This might seem like too much, but you know, I've been warned of a danger point, so until we're past it. Episode 2, start, woke up. Wait, does it say something on it? Oh, that's the name. That's like, is that actually the real name of that waterfall? You know, I wanna do Beard today. Episode 2, let's do Beard. Looks like the door wasn't locked. Let's go get breakfast.
Whoa there!
Oh.
Did you need something?
No, I was just passing by. I didn't think anybody else was here other than Polly. The door opening like that it surprised me, that's all.
Forrest Kaysen, sapling salesman and recurring sweary character. This dude's in like at least 3 of Sweary's
I'm
games.
Kaysen, Forrest Kaysen.
with the
Nice to
same
meet
name
ya.
and appearance
I
but different
travel
roles.
a whole lot, you see, selling tree saplings. Just the usual salesman doing the usual road trip. Sometimes I feel, I don't know, like a jolly old bumblebee spreading pollen.
Jolly old
FBI Special Agent Francis York Morgan.
I get it. You're the special agent Scarface that everyone's yakking about. Nice to meet you, Francis.
Special Agent Scarface? I'd need a bigger scar to live up to that name. Call me York. That's what everyone calls me.
What? You got it. York.
Is this your first visit here, then?
No, sir. Actually, I've been coming here once or twice a year for, a while now. I don't get much business here, but it sure does make a fine vacation. I mean, it's a gorgeous hotel at a bargain price. It's so relaxing in these parts, too. Oh, I just love all the nature. I feel so relaxed here.
The echo!
Say hi to Willie. Oh, don't worry, he's a good boy. Do you like dogs?
Hey, Willie. How are you doing?
Willie!
He's pretty smart, too. Oops, before I forget, let me give you this. It's just a sample of what I sell.
Thank
York,
you.
why are you holding it like that?
How kind of you.
He does look like Gabe Newell. I see that too, Mozzie.
So, what brings the old FBI out here? Sounds like more than
Especially in
just a vacation.
D3 where he has like a beard.
A murder, actually. The perpetrator is still out there. Try to stay indoors at night and during the rain. We want to prevent it from happening again, okay?
Oh, it's a darn shame. Places like this used to be the safest in America.
Could I ask you something? Do you know a lot about seeds?
Seeds? Gardening, huh? You don't look like a green thumb, but let me tell you though.
The shadows on his
I'm
face are
pretty
so
much
fucked
the
up.
only one who can make those saplings sprout. There's a trick to it that can't really be passed on, you know? It's like, oh, the secret of making a good smoked ham, something like that.
Ham.
But you know, once they sprout, you don't need to do much. You can leave it be, and why, it'll turn into a big tree no matter what happens. Kind of like those stocks that politicians buy that just keep growing and growing. Well, you just wait and see. This town is gonna love them. Right. We were just about to go take a morning stroll, so I'll get going. Good luck now with that case.
Thanks.
Zach, do you remember what the coffee said? Forrest Kaysen. F.K.
This show has just begun.
Okay, great. Nice cut. Can I observe it? A sapling Kaysen gave us. He said it's pretty tricky to grow properly, but the bigger the challenge, the better. Well, no, he said getting it to sprout, and it's already sprouted, so it's fine. Is he in almost every sweary game? Like, is there... has anyone played The Good Life? Is there a Forrest Kaysen in The Good Life? I also forget why Forrest Kaysen recurs in all his stuff. Like, I think he might be based on an actor or something. I'm not sure. Anyway, Polly's got something for us.
Oh, hi.
Do I want you to spoil for The Good Life? I don't care about The Good Life. If you want to mention that there's a Forrest Case in The Good Life, you can tell me. So long as it doesn't somehow spoil this game. I can't imagine how. They're not supposed to be connected, but... I do not care about The Good Life. But, I mean, I don't know if people in chat would care about it. I know some people in here... Actually, I think it was just you who talked about it. Oh, that's interesting. He's based on one of Sweary's friends. Oh, okay. So is it kind of like a Mario thing? Like Mario was based on a guy who owned a warehouse that Nintendo used? Is it that kind of thing? Except, I guess, actual friend. That's neat. What else was I going to say? Oh yeah, Mozzie, you said there's a quest you can actually fail? I guess I'm okay with a warning about that, since with how finicky this version is. Let's see what Polly's got going.
What's wrong, Polly? You look a little tired.
I'm fine. Well, it's just that I was cleaning up my room, and so many memories came flooding back to me.
Memories?
Oh, my dear. Mr. Morgan, that's not the kind of question you should ask a lady.
Mozzie, I think I know what you're talking about, and I think you're... Wait. Oh, I guess I've never... Okay. Yeah, I think I'm misremembering. I thought that was like a step you had to do, but if I do that without the... Okay, yeah, I guess I've just never done that without getting all the bones. I kind of assumed the game wouldn't let me, but... Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't want to fuck up anything that we attempt to do, and I'm going to do the bone thing, because I always do the bone thing. Because it's easy, it's just there. Polly has a precious piece of memorabilia somewhere in the hotel. Find it and give it to her. Not to be rude, but memory deteriorates with age. You might want to check her room. Yeah, but I want it. I want to do it. Alright, well, this should be quick. We know where Polly's room is. Let's wrap this up and then, maybe do some coffee fortune telling and head out into town. You know, I'm really glad the side quests in this game are pretty short and simple. Because I was kind of worried they would add on a huge amount of time to this playthrough, but I guess they're really not gonna. You know? If anything, I'm just adding more time by wanting to, like, do more peeking and just checking in on people in random buildings at random times, and, you know. This is outside. So avoid Willie till we get the... Maybe we'll try and get the bones tonight, even. Uh-oh.
Good morning, Agent Morgan. Did you
I'm being
sleep well?
ambushed.
Morning, George. Dreamland was quite nice.
You do look well rested. Oh, I was up practically all night doing paperwork. Thomas helped me out, so I was able to go home and get some sleep, but not enough.
Diane got back into town late last night. We should give her a visit.
Which means going to the art gallery, correct?
She lives and works in the office there, so it's the only place to find her. The gallery is open from 10 to 1700.
Time for some art appreciation. A cultural activity in such a small countryside town. Amazing, Zach.
Want to double check. According to the story, the friend behind all the casings are based on doesn't understand why it keeps being included and complains about it. That's really funny. That's really good. Diane came back late last night. Let's go to the art gallery and question her. Get in the car. Oh, we can have food too. Diane. I've been living here for 10 years and I've hardly said 2 words to her. She's just so unapproachable. Alrighty. Well, it looks like we're going to get our meal. We'll probably come back and do Polly's thing in a minute.
The gallery is called Muses Gallery. The Muses were the 9 daughters of the goddess of memory
thanks, George.
in Greek mythology.
That's just like Diane.
Why'd you say that we know what the Muse is?
Intelligent a woman?
Oh, maybe. You'll see for yourself soon enough.
Did you see how Emily reacted, Zach? I sense that this Diane is not popular among other women. I can't wait to meet her.
The gallery is on the north side of town. Take the road along the lake and go north.
So, like usual, I think our plan here is going to be get in the car, talk to our friends. Once they're done talking, get out of the car and then have lunch and be like, you go on ahead. And then have lunch with them and force them to warp back to us. And then go meet them there. That is interesting. Yeah, not making her like Kaysen is odd. But I guess as long as it's FK, but when they were FK in all the other games. Oh god, I'm sorry! Let me see. Which way do I want to go? Up and to the left? Yep. I forgot about Willie's marker! I forgot Willie's thing! Okay, that's the quest we want to avoid, right? We don't want to go here until we've, like, encountered Kaysen and Willie until we have all the bones, so... We probably want to make the bones a bit of a priority.
An art gallery in such a small town. Am I prejudiced to think that it doesn't seem to fit?
Greenvale and every small town has every right to enjoy art.
That's right. Small towns tend to be full of highly cultured people. Although I can't say I've ever been to the gallery myself.
George, what about you? Are you into art?
Actually, yes. I like going to the gallery. It's very relaxing there.
Really, George? I never knew that about you for all this time.
Emily, please. I'm just as cultured as everyone else.
Some people just have sides to them that you'd never expect. By the way, about Diane, the owner of the gallery. Is she the type that isn't very
appreciated by other women?
What do you mean?
Exactly what it sounds like, Emily. Is she very attractive, especially to the opposite sex?
So you're asking if she's sexy, right?
Well, she does always wear high heels.
And definitely, it's hard to explain.
But that doesn't make me biased, okay? She just seems to look down on people. She always has. I just don't like people like that.
That must be because sex appeal has no effect on you.
Now that's out of line.
I'm sorry, Emily. I didn't mean to poke
That's a
fun at you.
weird
You just
thing to say,
reacted so
York.
strongly to Diane's name.
I did not. It's like you're suggesting I'm the total opposite of her. Is that it?
Oh, Emily, that's not what anyone is suggesting. Let's just drop this conversation, okay?
York is insane. He is. Okay, well, yeah, I guess now we know I'm right. The pink house is our house. So let's just circle the block a bit until we've exhausted all the dialogue. That's probably at least one other line. It's kind of a long drive. That's the man who's just like, yeah, she's a bitch. Hope she fucking dies. There are other... No, there actually aren't. I looked. It's just... It has a section as if it would have choices, but then there's no other choices. Alright, come on, guys. Come on, guys. I can't even, like, look down at the GPS. Oh, I kind of can. Ah! Oh! We're okay. Wait, does the console have... The console versions have other, like, houses? Is that actually a thing? Also, I like there's like 5 general stores on this street. What the fuck is going on? There's 2 General Marts and an Alfred's General Store. Kaysen, you stay away from me. You keep your dog away from me and my bones. Yeah, I feel like I vaguely remember having looked this up before. Something about, like, the Bone Quest and Willy, and... We want to make sure we have them all. I think it...
I wonder if Diane has anything to do with the murder.
Diane moves on a whim and acts on impulse. We don't want her leaving town, so shut up and let's get to the gallery.
Okay, that's probably the you've used the dialogue line. So let's turn in here, y'all, and it's time for one of the highlights of this game, a meal scene.
If you're wandering off, then we'll go on ahead. We don't have time to mess around.
Lunch,
Okay,
dinner,
I'll meet
breakfast?
up with you later.
Agent York, the gallery is open from 10 to 1700. Please keep that in mind and don't be late.
She's like, I'm sure she says that no matter what, but it really does sound like she's reacting to the fact that we, like, took a whole extra day, or I think possibly 2 days in the case of this playthrough of the new save, to, like, do the first day. That is the only house ever made. Okay, so it is just the one house. Alright, Thomas, my boy, my gentle little lamb. I want to have some lunch. I want to have some ham. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? I'm going to keep looking. I'm going to keep looking until I find you. There you are. There you are. Thomas, what are you drawing? Is this your desk? Lingerie of city. Some flowers. Thomas's desk is so cute. I've never noticed this. They have their own desks. He's falling asleep. I mean, obviously that's Thomas's. This guy's name, and obviously that's George's in there. Does Emily have a desk over here? What the fuck is this little, like, Tim and Eric muscle man? Which one would be Emily's? Would this be Emily's? Emily's desk. She has a blanket handy. I figure most women are prone to cold. She's got, like, look at all the fucking cookies and candies Emily has. What the fuck? That's so... Emily, why do you have all this? Looks like Thomas's desk. The cushion looks disturbingly cute, though I figure it's none of our business. Oh my god, he's got a little, like, grandma cushion. Thomas! Is he writing in a diary? Alright, Thomas, here we go.
Hello?
Agent York, I've got a new recipe. Would you like to try it for lunch? Thomas, my beloved, always. I'll have it ready for you in a jiffy.
Tell me, Agent York, you fly all over the country, right? So, what's the strangest thing you've ever eaten?
Good question. Well, this country isn't really known for bizarre cuisine, so I can't really think of anything that would knock your socks off. But the soft-shell crab I ate in Williamsburg was pretty good. And then there was the paddlefish caviar in Mississippi. Both of those were quite amusing.
I wonder if that's in Deadly Premonition too.
Just the names.
If he eats paddlefish caviar in Deadly
I'll have
Premonition
to pass if all you can say about them is amusing.
since it's a prequel to New Orleans.
Emily,
Wait, that's in Louisiana.
I've
Never
eaten
mind.
some pretty strange things myself, you know.
You, George? Such as?
Fried cicada.
Cicada? As in the insect?
I'd eat that.
Of course. It was pretty good, too. The cicada population in these parts tends to explode every 17 years or so. It's a special recipe for such times. That's when I ate it. The whole town was infested with cicadas.
I'm glad to say I haven't experienced this cicada population explosion.
Which means it's been at least 10 years since George last tasted cicada. Now, let's hope this population explosion doesn't happen while we're here, Zach.
That's a cute one. And we get $18 for it. Zach, we have little use for a TV right now. Our favorite cartoon isn't running. Sunny in the morning, but cloud at noon, and should turn to rain by the evening. That's a cute one. I want to go talk to Thomas, just like, regularly. Generic cop kind of freaked me out. I thought it was like a weird mannequin man. I mean, it is, in a way. Where's Thomas? Oh, he's in the one of the rooms we kind of haven't really looked in much, I think. Thomas? Silence. Cry all you want. I won't forgive you. Now sit. There you go. Ow. Ouch, ouch. Don't bite me. No, please. I'm sorry. Zach, the more I think about it, the less I want to understand it. I forgot, like, I did not remember Thomas having a whole, like, weird narcolepsy thing. I do not, which is also weird, because there's already a character called, like, Brian the Insomniac. Thomas? He stayed up. That's true, he did stay up late. Does this only happen today? Is this, like, unique dialogue where he's having, like, weird pervert dreams? Or dog dreams or something? That's a good point. That could be a totally unique thing. It's always here? Okay. So he just has, like, sleep issues as well. Let's save. Alright, let me get this save. Let's see, 10:19? Yeah, we'll go for at least another 40 minutes or so. Cicada Lunch is going to be the name of this save folder. Alright. Now let's see. Anything nearby we want to do? Nick's over in the diner. And they're driving along. Oh, you know what? You know what we should do? Hang on. I want to scan the environment for bones. And also the scrapyard. I want to go there. That's gonna. I think for the point in the game we're at, I should go to the scrapyard as soon as possible, because of what it gives us. Oh, there it is. Okay, so it's to the west. George, did you leave me a car? Wait, I drove here. Where's my car? Oh, I guess it gets, like, automatically parked out back. Yeah, I wanna like talk to Thomas in the off hours, because I know there's some fun stuff with that I remember, or have seen, and also he's my favorite character. Like if you wanted to, this is a game where you could just follow every character all day, but that's not really practical because you yourself would have to. I mean, you could just carry coffee, I guess, but also most of the time, I'm pretty sure I have. Either I have or I've seen other people do it. I know there's an Easter egg with his apartment. Oh!
Don't you think there are a lot of good-looking women in this town?
It's like heaven compared to the town we grew up in. Do you remember Liz? The prom queen? Elizabeth Scott Moore. She could be royalty with a name like that. But you know, she was like an actress from a B-movie, wasn't she? Bleached blonde hair, too much makeup, clothes showed off her cleavage, and that mole by her mouth.
Say, Zach, were you with me back then?
You know, that mole was made with makeup, right? We happened to be on the same bus once. I saw her drawing it on with makeup. I wasn't surprised, I guess. Just impressed that she would go that far to create that image. Do you remember that movie we went to go see that day? I'll give you a hint. It was the fourth in a popular
Friday
series.
the 13th, Part 4.
And was produced by Menahem Golan's Canon Films.
I don't know if that's right.
Figured it out, Zach?
Think it over then. Call it your homework until next
fuck.
time.
Anybody know? I don't know. Also, very interesting line. Zach, were you with me back then? This game is so sexist, loops back around just being so cartoonish they can't even get mad. Yeah, it's a very... There's a lot of problems with this game. That's part of the reason this playthrough is such a, you know, kind of apprehensive reevaluation. Although I have to say, honestly, so far, I'm kind of just enjoying it. You know. But the stuff I'm most worried about is stuff I actually remember pretty clearly and happens towards the end, so, you know. Not, you know, obviously can't speak about any of that yet, but... These supermodels draw beauty marks on their face to hide pimples if they have a show. Huh. I thought it was just because it looked good. Alright. New place we can go to. I feel like Rocky's a good guess, but like Canon is way more of like a low budget, like Garbo kind of thing,
Zach,
right?
is there something here that you want to check out?
Well, the
like they did
gallery
like the
closes
Death
at
Wish movies.
1700, but there's no real reason to hurry.
No
we
reason
need to pace ourselves for an investigation like this.
No reason to hurry at all. We just do whatever, and it's fine. I forgot this place is a fucking grid. That's so weird. And I think it comes into play with like a side quest or something, but... Nice fucking model. Probably Superman, where he fights the radiation guy. Hey, you know what's fucked? I've still never seen any of the classic Superman movies. Huge fucking gap in my, you know, my being you know, just a huge movie gap for me. I know you only need to watch the first two because those are like the good ones, and everything after that is like really stupid. But I gotta go back and watch those old Christopher Reeve Superman movies one day. Man, it's nice getting a good long stream in like this every once in a while. Why is the Tiny Time so many junk cars? Hey, good fucking point. I didn't even think about that. What the fuck? This is nonsense. This does not fit with this town. Oh, I forgot to store my regular gun. Let me do that. General Lysander. The General Lysander. New card. $200 in the pocket. The fact that those barely make any noise is crazy. Some of those mechanic fan members is kind of believable. Really, even for like a town like this. Like, what'd they say the current population... Well, they did say the town used to be a lot... Like, there were way more people in town when the lumber mill was still running. Great York. This is such a video game. Gimme, gimme, gimme. York's car! We got York's car! Okay, hang on, hang on. I'm gonna hide the game for a second because I want to look at the card for that. And make sure it doesn't have a spoiler on it for some reason. Oh, that's kind of funny. I'm gonna show the screen for 1 second. It's just kind of funny how the objects are all sorted towards the bottom. Just cute. Alright, let me make sure. Handcrafted and built to order. It's a beautiful work of art. That's all for York's car. I'll put one more on screen. Antique record player. Thomas and Carol used it since they were kids. I don't remember if we've even seen the record player. If I remember right, I think that's like the record player Thomas has in his apartment. Can I go in here? No, this isn't a building you can enter. My uncle's yard has been like a quarter of this, so that's the entire town's worth. It's not that much. I guess so. Yeah. I mean, this junkyard could have been around for a long time. It does seem oddly large to be, like, just cars, but... I guess junkyards kind of are just cars, right? Like, that's the point, parts and stuff. Alright. I wouldn't want to join his squad. That's a sergeant's uniform. Oh, there you are. You came at a good time, son. I've come to hear more about the Raincoat Killer. Don't rush. Rushing on the battlefield will get you killed. If you don't want to die, son, you should be methodical. Well, even though that's a huge amount of scrap metal. Humph. Son, you must be the only guy to see scrap when you look at those treasures. Look more carefully. Right here, just in front of you. This is what you were looking for. Come on, a car! There's still plenty of parts that can be used. Son, if you're ready to get your hands dirty, you should find useful parts for your car. What do you think? Let me talk to him.
Now then, young fella. How do you feel about your current vehicle?
My vehicle? It's a piece of crap, but I'm not here to talk about that.
Then how about a little treasure hunt? Listen up, young man. My junkyard is actually a mountain of treasure. All kinds of treasure lies in those mountains of junk. The problem is, there's so many, I've lost track of where everything is. You've caught on already. I can see it in your eyes. I need you to head out in the yard and find certain things for me. If you help me out, I'll customize your car a little.
What are you talking about?
Didn't I tell you to shut up and listen to your superiors? Now, will you do it or not?
I don't see any reason to refuse.
Well said. First, I'll need some low gear parts. With that, I'll be able to boost the engine.
I think this affects every vehicle you can drive.
Find one around E5. Go! Don't just stand there. Get going.
All right. Number 40. Wait, how many quests are there? There are more than 40? Oh, there are. Are they adding more as I go? Okay, there's 50 side quests. Yeah, we will not be doing all of them. We'll probably do a bunch. And again, if there's like a side quest that it seems like I might not do, but it's like really, really interesting, feel free to be like, hey, you might want to do this one. All right, E5. Well, that's just over there. But I think we got to go back here first. Because otherwise I'm kind of just going to go, I want to check on this person, or I remember this one being good, you know, etc. I think we're gonna run around a bit. We're gonna do a few more side quests here, and then I will probably like go to the art gallery and do the story beat there. E5. Oh, is it like back there? I forget how many of these treasure hunt things there are. feel like I remember having to do this a bunch or something. What is that arrow? Is that still telling me about the, like... The Cope's tunnel thing? Yeah, it is. Weird. Weird if that's just still on the, like, map. Like, I've done it. It's fine. You don't gotta keep telling me. Now I feel like I'm remembering the late game just having your screen, like, full of those fucking, you know... Like, go here for something. The fuck was that? Is there a dog? Is this E5? Oh, I guess it is. This will increase the stroke of the pistons and optimize your car's transmission in the lower gears. You know, if this game were a little more well-made, picking that up would just instantly take you back to Lysander. But I guess they also don't want to, like, lock you into too many mini-game things. You know, they want to be like, yeah, you can just run around, do stuff at your leisure, and, you know, for the most part. Things become locked out or missable as you go. Kind of think of it, are there side quests that you can't do on the first playthrough? Like, is there stuff that you can only do if you, like, load a, like, an earlier chapter? Because that'd be interesting, but it would also suck because doing that isn't very fun. Like, the game doesn't have a normal New Game Plus or anything. You just gotta do a weird thing that forces you to replay a whole episode. Low gear parts. You do everything you're playing right?
This is it. This will save your life someday, son.
You sure know how to exaggerate.
You imbecile. Engine boost is vital for bringing back soldiers alive from war.
Engine boost.
Of course.
What a line!
Engine boost is the basis of everything. Let me tell you a war story, son. I was leading my unit at the very front line. Things were bad, and sanitary conditions were worse. Endless guerrilla attacks were stripping us of our manpower. Everyone was tired to their limits. There was one sergeant who really rubbed me the wrong way. The boys like to call him Crybaby Timothy. He really gave me headaches, I can tell you.
How?
Just by breathing. His posture was bad. He was weak, slow, easily distracted. I have no idea who thought he was capable of combat in a war zone. He endangered the lives of every member of the unit. Stomach pains. The worst stomach ache ever. Every one of us. It was just cooking. He was using food that was contaminated. I flew into the dugout toilet like an Apache chopper returning to base. I have to tell you, it was a close call. My engine was boosting. And that's what got me there safely, right in the nick of time.
What happened to the unit?
You really want to know?
Fuck, like leaning into the mic.
It was a terrible sight. Powerful,
mixing in this
athletic men reduced to walking dead. Blinking like crazy, shaking with pain. Their confidence and self-esteem were all crushed. They almost didn't recover.
An interesting story.
So you see the need for engine boost now, do you? I'll keep my side of the promise and get to work on your vehicle.
That badge on him is for a sergeant. Looks like it was sewn on something else before it was sewn onto his shirt. I wonder what that's all about.
I put in longer pistons and optimized your lower gears. That should add boost to your speed when you accelerate. But there's still plenty of stuff I can do to make your car go faster. Just come see me again and I'll customize your car a little more.
Completed! I love that this game, Roger Jackson, Bojo Jojo, and Ghostface same only had him voice random side characters like Lysander. Oh, that's great. What do you want again? Rank makes the man. That's true, but the man also makes the rank. Status isn't as important as self-confidence. I don't know who was saying what there. Continue shopping. It's a perfect day to go on a treasure hunt. If you dig deep enough, you might find something. So, check this shit out. We can buy anybody's car. We can get Carol's car. Lily's car. We can get the Machina, the Jog Cargo, the SR Sportswagon, the Wave R2000, the S33 Condor. Flares. Oh, that's actually the limit. I kind of want to just buy every car. What is the highest speed and durability? So we got fast speed, low power, fast speed, medium power, medium speed, medium power, strong brake. I mean, Richard's car sounds good. Let's buy a few cars. I think I remember liking... Wait, what? I thought you could just buy every car. Do I have to, like, buy one and then drive a little bit and then move? Here we go, here's a car. Look at this fucking hot rod. Carol's car, quite Christopher. Wouldn't you say, Zach? So every car, I think, has its own music. Oh my god, it plays the song. Oh my god, only one per day? IR8 singer. It's one car per day? That sucks. I gotta be more selective. Still, this is a nice hot rod. Alright, where do we want to go now? There's the graveyard, Brian. Oh, one quest from Lysias.
To recap, the movie was the fourth sequel in a series that started in 1978.
That's right, Zach. It was
You all
Superman
right?
4.
Hang on, we're gonna have that later.
Zach, we'll finish our chat later. Let's take a walk.
I want to buy
around
more
here.
cars. I guess I just have to get out, move the car, and then I can buy another one. Because I remember when you buy the cars, they show up at the parking lot of the hotel. Which is, again, all the more reason why having the house is silly. Oh, I can only do one car per day? Nope, you can buy multiple cars. You just gotta move it. You just have to move the car. Okay, I think this is the car I used the most. Or one of the cars I used a lot. Live 8 forever? I don't... Yeah! Yeah, dude! Fuck yeah! Is there a handbrake? I don't remember. They've all got like different interiors, I think. Love Becky forever? Oh, love B forever. Okay, I see. Give me more cars, bro. Let's see. I want Richard's car. Give me the jog car. So annoying they have to do this. You can't just like... Son, are you kidding? I'd never kid. Yeah, there it is! There it is! Is this the Spur Mom car? That's Spur Mom. I feel the cow car is not the best. The other cars are great. And this one plays Life is Beautiful, which is probably why I used it a lot. We're gonna have quite the selection going forward. I mean, I think the best car in the game is York's car, but I think you can't get that until the end of the game, if I remember right. Because the whole point is that he lost his car at the start, so they can't just give it to you again, you know? Maybe I'm wrong about it being the best one, but... Okay, let's buy Nick's car. This one at least you can hear the Zeus. Yeah, we'll pick one of these to drive off on our next destination. Oh, I don't even remember what car Thomas has. Oh my god, look at this. Great cook. Nick's car. It's kept quite clean. Sign of the owner's earnest nature. Another Life is Beautiful car. It's funny how these are just like it's letting me park them anywhere.
Well, the
There's no
gallery
designated
closes at
parking spots here.
1700, but there's no real reason to hurry.
One more car.
We need to pace ourselves for an investigation like this.
What a tedious process. And you can do this for every character in the game. Everyone has a car. We'll probably want to start being more selective going forward, but... Fuck it, give me... Okay, I'm full on flames. Quint's car. Swery 65. Okay, I kind of want to drive the convertible. Today. Now, let's find our next destination. I don't know. I would imagine you can. You can get anybody's car in this game. Like that's kind of what all the cars you can get are. Other than the generic police cars, every car is, you know. Let's go up to the Forest Keeper's cabin. We'll listen to York talk a bit, you know. So we gotta go to the left and just follow the road. Let's go. So we don't have our, like, turbo with this, but I think we can go fast enough. Oh, no, maybe we don't go faster. I don't know. Whatever, it's cooler. We got our nice hot rod. It's badass. Whoa! 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 Whoa!
Zach, picking up from where we left off.
To recap, the movie was the fourth sequel in a series that started
This is
in
gonna drown him out.
1978.
That's right, Zach. It was Superman 4, The Quest for Peace.
Lex Luthor was back. It was played by Gene Hackman. That alone made it a must for all us fans.
Wasn't it a terrible movie?
Much more about it, though. I'm sure there was
Didn't
more
it have
trivia
Richard
about it.
Pryor in it? Like...
Still forget 4. Richard Donner directing 1 and 2. Now those two...
Okay, yeah, he's
great
talking about the
movies.
real ones now.
Christopher Reeve really shined as Superman.
Actually, Zach, I've got a confession to make.
Promise not to tell anyone because I'd be really embarrassed.
Oh?
I actually like the first 2 Superman movies more than the first 2 Star Wars movies. I think John Williams did a better job with the theme song for Superman. But whenever I try to hum it, it always turns into the Star Wars song somewhere along the way.
I know it's strange, Zach. I know. So, Zach, which Richard Donner film do you like the best?
No need to hurry.
Oh, happy May
Take your
4th,
time.
everybody! Happy May 4th! Happy May 4th, Star Wars mention. It's all relevant. What's everyone's favorite Richard Donner movie? York. York, you smoke too much. Your bitch is too bad. I got $5! I got $5 for destroying a telephone pole. Yes, the government wants me to do this! Wait a minute. Did I miss a turn? I think I did. But you know what? Oh, wait. Wait a minute. You know what? We could try this race again with this new car. Let's do it. So long as we're here, fuck it. Let's get a goddamn trading card. Yeah, I wonder that could be, because it is funny, like, going back to this game, they really just mention everything. And it's the kind of thing where it's like, yeah, you used to be able to just do that. Like, it didn't matter. It's like, yeah, you're not, like, putting Star Wars content in your game. You're just saying Star Wars exists. Which shouldn't be an issue, you know? Because it exists. We live in the world. If you want to have a character in your game, just mention a thing that exists. Like, you know, hey, I like that movie. As much of an oddball as York is, that's a very natural thing to write. Anyway, hang on, I'm backing up this save. This is Cars. Is that the right save? 1045, yep. Alright, let's see how this new car... Whose car is this again? Doesn't look too flashy on the outside, there's quite a lot of customization on the hood. Must be Richard. Okay, Richard's car. This sounds like a Sonic Adventure 2 boss music. Like I'm about to fight Bigfoot or something. I've spotted the hedgehog! He's talking about movies. Moving in to intercept. Here we go, baby. Here we go. I feel like I'm really slow. We should be faster because we got, like, the side quest upgrade. You know what? But our turning's better. That might help. You gotta be fucking kidding. I literally have that on my soundboard. I have that on my soundboard. I could do it right now. But I shan't. By the way, the mic's still been good, right? No more of those weird sound issues that y'all mentioned earlier? Really hope that one fucked turn isn't gonna ruin this whole thing. Come on. I need this. Daddy needs this. Hasn't happened since? Good. Okay. It must have just been a weird fluke. Again, going this late and this long tonight, thank y'all again for showing up. Like, really, really love seeing people enjoy these streams. Because this is this is the most work I've done for streams in a while, and that's not counting, having to replay the early portion to, get our save back up. No, that sucked. I'm glad I'm not gonna have to do that again. Unless my fucking, like, computer blows up. In which case I'll have even worse problems to deal with. This race is insane. Come on. Please. You can't. That has to be the end, too, right? No! Okay, I think we can do this if I don't fuck up that one turn so severely. I'm gonna try one more time. I fucked up that one turn, and, like, when you reverse, you are the slowest thing in the universe. We're gonna try again. Here we go. But you know what? I mentioned I did a bit before. Let's bring it back. We're not listening to the regular music this time. No regular driving music. We need more powerful driving music. Zach, do you remember Rocky Morton? He created that weird series, Max Headroom. Directed a movie in 1993 is considered the worst movie ever. Based on a popular video game at the time. Yes, Zach. I'm talking about the Super Mario Bros. Movie. That sounds like a conversation. Also, I forgot that I didn't know the Max Headroom guy did that. Anyway, here we go. Time for some racing music. Let's go. Flashback 10 years. What button is the handbrake? Flashback 10 years. I did this race listening to this song on stream. Back in the live stream days. Here we go. Yeah, I think I've pressed that. It hasn't done anything. Here we go. Here we go. Which way? Ah! No. We're doing okay, we're doing okay. We're doing better still. We fucked up, but a little mistake is okay. Oh my god, hearing the two songs overlap, because I can't really fix that. Sucks, but who cares? We got it going. Because I'm cranking more juice! We're doing it. I don't know how much longer this has. This could still be not doable, but... Now, why did it want me to go from, like... I guess it wanted me to turn left immediately. Great! The music did it. The music did it. Oh, I didn't realize the credit cards. Trading cards at a model. Fuck yeah. Hey, that's our first race complete. We probably will not do more than maybe 1 or 2 more of those. Because they suck. And the first one we did crashed the game. But I really gotta say, I don't know if I really did anything that different. And the game's been a lot more stable. Maybe just some of the other fixes I did, like the, maybe just setting both the launcher and the game itself to the same compatibility mode made it more stable. We're not gonna talk yet. Where's that card? Over there. $5 for doing damage. Okay, this is not the way to it. How the fuck do I get in there? What? Oh, this way? You know what? It's really is kind of funny how much stuff they put in this. Like, they really did put a lot of little side quests and funny things to do. What the fuck? Is that to redo the race? What is that? Sub-target area. Oh, that will restart the race because it's not there anymore. Okay. I see. Sally Graham. It pops up medals? Wait, what do you mean? Oh no, oh you mean the stuff I was breaking? Is that what you mean? Like I realize that's what happens. Like I'm breaking those and the little $5 agent honors are coming out. Here we go. Let's hit this ramp. Should I go into it? Is that like... Is it like a fun thing? Or will this start a whole side mission? Marvelous! Oh! Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna get out and pick these up. I didn't realize you could like combo these together that would keep adding. Alright, well that's nice. And now is the race back again, or is it just gone? Nope. It's back. That's neat. That's strange, but it's cute. Are you sure B is the handbrake? I don't think it is. Whoa! Stay. Circle of Metals is very Super Mario. You're right. Yeah, I feel like there just isn't a handbrake. Unless there is, and I just don't remember
is there
from when
something here
they
that you
showed
want
me.
to check out?
Okay,
Well, the
let's
gallery
save now that
closes
I've
at
done the race. I don't want to
1700.
have to do that again.
But there's no real reason to hurry. We need to pace ourselves for this.
We need to pace ourselves. We spent like 5,000 on cars. Can I pop up the command list? I'm not sure I can. Probably look it up. No, I don't think you can bring that up. I think it just shows up the one time. I'll try every button and I'll see. It didn't really feel like I needed it, but mill race done. All right. Whoops. Moved something there. All right, let's head up the hill to the park. We haven't really been to the very top before. There'll be a nice little detour, and then we'll head to the gallery and we'll do whatever's going to happen there. And that's where we'll call it for tonight. I wonder if there's like something good to get there, but I can't get too focused on that. I will ask, though, the fishing side quest, someone, like, gives you that and explains it to you, right? I've never done it, but I know there's, like, a special thing to catch. But that's, like, someone's gonna say something, right? Okay, I see. No, wait a minute. Forgot the map rotating. Might be cop car only? I distinctly remember hearing that there's, like, a special, like, legendary fish. There isn't? You just gotta go to a special spot and find it? I thought, like, there's, like, a special fish you can find. Hang on. Well, hold on. Okay, well, you know what? You know what? We've got one more little detour. And it's right over here. We've already been to this fishing spot right here. This music is gonna drive me crazy. We gotta take a different car next time. I love my nice hot rod. My new hot rod that's just a copy of someone else's car. This weird movie pervert showed up to our town and started driving copies of everyone's cars. And we hate it. We hate his pussy. He's sleeping in shacks. He's eating ham and hollandaise sauce outside of the diner after they close. He's looking at our windows. Keep him away from my family. Yeah, I mean, I just had heard about it. And there's another fishing rod, clearly, so I would assume that, you know, maybe that's connected, but... Let's just see what we get here. A little fishing detour. You know, we've kind of done a little bit of everything on this stream today. Oop, special item. Okay, it's the second present when I want to stop it. That'll probably get me close. I got a... Oh yeah, the different baits! I forgot, they like changed the rate of items that you see. We got a knife worm. I guess since we're in a new episode, new items are going to start appearing. Really hope we get like an item bag reward from one of these side quests. It's not a good fishing minigame, but it's still nice to just go fishing out in the countryside like this. Oh, did I remember something that the experts in chat don't even remember? Has to be raining? Well, we'll find it when we find it then. Although, if it's like a hyper-specific spot, I'll probably just like look that up at some point. Yes! Gimme, gimme, gimme. I caught a Harry Stewart! I have no intention of getting every trading card, but I'm gonna go for them when I see them, because I like... It's a fun collectible, even though it's kind of a bad collectible, because it literally spoils the shit out of the game. I assume it's not plot related anyway. You know what side quest is? Side quest, but to start it you have to fish when it's raining. Wait. Hold on. For the fishing side quest, is this a thing where if it's raining and I go fishing, the side quest will start? Or is it like, I have to go to a specific spot when it's raining and fish, and then a side quest will happen or something? I don't want to be told the exact spot just yet. I want to have a chance of, like, lucking onto this special rare River King or whatever the hell it is, but... It's the latter, so I have to... Jesus. Okay. Well, unless it's locked into a hyper-specific part of the story, I want to wait. Well, I guess let me just say this. If there will come a point where I will either ask, okay, where is it? Or if I'm about to, like, not be able to do it anymore, tell me. if it for some reason the fishing side quest is like locked into a story progress, you can be like, hey, you're gonna miss it. Be careful. Otherwise, just wait till I ask. Anyway, what
I
do they
went
got?
to see every Richard Donner movie on the day they premiered. Every single one. Goonies, Lost Boys, the Lethal Weapon series, but my favorite has to be Lady Hawk. That was back in 1985. The same year as Goonies. Both Rutger Hauer and Michelle Pfeiffer
Excellent.
really shine in that one. But more than anything, it's
Like
the story
Cranberry, right?
setting that was really good. A love story about a cursed knight that changes into a wolf at night, and a cursed maiden that changes into a hawk during the day.
Very romantic. Don't you think so, Zach?
They can only be together at dusk, right between day and night. Together as humans for only a brief moment. Perfect setting for a fantasy movie.
I just had a thought, Zach.
Chat,
I really
which way?
like those movies that have women.
I can't
changing
pause
into
because it'll skip.
animals. Can you tell which movie I just remembered?
I really like this movie's about women
That's right,
changing into animals.
Nastasia Kinski in the lead role.
Left
That
to
was a
right to get to the
fantastic
park.
movie. But I better concentrate on driving. We'll finish this later.
Okay, never mind. He's done. I can just look at it. I'm trying to go all the way up to the hill to like the park. I think it's this way. No, I think left. This is kind of the last little. Well, we'll probably go back to the hotel for. Yeah, here we go. Velvet Falls. Can I like get out and look at the sign? Looks like it might be a good fishing spot. Well, my fucking car's in the way. Hit it big in the Velvet Falls fishing area. Okay. Let's go. I mean, yeah, technically it's a new area. Honestly, I feel like I've probably never gone to this area unless it was for, like, story reasons or something. Like, all the way up top here. It's a big drive. I feel like this car's got better mileage.
We have Nastasia Kinski in the lead role and Paul Schrader directing, back in 1981.
That's right, Zach. Cat people.
About a woman who turns into a leopard when she falls in love, and then eats the person she loves.
I thought it was romantic. Real romance right there, Zach.
Oh, Nastasia was perfect for that role. Casting her made that movie a success. Malcolm McDowell as her brother was also a good call. He's like a panther even without any of that special Hollywood makeup.
Now, the name Malcolm McDowell rings another bell. You know the movie I'm talking about, right, Zach?
Don't tell me you're thinking about Clockwork Orange. Malcolm McDowell, come on, it's pretty obvious.
Come on, Zach, you
Blue
fucking idiot.
Thunder. Came out in 1983. Was directed by John Batten. Malcolm plays the bad guy in that one. He just totally outshines the hero, Roy Scheider. At least I think so. I have to say, not many people agree with me about Blue Thunder.
Zach, if you disagree with any of my opinions about movies, just come out and speak your mind, okay?
The way he says that,
Speak your mind.
that's so threatening and mean. Like, hey, just fucking say something, bitch. Come on. I can't, that makes me think of Grief. Like, the way he's leaning into the mic, it makes me think of Grief. Doing, like, a bit. That way Grief will, like, lean into the mic. We've been... I mean, yeah, we went to the Tree of Anna, but we didn't go up past it or look at anything else. We're gonna do another backup, just because it was a long drive. It is important to be excessively careful here. Wait. This is the one I want. I gotta make sure I don't accidentally, like, copy one of my backups and then paste that as, like, a different backup when it's just a dupe, you know? Drove up to the park. I fucking slammed the spoon there. That probably sounded terrible. Apologies. I'm gonna move this out of my way so my hands won't hit it. Alright. Let's enjoy some nature. How are we doing on, like... Kind of been out all day. How's York doing on Oh, he's fine. So let's see. If we're up here... Oh yeah, let's go in and visit them, and then we'll continue on up. There's even more of them. Let's go to their cabin. I'm not sure I've ever been in here, to be honest. Let's take a look. What are we getting ourselves... God, these big stupid white windows. What is that? That's nothing. What are y'all doing? Ooh, I don't think I've ever been inside this house, or even looked inside it. There's Jim. That's a port thing? Oh, that sucks. Not shocking. Can only see Jim. Apparently Malcolm McDowell plays some guy named Cochran in Blue Thunder. Like Zephram Cochran? From Twin Peaks? Is that what you're getting at? Let's call for someone. Look at all this. Isn't that, this is a real fishing house. There's a calm, kindly expression on his face. Wonder how long he's been watching over the forest. His hat's going. Can we get... excuse me. Can we get a hat wobble? Great. Terrific. You just saw a cock name and found it funny? Understandable. I don't want to talk to anyone right now. Okay. I'm going to look around your kitchen and see your flavor text. Seems he's a good cook, too. Good cook pays attention to his kitchen. Living a self-sufficient life in the forest. I bet it's beyond your imagination, Zach. Kitchen's so crude, it almost feels innovative. Like, there's so much flavor text, which is so fun. Some of the catches are hanging on the walls. Seems they get salmon here. Can we catch salmon? If I ever buy a house, this type of dwelling might be worth considering. Looks like he's an avid reader, too. His books include Nature and Man and Living with the Forest. Drawing of an old man fishing near a waterfall, accompanied by to Grandpa from Isaiah. Drawing is well balanced, with efficient use of perspective. The blue color used here is very appealing. It's a child's drawing! Although it... I mean, you're not wrong. Probably shouldn't try to get in here. Well, I want to see the boys! So the door isn't locked. Okay, they're in here. Look at that real raincoat. Oh, this is just like a room I can sleep in. They'll just let me sleep in here. Flavor text to leaderboards? I don't think they do, because I don't remember what that is. Oh, this is leaving. I still want to look around in there a little more. Oh yeah, this must be the trail that, maybe we should just take the trail. I kind of want to look around in here more. I think he had like one more room we could see. God, I feel like I'm talking sometimes and it's making the cup of my headphone buzz. It's very strange. I haven't experienced anything like that before. Not just flavor text tracked a whole bunch of other things like property damage might... Oh, wait! If you don't literally mean an online leaderboard, there is a thing where you can check your record. But I don't know if I didn't see if it included flavor text. A drawing of a smiling old man in the forest, accompanied by to Grandpa from Isaac. Dynamic use of colors here, especially green. Passionate use of green. What the fuck? That looks like it's a weird photo. Isaac's on a whole other level from Isaiah. I feel confident that I've probably never done whatever the side quest the twins have is. So we'll check in on them later. Let's go for a little second crash of the night. Second crash of the night. Honestly, that's like pretty good. That's pretty good that we've only had 2 crashes. Yeah, I saved immediately. I kind of wish I saved in the house even, but it doesn't matter. Dang, oh, it says, do you want to restart from
Previously during the investigation.
Oh, wait.
F.K. in the coffee. I knew I could count on it. Never fails.
Ah, the perpetrator. Bit off Anna's tongue.
Jackpot sack. A shame, but our old-time all-American sightseeing tour just came to an end.
When purple fog covers our town, we'll all wander in hell, I fret. So says Mr. Stewart.
Oh, well, there's an old story, folklore. It's a fairy tale to me. Something about a killer in a raincoat who appears on rainy nights.
She had a red dress on. She
This
was
one is
goddess.
so much longer than the first one for the prologue.
I think this case may take a while.
By the way, I'm only like 26 followers from 400. Which again, this was supposed to be the 300 follower special, is me replaying this game. You know, like, and streaming it the first time in like so long, but then it turned into such a you know, I had all that other stuff I wanted to do for it. Okay, just for my OCD, I'm gonna redo everything really fast. At least everything that gave me like items or money. Stare at them quick, stare at them quick. Like, I think that was definitely over a year ago. I like those two. They're fun. And some of the voice lines are literally different. I distinctly remember there's some of the previews, or the recaps, where they say things they didn't say. I think Spider, thank you for following. Like, I feel like I distinctly remember the last one in the game. Like, the final one you get has a line that is not what a character says. Because it's like a very notable... Now I'm only 25 from 400. I think there was an item in here. No. Just follow the tumble tide. Yeah, I was noticing I had some people who were in here, and it's fine. No one has to follow, but it is funny seeing, like, I have a bunch of people in here for the Deadly Premonition stuff who I've noticed on, like, every stream but aren't following, which is very strange. But you're allowed to do that.
But I want more followers. I want more followers and subs and donations and bits. And fan art. And I want $100 bill every day when I wake up. I want country ham. I want to eat country ham covered in sauce outside a restaurant that didn't serve me.
Yeah, you know what? Since we're really kind of, like, it's so late, but it's Saturday, I'm not going to be anywhere tomorrow. Let's enjoy a little nature walk with York. And let's just fucking chill and talk. Chat, how are y'all doing? Was it great voice acting, or is it just that the, like, Harvey Firestein Bev Big Head voice is just really easy to do, and anyone can do it? Gas Station Jack would be envious. It's just nice to actually, like, stop and do something like this. Little squirrels. Like, there's a whole trail here, and you can just walk it. Is this gonna take us to the Tree of Anna? Like, you know, as janky as everything is, the sky looks nice. The distant trees look good. Still shaken up from the dog thing? Or was this someone else who got bit by a dog? Someone in my chat got bit by a dog. Now this part looks a bit shit. Dog was Groot. Yeah, they are not super common. Look at all this. Okay, yes, I've been here. Your thing is talking to a boy, which is just as scary. Alrighty, you know what? Whoa! Hey, that's very similar to the Overlook Hotel, but I think I know where that actually is in this game. Really appreciating more things than I've ever appreciated in this game before. This is I'm glad we're not wearing the workaholic suit, because we sure ain't a workaholic today. This is nice. Even with this, like... Okay, now again, that part over there, not so hot. In fact, keep the edge of the edge of the scenery out of your eyes. But okay, here, this looks nice. This looks legitimately nice. There's a giant map thing in the corner, but... Believe me, I know a good fishing spot when I see one. Trust my special agent instincts. We're gonna fish at every one of these. What are you talking about? You're not giving me stuff. Come on! Sometimes seeing the glue that holds it together helps you truly appreciate the craftsmanship. That's true. Alright, I want that card. I'm gonna stop it on the can. Oh, that's probably the wrong can. Oh, I'm gonna get garbage. Yeah, I caught a garbage. What was that little stinger? I was like, can I get like a bunch of trading cards here? Here we go. Okay, it's the can with the knife after it. Oh, no, I'm gonna lose a worm! Come on, give me that card. It's funny how I'm mostly fishing for trading cards rather than actual fish. Fuck, I did the wrong one again. Oh, come on! At least I don't lose a worm for that. That little motion he does is so strange. He's like, whoa! There he is. Fishing master watching over us. Okay, we're gonna stop it on the knife. Yes! Who is it gonna be? I'm betting Jim. I'm betting Jim up here. Jim Green! $200. Alright, I want to get a fish. Should be able to get a salmon up here, right? Ooh, what's this? Smallmouth bass. Send it on back. Do I even have enough room to take a fish? What happens when you get the fishing master's wisdom? He comes out and he gives wisdom. It's very simple. Get Viv some cookies. You stuff your face with cookies. Let's have a root beer too. A little root beer and cookies. It's a good time for wisdom if you so choose. I feel like I gotta throw up after even thinking about eating chocolate chip cookies and having a root beer. Something I probably did multiple times as a kid. Oh shit, the wisdom. Here he is. What's he got?
I think you are cute. You are cute.
Didn't mean to remix it there, but okay.
Teach young people about fishing, about loving with their hearts, and about living in harmony with nature.
Sorry, I was checking by the birds. Nature is beautiful.
Char needs to be hooked more slowly than trout.
Got it. Any final words before I go fishing and I'm no longer able to mute my mic?
To the bottom.
Okay, great. Thank you. Go away now.
I'll see you again someday. Good fishing.
Okay. What do we got here? Let's try a knife form. Raises the chance of catching close-range weapons. Ooh, a lot of weapons there. Oh shit, Groot, that's fucked up. I got another sickle. No, use different bait. I forgot how much bait there is, too. Fishing's probably a really good way to get lots of items later. Once you get, like, some of the other baits. Some gum. Man, we've been going for 6 hours. I'm having a good time. Alright. Let's just land it here and see what happens. Okay, another weapon. I caught a fork. I'm gonna try to catch a fish here. I'm gonna catch at least one fish. Is that a frog? I want to get at least one fish at each spot and see if I can get a, you know. I want a salmon. If Jim has salmon on the walls, that makes me think I can catch a salmon up here. I'm seeing fish jumping. Don't salmon do that? Gotta be a salmon spot. Here we go. Okay, best fish spot. Oh, my worm! Emily's... What the fuck? York's been stabbed! Come on. I gotta get a fish here. Although if I lose another worm here, I might just move to the other spot. Or like the one that had a bunch of fish in a row. Because that's probably much better for... But... I mean, it's the same body of water. They should all have salmon, but... Okay. And Emily with a bullet before her. That's where I'm gonna stop it. Damn it! Damn it, come on. Come on. It feels like the tie is getting deeper into him. We've done a lot of fishing on this stream, huh? Probably gonna be the most fishing-heavy episode, I imagine, aside from whichever one we decide to get that, do that side quest in. I want salmon. I want to catch a big old salmon. There's salmon. It's in this river, and it's mine. I will catch the salmon, or I'll die. The sun is setting? Oh, it's getting cloudy. Right, that was in the weather forecast. It's okay. That's normal. We've hit the afternoon. The sun goes down and I get so scared. Okay. Fuck the garbage. I'm gonna... Come on. Come on. One more again. Fuck, I wasn't clicked into the game. I had to click out to, like, mute my mic for a second. Did that make me lose my worm? Fuck. That sucks. I gotta buy more worms later. And we still gotta visit the Tree of Anna for a bone, head up to the top for a, you know. A card. And then see if we can talk to Isaac and Isaiah about their side quest. And then see Polly about her side quest. Are you kidding me? I made a point to stop it on a different spot and it still landed there. Come on. Gotta pay $3K for a new worm. It'll only be $80 for like 5 worms. Although 5 worms lasts a while in this game. I'm sick of catching a garbage. I don't want to catch a garbage. A flare. Ho hum. Here we go. We're gonna get that fish. I gotta stop doing it immediately. Fuck yeah, bro! I caught cigarettes! Fishing's awesome! No wonder Jim lives up here. The river is full of free cigarettes! It's gonna be garbage. I'm gonna go insane, I'm gonna go insane, I'm gonna go insane, I'm gonna go insane. I think I just have to stop it, like, on the fish after Emily. Although I know it's random. It's semi-random, like, how many spaces it'll move, I think. Unless literally every space has a set number of spaces it moves forward, and you just have to find the right one within range. There we go. Salmon, come on. Ooh! A brown bullhead catfish. I mean, that's good. I'll take it. Okay. Move on to the next spot. Don't equip your sickle, York. It's okay. It's okay. Danger! You can actually spot some fish in the river, though catching them is another story entirely. Here we go. One more fishing. Let's try and get a salmon here. No, come on. Not getting away that easily. Chat, how are you enjoying the fishing segment? The long nature walk and the fishing. I hope it's not miserable. Ah! No! No! Why did I know that would happen? Why did I know that would happen? All that time. It's lost. But guess what? But guess what? I don't have to do all that again. All I have to do is this. It's simple.
Previously during the investigation.
F.K.
Check this out. Shoot out the back door. This is what we do. This is what we do. We take our time, we enjoy, and then when the fucking technical issues hit us, we hit back. We do this. What a lovely nature walk. Let's go and enjoy it. Squirrels, I got here before you. Oh, New York, you gotta run. You gotta run. Your heart's gonna explode. By the way, I don't think y'all have even seen what happens if this maxes out, so... Oh, his heart's going crazy. He's a shambling shell of himself. I can fish while like this? Great. Okay, we're not gonna bother with the knife for him, we don't need it. Let's get the card. I do want to try like catching at least one of each fish. I don't know if that'll actually do anything. But here I'm just gonna catch a card. I'm gonna go to the next spot, see if I can get that like a catfish again, but I know you can catch them anywhere. And then we'll go to the last spot and try to get something. Okay, so we're gonna land it on like the knives after the can. Perfect. Nailed it. Nailed this one in one. Jim Green. Got it. $200. Perfect. Let's have our traditional lunch. Cookies and root beer. Drink our drink down in one. York just opening his mouth, smashing the can against his teeth so that the liquid just displaces down his throat. I feel like York just had to like, just attract the fucking goat. I mean, he's eaten like... He sat down to a couple of real meals, but then, you know... He's on some wild shit. Yo, I'm getting free bullets. Hang on. Word? I got shotgun shells from the river. Okay, we'll give it another try. I actually don't really know if this is the kind of game where certain fish only appear in certain spots. I feel like the fishing minigame in this is so simple, it's really just a matter of, like, every place is a different roulette, and the kind of items and fish you can get are probably the same, aside from the special stuff like the cards, or the, you know, super rare fish. Oh, it stops automatically. After a point. Okay, thank you for the bullets. One more try. We're gonna do one more try on this one, then I'll move on to the last one and just see if I get, like, a fish. And then we're gonna run back and save. And then we're gonna finish up our business on the mountain. Then we're gonna go see Polly. And then we're gonna go to the gallery, and... I said we'd do the gallery, but that's gonna take a while. We might want to save and save the gallery for next time. Come on, man! Okay, I'm gonna stop it on Emily instead of the fish. No way, I'm done with this one. That was what I said. It's late enough that I could actually say, no, I'm done. Oh, we can also walk up there after this. Hey, look! It's those flowers, but we could only pick them up if it was raining. It's kind of cute how those are in a lot of spots around town, but you can only get them... I mean, that's probably why they did it. They're all over town, but you can only, like, pick them up if it's raining. Because it would be way too hard if they were only in, like, 1 or 2 spots, in addition to the weather requirement, but I'm sure that probably doesn't stop some other side quest things in this. It's still crazy that, like, there's a fast travel thing in this. It's just hidden in a side quest. Not a hard one, not even a particularly obscure one, but, you know. God, it's like those Kingdom Hearts streams. I want to keep playing, but I know I gotta stop. So we... Whoa, this is weird. I have such a tiny view. That intrigues me. That makes me wonder if there's like a really good fish I can get here. Like this has to be the salmon spot or something. Although I bet there's a bait that makes more actual fish spots appear. Hey, is the bait like ammo and it doesn't really take up a slot? The way ammo kind of doesn't take up a weapon slot, I think. Oh my god! Okay, I should stop it on an Emily, I think. There we go. What am I gonna get? That's a damn catfish. I will take it. And with that, I'm satisfied. I've caught all the fish in the world. Let's pull up our nice little map. So, it's like a dirt area over here. I don't think there's anything to do there. So we'll probably just... This is all pretty close by, huh? That might actually be a real spot I can go to. Let's go up here. Can I go up here? Oh, I can. Okay. Weird that you can't examine that. You can usually examine every door. Not that you need to, but... This is nice! Nice little walkway. Kind of long, though, so I'm going to run. Oh, look at the bird. It's just pigeons. Would pigeons be out here? I guess pigeons would have to live in the wild. They didn't, like, start existing when cities happened. I'm just not used to seeing them anywhere but cities. Alrighty. Let's get ourselves a trading card. Michael Tillotson. Oh, it's that guy. Yeah. Light at the end of the tunnel. Okay. I wonder if that's like a real sign they stole from something. That's the same sign. They have some, like, koi or fish windsocks in a few spots, don't they? Like a very Japanese thing. In this little American small town. Let's, I guess let's just head on down the hill. Hang on. Honor awaits me. Get the fucking way, come on! There we go. I was supposed to do this. See? The government gave me $30 for doing that. Probably would be faster to have my car, but whatever. Oh, but it's letting me cut through a lot of this on foot. That's actually nice. This really seems like a nice little area. I guess yeah, you have to be able to walk all this, because that's, like, the point of this area. You can drive up here, but then you go hiking. Oh! Jim's on the hike. I kind of want to intercept him after I get this, this bone here. At the Tree of Anna. Now, if I remember from stuff I've heard right, you gotta come back here when it's raining and there's like a side quest that lets you change the weather or something. Just climb up. Oh, what a dangerous, precarious thing. What we got? Right foot bone.
A human bone? This doesn't look related to the case, but shouldn't I let someone know?
We did find it near the... We are done fishing, yeah. Okay, no reason to go down there. Let's go intercept Jim. Let's talk to him while he's out on his walk. I guess it's like... It doesn't have the foot on it. Deadly Premonition experts, do I have 2 bones left or 1 bone left? I have both arms, both feet, and the skull. I know there's got to be a rib cage. Is there also a pelvis? Or is there even more than just 2 left? It's 7? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... Okay, so probably a rib cage and a pelvis. Again, we're not going to back up all these because we're kind of just doing baby steps. Four limbs, torso, pelvis, head. Okay, that sounds right. We've got all the limbs, we've got the head, so torso and pelvis. And then we can go see the doggy. This is such a long distance. Would be nice to have a skateboard like the second game, but at least you have cars in this game. Kind of crazy the second game just doesn't have cars in it. Where's it? Stabilizer. I drank my drink down in 1. Oh yeah, I think that does keep my pulse rate down. Well, maybe not. Fuck, I want to try to catch a salmon, but no. I mustn't. I shan't. Apparently, Deadly Premonition 2 doesn't have songs and reuses music from the first game that it shouldn't reuse. Yo, Jim, what'd you find? Kaysen has taken the boys back home. So Kaysen's a friend of the family's? Yeah. The boys love that dog of his. I don't really care for the fellow, to be honest, but the boys' parents do. That man brings in filth from all across America. I warned him about it, but he doesn't do anything about it. Who do you hang out with in life? Every individual has the right to choose. However, in this case, the parents get to choose. But you have to listen to the seniors because they usually have good advice. It's a tough one for me, Zach. Oh, that was York talking, I guess. Wonder if the boys will ever be lured away by the convenience of the city and stop coming to the forest. Oh fuck, wait, is Case in here? Oh my god, he's coming! He's coming! No, 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 no! No! I have to get out of here! I have to get out of here! He's gonna take my bones! Kaysen, you keep that dog away from me! No! No! I won't let you! Stay back! Get out of here! Okay, hold on. Big Red Nursery. Kaysen's car, christened the Big Red Nursery. Kennel not optional, apparently. Yeah, look at the kennel. Red Turi. Bro, you can put a T on there. Okay, we're not going to approach him, but I want the twins to come outside and I want to approach them. This might be difficult. I'm taking a gamble here. I'm fucking ready. Wait, is he just taking the dog for a walk? I think he is. How do I get to those boys? I'll have to come back later, or maybe catch them at home. Okay, you know what? I'm not driving, so... George? George, take me to the Great Deer Yard Hotel. Personally. Perfect. Thank you, George. Now I think, yep, all of our cars are starting to populate this thing. Yep, look at them. It's very fun how the parking lot starts to get filled up. Okay, this might be the last thing we do. We might just do this quest, save, and then call it a night. Because it is about to be midnight. I usually like to stop streaming at 10, but, you know, special stream, it's the weekend, decided to go longer, but I shouldn't go and do a whole other, like, big story beat, you know. And there's more side quests I want to do, too, but if we leave off here, that'll give us a nice open decision to, you know, jump right into the art gallery, or... I don't know which door leads where. Fuck, I didn't want to leave. I think this is the exact door that fucked us up earlier when we were trying to do this side quest. Because I see the red carpet and I'm like, oh, is this leading into her area? No. It's not. It says coffee black, but it says coffee milk. Oh shit, is there something here? Oh, but this might be the memento. Kaysen Seedling. That's new. Why was this not here before? I'm kind of surprised they didn't make this appear until later. Like, yeah, I guess he brought them a seedling. Like, there's you can find cards of characters you haven't seen before. I'm kind of shocked they were like, oh no, the seedling? You shouldn't be able to get a card from that until you've met Forrest Kaysen. Why? Why does that matter? It's almost like they... But that isn't a spoiler, like, in any... Oh no, is she in right now? Oh, damn it. Okay. Fuck. Well, Polly, I'm about to smoke in your fucking greenhouse. Sorry. You better get out of there. And a really weird glitch. Picture of a beautiful lady. Beautiful woman is in the picture. Is it sideways? Oh no, it's just
Now that's a pretty girl.
not detailed.
I wonder who she is. Polly's daughter, perhaps? Maybe a granddaughter. Might be worth asking her.
Picture of a beautiful lady. We never did our fortune telling either. We should end on that. Horrible loud buzzing like Geiger counter. It turned to a joke saying that Polly was radioactive. She might be. There's no proof that she isn't. I think somewhere the weirdest glitch we've had was before I figured out the compatibility mode stuff. And like the game was running at a horrible frame rate. There were a lot of weird physics issues with like the cloth and hair and stuff. And when Anna's mom dances with her dress, it just like flipped back over her in a really weird way, where it like was not flowing and moving.
Oh,
what can I do for you, Mr. Morgan? Oh, Mr. Morgan, what can I do for you? Take a look at this fucking skull. Oh dear, Mr. Morgan, don't show that to a lady. That's very impolite. And she's not wrong.
Oh, hi.
There's a human skull I found in a bird's nest. Alright, picture of a beautiful lady. A beautiful woman is in the picture.
Polly, about this picture.
Oh, that's me when I was young.
Well, that's that.
Nice
What
yelling.
about it, Mr. Morgan?
Oh, nothing. Forget it.
Oh, it brings back memories. There was a Miss Greenvale contest in town.
And I was so young and daring. I entered the contest, you see. It's embarrassing just thinking about it now.
There's nothing to be embarrassed about. You look beautiful in this picture.
Yes, yes.
Like, it sounded like he
food was
didn't want her to
just
continue and
wonderfully
remember, but he still brought her the
delicious.
photo.
So, Polly, where's the trophy?
Oh, Mr. Morgan, I never said that I became Miss Greenvale. There were no trophies for second place.
You mean this pretty girl in this picture was second place? So who won first place?
Are you serious, Mr. Morgan? It couldn't be more obvious. It was Sigourney.
Sigourney. The lady with the pot?
Now, she was beautiful. All the men in town were crazy about her. Well, of course, aside from my husband, that is.
Oh, you should quit smoking, Mr. Morgan.
That's right, Polly.
Well, thanks for bringing back such a wonderful memory. I can't
What a
give you this
bizarre
picture,
interaction.
But please, take this instead.
Trading card? Polly's pepper! Why is that a trading card?
Now that's one story I won't be forgetting for a while.
Really? Is it... It didn't seem that crazy. Pure... Okay. The quest is called The Beauty. The trophy was called Pure and Beautiful. Hang on, let me make sure it's not a fucking spoiler. I want to look at the card. Let me hide the stream for a second while I look at the pepper trading card. Polly's favorite spice, without it she can't eat. I feel like that's probably a thing she'd talk about at some point, but we just haven't heard it. Can't believe I just hid the stream because I was worried there would be pepper spoilers. Alright, let's do a coffee fortune. Unpredictability lies ahead today. Lucky Place train station.
An unpredictable life is a wonderful thing. Cases may come flooding in like passengers at rush hour.
But you're already on a case. You don't need more. Yeah, we'll be doing the fortunes a bit. And if we ever get like a repeat, we'll just shuffle it again. Alright, well, let's see. We should probably stop here. There's more I'd like to do, but nothing that I know for a fact I could like do in an instant. So, hang on. Let's do some item management before we go to bed, because we got too many items. Oh yeah, that's the special submachine gun. So put the regular one away. I guess I'll hold on to those for now. Although we don't need these. 1, 2, 3. Okay, yeah, the ammo doesn't take up space. There's no reason to store it. Items. Wait, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, bait does take up space. Okay, you cannot store fish, I guess? Knife worm, lollipop. Do I want to store anything else right now? I mean, lollipops I don't really need. Everything else is fine. Oh, I forgot you can just, like, access the shop, but we should go by there. You can eat the fish, yeah. Which I will certainly do at some point, but for now... One last time. Let's just... Barry. Always there for us. Like a little wine rack? Dude's boozing. There's so much alcohol in this room. And with that, let's quit for the night. And let's move on to the ending. Let me also back up our save one last time for tonight. One final backup. Let's get it going. This one will be end of the stream. Helped Polly. And I'm going to be able to remember that the end of the stream is important because I'm going to make a new folder for all these folders, which will be Lumberyard stream. Everything else is going to go in here. I'm gonna keep making like special folders for all the different sessions. So I've got the rebuild session of the Lumberyard. So y'all don't need to know this. This doesn't matter to y'all. We got a little bit of music going while we end. All right. Well, thank y'all so much for coming out tonight. This was a great time again. Really happy to see the turnout for these. And I'm glad this one went so smoothly. We made, I guess, a lot of progress. We only did one main story beat, but we did some other little things, a lot of side quests. Explored more. We got the fast travel, so things are gonna start going faster and faster as we keep moving. Next time, I guess we'll try to get the rest of the bones to not have to worry about Kason and Willie anymore. See what's up with the twins and any other little side quests. But also head to the gallery, meet the another character we have not met. Possibly the last character that we have yet to meet in the game, unless I'm forgetting anybody. And, yeah, thanks to, hold on. Twitch is some weird shit. I'm blocking my view. Thanks to Audiovore for the sub. Thanks to Ursula for the donations. Thanks to Spydo for following. Thank you all so much. So smoothly, 3 crashes. 3 crashes is pretty smooth for this game. And yeah, next stream will hopefully be next weekend at the latest. Now that there's, unless, something comes up, I do not mean for this to be a bi-weekly stream, as in once every 2 weeks. I might even try to do it earlier than next weekend if possible. What else? What else I need to say? Oh yeah, just before we go, I'm gonna plug the YouTube and the YouTube channel and the Discords again. Discord's good for stream alerts. I always ping those in there. You can also suggest other games and stuff for me. The YouTube channel, you can watch the other Deadly Premonition episodes, plus anything else I thought was good enough to keep. Just finished playing through Kingdom Hearts 2 for the first time. A lot of good stuff there. You can see the presentation and everything. And thank you all for coming by. Am I forgetting anything? Next stream might have something a little, or next Deadly Premonition stream might have something a little special happening. If we hit a thing that I've been waiting and preparing for. And I've been making sure to be ready for before every stream, but I won't say any more than that. What else? I'm struggling. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Might try to do some more streams this week. I've got some other games I've been meaning to do. If work doesn't have me too exhausted. I'll say right now, I'm trying to get a little abiotic factor thing going since that game came out last. I guess still this week. It came out this week. I'm really interested in that. The Half-Life inspired like survival crafting game where you're essentially in a Black Mesa type place playing as a dork-ass scientist. Seems really fun. Me and some friends are probably gonna do something with that. Other than that though, everything is pretty up in the air. Even that's a little up in the air, but yeah, thank y'all so much for coming by. Fucking great. Just had a great time. Let's see if there's anybody to raid. Oh yeah, in the Discord later, I'm probably gonna post some screenshots and talk about the ending I got in the Evangelion Angel Raising game, since that was something I streamed a bit of, and then finished off stream. Just finally got around to finishing like last night. It was pretty cool. I definitely want to, I'll be posting stuff about that later. I know at least one person was asking about if I ever finished it, and I finally did. Alright, let's see. Okay. I don't think we have a raid phrase tonight, but we are gonna raid... We're gonna raid Robbie Dude. And I don't know, I think we don't have a raid phrase for tonight. Just post an emote or something. I don't know. Do whatever. And I will see y'all. Thank y'all so much for coming by. Great night. Hopefully the next stream won't be a full week away. See y'all.